Digimon Data Squad released domestically in 2006. It blends many of the concepts laid out by its predecessors while still retaining its own unique identity that sets this season apart from the rest. It's not far-fetched to say that many fans were turned off by this season. Some may argue that Frontier prepared the coffin for the franchise, but many will attribute Data Squad as the final straw that led the franchise to its grave. I'll come right out and say this, I'm one of the few who thoroughly enjoyed this season. Digimon Data Squad aims to tell a dark and gritty story underpinned by humankind's unrelenting will to survive. While it's not without its faults, such as pacing issues and a somewhat rushed ending like its predecessors, this season gets a lot right too. It introduces us to one of, if not the worst villain in any Digimon series to date. The cast, much like Digimon Tamers, initially consists of 3 main characters and their Digimon partners whose personalities pair nicely together. The main cast is also aged up here, mostly consisting of teenagers, which is a breath of fresh air. The themes, plot twists, and for the most part the way this season balances each of its characters' individual arcs is done well. The story follows members of the Data Squad, also known as DATs, which is a covert organisation formed by the government to apprehend wild Digimon. DATS was established to maintain peace between the human and digital world, with the organisation's principal goal being to return Digimon that have entered the human world back to where they came from. In this video, I'll be providing you a high-level overview of the story and share my overall thoughts toward the end. If you enjoyed this sort of content, please consider supporting the channel by liking the video and subscribing. As always, timestamps have been included in the description box below. Now before we get into the story, let's first go over some of the characters. This is Marcus. He's a 14-year-old knucklehead who aspires to be the ultimate fighter. While Marcus is not the leader of the Data Squad, his impulsive actions oftentimes force the other members to go after him. He makes up for his impulsiveness with his unconventional approaches to solving problems which have gotten the group out of jams on countless number of occasions. Marcus is most certainly the beating heart of this season, often acting as a key motivator for the others when the going really gets tough. He lives with his mother Sarah and little sister Christy. From a young age, Marcus has had to assume the role of the man of the house. This is because a decade prior, his father Spencer Damon went missing. Although the family has never given up hope that Spencer will one day return, it's evident that Marcus deeply misses his father and constantly feels the pressure to keep the family safe in his absence. Overtly, he appears to be someone who loves competition, particularly when it comes to combat, but his desire to be the best is all grounded in his commitment to protect his family at all costs. Without his father around to guide him, Marcus finds himself unable to control his emotions. A critical part of his journey is learning to lead with his heart, not his fists. Marcus's Digimon partner is Agumon, and together they form a comedic duo who bring levity to an otherwise dark season of Digimon. Agumon and Marcus are the perfect pairing. They both equally love to fight, and the number one thing in the world they love the most is food. Without his father around to mark the path for him, Marcus must learn how to fulfill the role of the family's protector, while also contending with the trauma of no longer having his father around to guide and protect him when he feels sad, angry or scared. This is Thomas. Thomas is the leader of the Data Squad. He's a genius who excels in a number of domains. Not only is he by far the smartest member of DATS, but he's also an excellent strategist, and his abilities in combat are second to none. Thomas is the opposite of Marcus in every conceivable way. While Marcus lacks basic decorum, Thomas, who comes from a privileged background, has that in spades. While Marcus lacks the ability to control his emotions, Thomas is able to keep his wits about him even in the most heated of situations. Thomas's Digimon partner is Galmon, who's a perfect match for him. Thomas is always able to trust Galmon's ability to execute his instructions to the T. Galmon is not only loyal but also smart. He's able to keep up with Thomas's thought processes and ideas, and Thomas clearly respects Galmon and values his opinion. When I said Thomas was privileged, I was strictly referring to his family's status and wealth. Barring this, in fact, Thomas's life has been anything but privileged in terms of the things that matter the most. After losing his mother at a young age, Thomas was left feeling isolated. With his mother's untimely death, he was robbed of the unconditional love every child deserves growing up. Thomas was born into a very powerful aristocratic family from Austria. His parental grandmother, the matriarch of the family, looked down upon his mother as she considered her a commoner. This prejudice not only remained after Thomas's mother had passed, but was then transferred onto Thomas himself. Things are not helped by the fact that after his mother passed, his father became distant and cold. This is why by the time we meet at 14-year-old Thomas, he too comes across very cold and distant. His demeanour is the complete opposite of Marcus, which often leads the pair to argue with one another. Thomas's journey is one of self-discovery and acceptance. Over the course of the season, with help from his friends and even his foes, Thomas must learn to overcome his childhood trauma and start living his life on his own terms. This is Yoshi. Yoshi is a veteran DATS member and the oldest out of the three. The 18-year-old acts as an older sibling figure to the two boys and is often a mediator when the pair have a falling out. Yoshi brings a level of maturity to the group that keeps the younger members grounded, but she also shares many similarities with the boys. Like Marcus, she loves to have a good time, and like Thomas, she takes her job very seriously. However, Yoshi is unique in her own right, and she too has her own challenges which she must overcome. Despite her mature demeanour, Yoshi underneath it all lacks confidence in herself and her abilities. This all stems from her childhood, where she and her older sisters were taught to play piano from a young age. Her siblings would perform flawlessly at auditoriums filled with people. Being the youngest, she felt immense pressure to be as good as her sisters. She was unable to gather the courage to open up to her mum about how she felt, worried she would disappoint her. So instead, Yoshi kept these negative feelings to herself. This feeling of not being good enough would often rear its ugly head in high-pressure environments. Yoshi's partner is Lalamon, who is the perfect match for her, as Lalamon is super sweet, caring and empathetic. Yet, she does not tolerate Yoshi curling up into her shell. Throughout her journey, Yoshi must learn to overcome these feelings of inadequacy and regain her confidence. There is a fourth member who joins as a late addition, and this character will play a central role when they are first introduced around the midpoint of the season. We'll learn more about him during the story segment. It's worth mentioning a few of the side characters. This is Richard Sampson. He's the commander of DATS, in charge of the day-to-day operations of the organisation. A decade prior, Sampson was once a police detective responsible for investigating multiple missing person cases as unexplained disappearances kept occurring across the city. He, along with his colleagues, eventually discovered that the disappearances were the result of the opening of numerous gates leading to the digital world. Sampson is a firm but fair and caring leader. He's someone who never buckles under pressure, and his presence alone demands respect from his subordinates. His Digimon partner is Kudamon. This is Megumi and Mickey. The pair are the computer operators at DATS. They aid the team directly from the HQ's control room. They alert the Data Squad of any incoming threats and help them identify Digimon. The girls also have Digimon partners of their own, so they are also able to directly fight alongside the others. Megumi's Digimon partner is the White Ponchesmon, while Mickey's Digimon partner is the Black Ponchesmon. This old fellow here is Homer Yushima. He's a mysterious character who pops up early on and gives Marcus advice when he needs it the most. He's also the one who gives Marcus his Digivice. We'll learn more about who Yushima is as the season progresses. Now without further ado, let's get straight into the story. Agumon is seen running for his life as DATS tracks him. Kudamon stresses to Sampson that they must capture him. Sampson orders Yoshi to go after Agumon. As she makes her way to the target, a pile of beaten down men lay in front of her path. She sees Agumon and Marcus staring down one another. Marcus is clearly unfazed, seeing a Digimon for the first time. He doesn't care to find out what Agumon is, but what he does care about is that Agumon is on his turf. He decides his goal is to become the strongest fighter and threatens to knock Agumon out just like those men. Yoshi tries to warn Marcus that fighting a Digimon is dangerous. Marcus brazenly states that he's the one it should be scared of. He begins to fight Agumon and Kudamon is in disbelief by what they are witnessing. The two continue to trade punches, and after expending all their energy, they both agree to call it a draw. Having gained his respect, Agumon now starts referring to Marcus as boss. He explains to Marcus how no one's ever been able to trade punches with him, and so that makes Marcus his boss, adding that moving forward he'll faithfully follow his orders. Yoshi calls out Lalamon and places Agumon under arrest, demanding that he return with her to headquarters. When Agumon pleads with Marcus not to let her take him, Marcus places him on his back and makes a run for it. Marcus asks Agumon what he is and where he came from. Agumon starts to unsure himself and continues to plead with Marcus to not let them take him. Marcus doesn't really get what he's on about, but still agrees to help. Just as Agumon promises not to ask for anything ever again, he starts begging for food. It's only until Agumon attempts to eat him that Marcus decides to purchase some food for him. Yoshi walks up to Marcus at the store. She asks where he's hiding Agumon, whom she refers to as Raptor 1. When he refuses to tell her, she starts listing off everything she knows about him, from his full name to the high school he went to, how he lives with his mother Sarah and little sister Christy who looks up to him, and how his father went missing 10 years ago. She formally introduces herself as a special agent with the Digimon Data Squad. She cites their goal is to protect the public against the creatures known as Digimon. She convinces Marcus to go with her to HQ when she says they have special food designed for Digimon to eat and cites that Digimon cannot eat regular human food. He goes back to Agumon and tells him to stay put whilst he goes with Yoshi. At HQ, Marcus is greeted by Commander Samson, who introduces himself and Kudamon. Samson explains that they're in the midst of a crisis as the barrier between the human and digital world is beginning to collapse, leading to more and more Digimon appearing. Kudamon adds that due to Agumon having made contact with humans, he must be handed over. Marcus refuses to turn Agumon in. He admits that he doesn't know about this whole saving the world business they're going on about, but what he does know is that Agumon depends on him, and no one seems to think about what Agumon needs. Marcus believes there may be a reason he doesn't want to go back to the digital world, adding that maybe things were really tough for him there. Suddenly the alarm goes off. They receive report that a Digimon has attacked a burger stand. Yoshi and Kudamon immediately suspect that it was Agumon. After finding out Agumon is no longer where he left him, Marcus rushes out to find him. He finds Agumon, who managed to get a bin stuck to his head. Kokotorimon appears, confirming it was the one that attacked the stand. Marcus is not happy Agumon was framed for something he didn't do, so he rushes ahead to teach Kokotorimon a lesson. Agumon follows him into battle. Samson and Kudamon are shocked that Raptor 1 is choosing to fight alongside Marcus. Agumon is rendered unconscious by the champion Digimon. Enraged, Marcus lands a punch to Kokotorimon's face. His fist suddenly begins to glow. Homi Ishima appears and throws Marcus a Digivice. He tells Marcus to use it in combination with his DNA charge, which he's currently wielding in his fist. He states that by doing so it will wake Agumon up. Marcus charges the Digivice with his DNA charge, enabling Agumon to Digivolve to his champion level.
Agumon's DNA charge has hit its limit. It's reached its ultimate charge.
But how? Could it be?
Agumon Digivolve 2!
Kokotorimon is no match for Geogreymon, who goes on to defeat it with a single attack, causing it to revert back into a Digi-Egg. Samson is blown away by how quickly Marcus was able to not only tame Agumon but also enable him to Digivolve. The commander tells Kudamon he wants someone like that on his team. Marcus clears the air with Yoshi, clarifying how the pile of downed men she saw earlier was his doing, not Agumon's. Yoshi drags them back to HQ, but Marcus argues Agumon's innocence. Samson tells him that any Digimon who breaks the law will be reverted back to a Digi-Egg and returned to the digital world. He demonstrates this by returning Kokotorimon's Digi-Egg to the digital world using a transporter called the Digital Dive. Marcus escapes with Agumon but winds up dropping his Digivice on his way out. Samson, seeing that Marcus has a Digivice, all but confirms to him that Agumon has been tamed. Marcus decides to take Agumon back to his home. Arriving home late, Sarah berates him for staying out all night. He manages to sneak Agumon into his room. Marcus explains to Agumon that he must stay hidden at all times, but Sarah, who hears the noise coming from his room, opens his door. He manages to quickly hurl Agumon over the balcony. Sarah, sensing he's hiding something, reminds Marcus of the promise they all made to one another after his father went missing, the promise that they'll not keep anything from one another. Christy walks onto the balcony she shares with Marcus. When she spots Agumon, she rushes into Marcus's room screaming. Sarah goes to check things out, but Agumon manages to hide by climbing onto the rooftop. Sarah suspects it must have been a UMA, short for unidentified mysterious animal, so she goes to get her camera. Before leaving, she hears footsteps on the roof. Marcus starts to panic and says he'll check things out. He peeks over the rooftop as Agumon is seen chasing the resident cat. Agumon winds up losing balance, which causes him to roll off the rooftop, taking Marcus down with him. The secret is out as Sarah and Christy see them both laying there unconscious. Once Marcus comes to, he makes his way downstairs and finds Agumon feasting away at the dinner table, even politely asking Sarah for seconds. He's hit with a double whammy when he sees that Yoshi is at the table too. She briefs Marcus that the commander has sanctioned Agumon to remain in the human world, so she'll no longer need to wipe his memory or send Agumon back to where he came from. She adds that she's been put in charge of keeping an eye on the pair. She understands Marcus isn't happy with it, as neither is she for that matter, but she cites orders are orders after all. Yoshi stays the night and sleeps on Marcus's bed, whilst he and Agumon sleep on the floor. Late into the night, numerous computers start turning on. From the energy produced, a digital gate opens and from it emerges an abnormally large Kunimon. The sun is up and so too is Marcus, who's ready to make his way to school. Agumon asks if he can go too. Even though Marcus says yes, Yoshi forbids it, but after Agumon pleads with her, she yields. She returns Marcus's Digivice to him and shows him a nifty feature which will allow him to take Agumon anywhere by storing him inside the Digivice. She follows Marcus on his route to school. Knowing that he's getting super annoyed with being followed, she tells him that if he joins Dats, she won't have to follow him anymore. As Marcus walks past, he sees some commotion going on at Christie's elementary school. He checks in on Christie, who explains that the school rabbits have gone missing. Yoshi pulls him aside and tells him that a Digimon is behind it. To help his sister out, Marcus sets a trap and places Agumon inside the cage as bait. When the kid in charge of looking after the rabbits appears instead of the Digimon, Yoshi senses something is off. Under the influence of Kunimon, the boy turns out to be the one who got rid of the rabbits. Kunimon makes light work of Lalamon, which forces Yoshi to have her digivolve to her champion level.
Lalamon, time to digivolve.
Digimon Data Squad.
DNA charge! Lalamon, digivolve
Sunflowmon defeats Kunimon with ease, but the celebrations are cut short as he goes on to digivolve to his champion level Flymon. Flymon drains both Yoshi and Sunflowmon's strength. Marcus struggles to make Agumon digivolve as he's unable to activate his DNA charge at will. After striking Flymon, Marcus is able to activate his DNA charge, enabling Agumon to digivolve. Geogreymon goes on to defeat Flymon, reverting it back to a Digi-Egg. Yushima, who's witnessed the entire battle unfold, cites his surprise that the mechanism by which Marcus activates his DNA charge is by landing a punch on a Digimon. He explains to Marcus that if he truly wishes to become the ultimate fighter, he must face powerful opponents awaiting him within the digital world. Yoshi reports back to Samson. Kudamon asks why Marcus is not with her. Speaking of the devil, Marcus shows up and requests to join Dats. Marcus and Agumon are both pleased to join Dats because now they'll be able to fight powerful foes, and Agumon no longer needs to worry about being sent back to the digital world. The following morning during breakfast, the pair begin to argue over who gets the last piece of fried egg. In the meantime, Dats agent Thomas Norstein has returned from his recent trip to Austria. Marcus is informed to head to Area C7 where Demi-Meromon has appeared. Demi-Meromon is seen lighting fires around the city. Marcus is unable to activate his DNA charge because his punches go straight through Demi-Meromon's body. Marcus and Agumon chase after it, while Thomas isn't far behind. Thomas stops for a moment to wipe the memory of 3 bystanders who saw Demi-Meromon. Unable to find Demi-Meromon, Marcus gives up and returns to HQ. Thomas also arrives and confirms that he has completed his mission in wiping the memory of the witnesses. Agumon greets Gaomon, who simply blanks him. Marcus demands Thomas and his partner to pay attention to them. Just as Gaomon did, Thomas simply blanks them both and instead he greets Samson. Thomas cites based on Samson's report there seems to be an unusually high number of Digimon that have been appearing recently. Samson asks Thomas if he's worried that Dats may be overwhelmed by how many Digimon are showing up. Thomas says he has no concerns providing that is they have the right team to deal with them. Samson tells Marcus that Thomas will be his superior. Marcus isn't happy with the idea of having to take orders from Thomas. Yoshi tells him that Thomas is a veteran member of Dats. Mickey and Megumi also add that he's a genius too. Kudamon chimes in and states Gaomon is the best fighter they have. Hearing all this, Marcus and Agumon are both seething with jealousy. Thomas recommends to Samson that he terminate Marcus and Agumon. Yoshi defends the two, believing that Thomas is being overly harsh. Marcus, as diplomatic as ever, calls Thomas out to spar him. Yoshi tells him that's a bad idea as Thomas is a well-seasoned fighter. Thomas finds out Marcus's reason behind joining Dats. Disgusted by the selfishness behind Marcus's motivation, he knocks him down. Even though the spar is called off, Marcus refuses to stop and even manages to land a punch to Thomas's face. Yoshi makes it clear to Marcus that Thomas let him off easy. She knows this as she's witnessed him routinely beat Olympic champions in that very ring. The alarm sounds off as numerous Demi-Meromon have appeared. Kudamon cites how Demi-Meromon can multiply at will. Marcus blames himself for failing to secure Demi-Meromon earlier. He says he wants to fix things, but Thomas orders that he remain at HQ while he goes to fix the mess. The commander says Yoshi to give Thomas some backup. Thomas has Gowmon digivolve to his champion level.
Plan A2.
Digimon Data Squad.
DNA. Charge. Galmon Digivolve 2.
Galgamon makes light work of Demimeramon. Galgamon highlights how they wrap things up a whole minute faster than their previous all-time best. Thomas and Yoshi receive an alert that there's another Demimeramon on the loose. When Kudamon highlights to Marcus the difference between him and Thomas, Marcus leaves in frustration. As he's running, Marcus comes to the realization that his pig-headedness created this mess. He acknowledges that he has much work to do before he can call himself the Ultimate Fighter. Yushima appears before Marcus once again. This time he's seen grilling some fish. Yushima voices how the wind is making it difficult to grill. He says that by learning to use the wind instead of fighting it, he'll be able to make the fire burn brighter than ever before. Yushima concludes by telling Marcus to use that power, not extinguish it. Marcus orders Agumon to aim his Spitfire Blast attack at Demimeramon. Agumon tells Marcus that fire attacks don't work against it, but decides nonetheless to trust in Marcus's judgment. His attacks are absorbed by Demimeramon, which enables it to digivolve into Meramon. With his opponent having now formed a solid body, this enables Marcus to make physical contact with it. Marcus is able to successfully land a punch, which impresses Thomas, who watches on as Geogreymon overpowers Meramon. Marcus, humble as always, throws his success in Thomas's face. Thomas dismisses Marcus's success down to his raw power, not his strategic prowess. Samson has had enough of their bickering, so orders that they now work side by side as partners moving forward. The Data Squad are next tasked with securing a lone Numamon. Marcus and Thomas are unable to get into sync, most of which is Marcus's doing as he refuses to work as a team. They get in each other's way, which allows Numamon to escape them. Luckily for the pair, Yoshi and Lalamon are able to secure the target. The lads begin to bicker to no end, and all Yoshi can do is helplessly watch. Marcus thanks Thomas for a ride home. Thomas makes it clear that he only did so at the behest of the commander, because Samson felt if they spent more time together they'll eventually get along. Christy and Sarah thank Thomas for dropping Marcus off. Sarah even invites Thomas in for dinner. After seeing Marcus's reaction, Thomas decides it will be best to leave. A couple of burglars break into a bank and accidentally trap themselves within the building. A friendly Dromojimon appears and breaks them out. Mickey and Megumi alert the others about the break-in and explain that a Digimon is involved. They realise a device within the building is responsible for Dromojimon appearing. Samson worries that the burglars may influence the Digimon to do their bidding. Marcus arrives late and gets an earful from Thomas. Thomas highlights how Marcus's priorities are not in line with the mission, as all he's looking to do is get into fights. Marcus, being the moron he is, ends up erasing all the records they had on the bank burglary, but luckily Thomas kept a backup. The alarm at HQ goes off. They manage to narrow down Dromojimon's location. On the way, the boys continue to argue inside the car. The burglars take advantage of the naive Digimon as they get him to break into another bank. The Data Squad arrives and pursues Dromojimon. Marcus and Agumon block the burglar's vehicle. Dromojimon, believing his friends are in danger, starts to balloon in size. Agumon and Marcus find themselves having fallen into the river. Thomas orders Gaomon to drive Dromojimon towards the harbour. Yoshi captures the burglars and has Lalamon put them to sleep. Thomas plans to lure Dromojimon toward the harbour to prevent him from digging an escape route. The plan is foiled when Marcus and Agumon calls Dromojimon to turn in the other direction. Thomas has Gaomon digivolve to chase after him. Marcus makes his way inside Dromojimon's tunnel and punches him, which enables Agumon to digivolve. When Geogreymon overpowers Dromojimon, he attempts to escape through a digital gate. Gaomon attempts to stop him, but his attack is cancelled out by Geogreymons, who also had the same plan. Their lack of teamwork allows for Dromojimon to escape. The two of them go back to HQ and cite that they refuse to work together. Samson and Kudamon convince the pair to put what's happened behind them, as Dromojimon may appear at any moment. They add that in order to defeat Dromojimon they'll need to work together. Thomas wants to take the fight to Dromojimon, so he asks Samson for his permission to enter the digital world via the digital dive. Samson rejects his request as there's no guarantee he'll be able to return to the human world. Thomas lures Yoshi out of the control room and disobeys direct orders from the commander as he goes on to use the digital dive. Yoshi starts to worry when she loses track of his Digivice signal. Refusing to let Thomas be the one getting in on all the action, Marcus now wants to go to the digital world too. He forces Yoshi's hand when he starts kicking the machine. She advises him that he and Thomas must return to the point of entry by all 500, else she'll not be able to bring them back. After reaching the digital world, Marcus is surprised by how similar it is to the human world, minus of course all the wild roaming Digimon. Marcus sets his sights on finding Dromojimon, believing that Thomas will be able to figure out how to get back on his own. Having returned to the digital world, Agumon gets a bout of deja vu. Dromojimon momentarily appears, so the pair decide to follow him into the tunnel. Just as Samson and Kudamon walk into the control room, Yoshi loses Marcus' signal. As Marcus and Agumon struggle to keep up with Dromojimon, they wind up falling into his trap. Turns out Thomas and Galmon are there too. Marcus and Agumon are in hysterics that the brilliant mind of Thomas also fell victim to Dromojimon's trap. Seeing that Thomas is clearly injured, Marcus helps him to walk. Marcus asks Thomas why he didn't have Galmon digivolve so they could escape. Thomas points to the instability of the cave, preventing him from doing so because it would have led to them being buried alive. Thomas instead has been marking their path by placing coins throughout their trail. This lets them know which direction they've yet to cover. Samson piles the pressure on Mickey and Megami to locate the two. When Dromojimon starts to near them, Marcus and Thomas argue on how to approach the situation. Thomas tells Marcus that having their partners digivolve is not an option because that will lead to the cave collapsing. But he also acknowledges that without digivolution they stand no chance, so he tells Marcus that they need to run. Marcus refuses to. Instead, he has them all jump on top of Dromojimon and uses him to help dig them out of the cave. Impressed, Thomas wonders if this was Marcus' plan all along. Marcus is able to steer Dromojimon into a cave covered in rock-solid ice. Now with it unable to escape, Marcus has Agumon digivolve with Thomas following his lead. Before Marcus orders Geogreymon to go after Dromojimon, Thomas tells him to wait when Dromojimon starts tweaking. Dromojimon slide evolves into the armored Digimon Digmon. Digmon overpowers Geogreymon and Gargumon. Thomas remembers how during their first encounter with Dromojimon, their partners' attacks cancelled each other out. This makes him wonder what would happen if the two combined their attacks into one. Marcus is down to give it a try. By combining their attacks, Geogreymon and Galgomon are able to defeat Digmon. Thomas asks Marcus if it was his plan all along to get Dromojimon to dig them out of the cave. Marcus answers honestly and tells him that it was just dumb luck. Thomas is impressed nonetheless at Marcus' natural intuition to make the right calls using illogical approaches. Thomas raises his fist as an olive branch and the two let bygones be bygones. After finally agreeing to work together as a team moving forward, the pair return to the human world. They both get an earful from Samson, but he does give them props for completing the mission, adding that he's pleased they got back in one piece. Marcus and Agumon are next seen taking on Tortomon. Geogreymon gains the upper hand and swiftly defeats Tortomon. Yoshi berates Marcus and Agumon for rushing ahead. It becomes apparent that the pair's recent success of wins has gone to their heads. Little do they know some humble pie soon awaits them. Now back home, Marcus and Agumon chow down on dinner, but they soon begin to bicker over the last egg roll. When Agumon eats the last piece, Marcus decides to fire him. This leads to a short exchange where the pair have a measuring contest as to who needs who the most. An upset Agumon tells Marcus that in that case he won't bail him out anymore. Marcus points out to Agumon that he can't digivolve without him. The final straw is when Marcus says that without him their team is nothing, and so they decide to call off their partnership. They both return to HQ and Agumon refuses to come out of his digivice. Thomas voices his surprise at how childish Marcus is being. After Agumon tells Marcus that he doubts his ex-partner can handle a Digimon without his help, Marcus walks out. An Elecmon appears in the city, while Megami and Mickey try to entice Agumon out with food. Yoshi voices her concern at the bickering pair, but Samson tells her not to worry as he's confident they'll eventually come to the realization that they need each other. He also adds if they don't, there'll be no space for them in DATS. Gaomon and Lalamon try to talk Agumon around. When Gaomon voices that he doesn't understand why Agumon would argue with his partner, Lalamon explains how it's actually quite normal. She illustrates this by using her relationship with Yoshi as an example. She explains how Yoshi is extremely tardy, annoying and sometimes bossy. When she divulges how Yoshi disposes of her nail clippings, her partner stops her from saying any more. Marcus bumps into 5 goons. The leader has a beef with Marcus, who in the past beat him in a fight. The goons edge for a fight with him, so Marcus decides to let out some of his frustration and knocks them out cold. Yoshimi appears once again and voices how Marcus is clearly looking for something. Marcus isn't in the mood to talk, so walks off. Elecmon reveals himself and begins to cause havoc around the city. Yoshi and Marcus make their way to his location. Agumon still refuses to work with Marcus, so is forced to stay behind. Just as the little girl is about to be run over by a small lorry, Marcus saves her in the nick of time. When Elecmon emerges from the vehicle, Marcus decides to give chase. Elecmon runs over an old broadcast tower. Marcus, Yoshi and Thomas manage to catch up with Elecmon, who has absorbed large amounts of electricity from the grid. This enables Elecmon to digivolve into Black Garurumon. At HQ, Kudamon highlights how Geogreymon would have been the perfect fit for this battle. Partnerless, Marcus is forced to stay on the sidelines as Galgamon and Lalamon take on Black Garurumon. Marcus starts to recall his argument with Agumon. To prove Agumon wrong, he decides to join the battle, but he's simply ignored. Black Garurumon goes on to subdue Galgamon and Lalamon. Agumon concernedly watches as Marcus recklessly jumps on top of Black Garurumon. Yushima shows up at HQ and retrieves Marcus's Digivice. Marcus is forced to jump off when they reach the end of an unfinished railroad. After he successfully activates his DNA charge, he instinctively calls out to Agumon. This leads him to finally realise that without Agumon he would never have won his prior battles, and finally acknowledges that he needs him. Black Garurumon launches an attack toward a defenseless Marcus. Agumon arrives just in the nick of time to save him. Agumon also acknowledges that they are stronger when they work as a team. Marcus then has Agumon digivolve. With Marcus spurring him on, Geogreymon is able to overpower and defeat Black Garurumon. The pair go on to reconcile and apologise to one another. Marcus asks Agumon how he got to him, but Yushima has already left by then. The following morning at HQ, Marcus and Agumon are being extra nice to Thomas. Unsurprisingly, it turns out Marcus needs a favour. He explains to Thomas how he's got a makeup exam the following day. Thomas assumes that he needs help studying, but Marcus tells him it's not that. He explains how that day also happens to fall on Christie's birthday. He decides that he needs Thomas's help to babysit her until his exam is done. Yoshi offers to help, but Marcus says it has to be Thomas, as he's the only one that can step into his role as a big brother. Thomas is hesitant to agree and says he'll think about it, but Marcus refuses to take no as an answer. Marcus asks Thomas to come over to his place because he thinks it will be a good idea for Thomas to get acquainted with his family first. Christy is excited to hear that Thomas will be accompanying her for her birthday, but Thomas says he hasn't agreed to it yet. Sarah asks if spending the day with Christy on her birthday will be a problem for him. A blushing Thomas immediately states that it won't be an issue and promises to make it the best birthday Christy has ever had. Hearing this, Christy is overjoyed and hugs him, and he introduces her to Galmon. Sarah insists he join them for dinner this time. Seeing how close Marcus's family is makes Thomas think about his own. Thomas finds himself deep in thought as he gazes at their family photo. Marcus's family makes him think about his lonely childhood, so he politely takes his leave but gives Marcus his word that he'll honour the promise he made. After returning to his mansion, Thomas stays up all night setting up an itinerary for Christie's birthday. He calls it Christie's magnificent birthday plan. The following morning, Thomas arrives at the Damon residence donning a white tuxedo and gives Christy and Sarah a flower bouquet each. Before leaving for his exam, Marcus thanks Thomas. Thomas starts to explain what's on the agenda. Christy interrupts him, citing that she already has an idea where she'd like to go first. In the limo, Thomas starts stressing about how he'll make up for the lost time. They're forced to go on foot when the limo runs out of road. They reach the first location, an arcade. Sarah and Christy go in while Thomas stays behind for a moment to cancel the reservation he had booked. Christy easily beats him at arcade games, and he laments how she'd already beaten him 17 times already. Galmon highlights how different she and Marcus are, as Marcus would have endlessly teased him for being so bad at arcade games. Thomas corrects Galmon as he highlights how the siblings are exactly alike in that they both ruin his well-laid plans. Next, Christy takes Thomas to a local restaurant which serves okonomiyaki, a popular pan-fried Japanese dish which consists of batter and cabbage. His mood is lifted the moment he takes a bite. When he presents his card to pay the bill, the store owner is quite offended as they only accept cash. As he's never eaten at a local restaurant located in the suburbs, he wasn't aware that many restaurants in those locations are cash only, and he happens to be out of cash, having spent it all at the arcade. Sarah happily pays for the meal. Embarrassed, Thomas walks with shame as he apologises incessantly to Sarah for having her pay for the meal. She tells him it's fine as it's the least she can do after he planned such a magnificent day. Christy says she wants to watch fireworks next, and Thomas happens to know just the place to take her. He takes her to an amusement park which is known for their nighttime fireworks. They've got a few hours to kill, so they decide to spend the time trying out the rides. On the Ferris wheel, Thomas begins to recall a memory of his late mother. Christy snaps him out of it when she highlights that he appears to be sad. Thomas smiles at her and says that he's having the best time. A large Digimon Citramon appears. Thomas calls HQ and requests park shutdown. Samson forbids him from proceeding without backup, yet Thomas disobeys, citing personal reasons. Citramon throws liquid-filled balls, worrying Thomas for Christy and Sarah's safety. Remembering Christy's wish for fireworks, Thomas has Galgamon launch Citramon into the air. As Galgamon destroys Citramon, the balls start to detonate in the sky, which produces fireworks. Kudamon asks Samson what he's going to do about Thomas disobeying orders. Samson says what he's going to do is simply enjoy the fireworks show. Christy thanks Thomas for the best birthday ever and gives him a peck on the cheek. Sarah invites Thomas over for a family dinner. Marcus returns home in time for dinner, and as always he and Agumon fight over the last egg roll. Thomas, now an honorary family member, eats the last piece amid their bickering. A few days pass, and Marcus is seen about to chow down on some gourmet ramen. He spots a familiar looking woman running from what appears to be paparazzi. Unaware of the fact that woman is Yoshi in disguise, he simply ignores it and chows down. Marcus ends up spitting out the food when the news links Yoshi to a famous singer named Neon. Yoshi and Lalamon arrive at HQ. The other Digimon simply stare at her, mouth wide open in shock from what they've heard via the news. Megumi and Mickey on the other hand are furious at her for dating the famous singer who they're clearly a fan of. Marcus nonchalantly walks by and brushes it off, stating that it's no big deal who she dates. He also reveals to everyone that her photo has been posted online by the paparazzi. Samson tells them all to leave her be. The commander explains how he placed Yoshi on a covert mission to extract intel on Neon, who they suspect has been harbouring a Digimon named Keramon. Samson has his hands full as Megumi and Mickey continue to complain. He lets Yoshi clear the air as to why it had to be her that took on the mission. She explains that she knew Neon in school, which gave her an in to get close to the famous singer. Yoshi, Thomas and Marcus step outside to discuss the mission that she's on. Neon drives by, informing Yoshi he'll pick up later for a dinner date. Thomas grows concerned about Yoshi's closeness to the suspect, while she denies Neon's involvement with the Digimon to further his career. She and Neon have a private lunch at his apartment, and they reminisce over their school days. Afterward, Neon claims to have work to do in his room and instructs Yoshi not to disturb him. Christy, who's watching Neon on the TV talking to the press, voices how much of a fan she is. Agumon with his big mouth lets slip that Yoshi's dating Neon. Christy asks Marcus to get her an autograph. When Marcus cites that Christy must be one of Neon's many annoying fans, she runs off upset. Marcus berates Agumon for putting him in that position by blabbing. Neon has Keramon go to work as Yoshi is listening in from behind the door trying to figure out what he's doing. Neon commands Keramon to promote his single by controlling electronics citywide. Mickey begins to worry as she's unable to make contact with Yoshi. Marcus rushes over to Neon's apartment to save her. When Yoshi hears Marcus at the door, she goes to open it. As she walks away, Neon briefly opens his door and watches her with a suspicious look. Yoshi is shocked when Marcus yells out that he's come to save her. She opens the door and tells Marcus off for causing a ruckus. She gives Neon a peck on the cheek and leaves. She then berates Marcus for almost blowing her cover. Samson places Thomas in charge of the operation, whereby the objective is to catch Neon in the act. Thomas has one request for the commander, and that is to keep Yoshi on the sidelines. Samson agrees with Thomas that she's too close to be able to make rational calls. With midnight closing in, everyone is in their designated positions ready to go. Yoshi throws a spanner in the works as she couldn't help herself but to confront Neon directly. Thomas, being the genius he is, already predicted Yoshi will do this. He planted a live recording device on her person. He makes it clear to the others that they need to leave her be and let things play out for the time being. Right when Yoshi is about to confront Neon, he beats her to the punch and reveals that he knows she's onto him. Inviting her into his room, he introduces her to Keramon. When she demands that he stop, Keramon restrains Lalamon. Marcus rushes in to save her, demanding that Neon hand Keramon over. Neon refuses, claiming Keramon as his partner. Marcus attempts to reason with Neon, but a paparazzi barges in and takes pictures, which only enrages Neon. This surge of negative emotion causes Keramon to digivolve to his champion level, Kurisarimon. Thomas sends Galgamon in, but he has no luck defeating Kurisarimon. Geogreymon manages to fare much better and goes on to defeat it. Yoshi wipes the memory of the paparazzi and Neon returns to normal. He understands Yoshi must wipe his memory too, but he feels sad that he'll no longer remember their recent time together. Yoshi reassures him that she'll remember for the both of them. The boys give her space to process what's just happened. The saying never meet your heroes rings true for Thomas. In a flashback, veteran professional boxer Harris lands a knockout uppercut on his opponent Gomez, securing a chance to fight for the world title. At HQ, Marcus and Agumon believe they found the next target, the boxer Harris. The odd pattern of Harris's recent victories catches Marcus and Agumon's attention. They note how in his last match against Gomez, he won via knockout after coming from behind, and in the match before that, his opponent quit. The match before that one, his opponent fell ill suddenly. They suspect a Digimon might be involved in Harris's sudden rise in the ranks. Thomas scolds the pair for making such an egregious allegation, which he believes there's no basis for. For once, Marcus is the objective one here, as he highlights how Harris at age 35 is now well past his prime, but like Yoshi, who was unable to remain objective with Neon, Thomas now finds himself ironically in the same predicament. Samson puts Thomas in charge of investigating Harris. He shows Thomas a thorn which he found near the boxer, a thorn which he believes belongs to a Digimon. Marcus, in typical Marcus fashion, does the I told you so. Yoshi ends up having to break the two boys up when they begin to argue. Harris is seen jogging. Thomas catches up with Harris and tells him that he's a big fan. Thomas asks for a couple minutes of his time, which Harris agrees to, providing that Thomas is able to keep up with him. Harris, impressed by Thomas's ability to keep up, agrees to talk. Thomas asks him about one of his fights from 4 years ago against a boxer named Kensington. Thomas cites how the match was brutal, as Harris took several illegal shots ranging from low blows to headbutts. Harris refused to stop the bout, and Thomas adds how although Harris won, he suffered career-ending injuries. He asks Harris how he was able to come back from that. Sensing that Harris is getting agitated by his probing, Thomas respectfully changes the subject. Before Thomas leaves, he asks Harris if he felt anything weird in his last match. Harris says he didn't, so Thomas takes his leave. After defeating all the boxers at Harris's gym, Marcus waits for him. Harris declines to spar with Marcus, but his trainer takes a liking to Marcus and allows him to continue training there. Yoshi, assuming the guise of a journalist, interviews Harris's wife. Harris's wife does mention how his personality tends to change in the lead up to a fight, citing that he becomes more distant from the family. The Data Squad all come together at HQ and discuss the prime suspects. The suspects are the wife, the trainer, and of course Harris himself. Yoshi immediately rules out the wife, who she believes is too good-natured to help her husband cheat. Marcus suspects it's the trainer. Samson asks Thomas who he thinks it is, but he says he's not sure. Thomas asks Samson's permission to meet with Harris again, as there's some things he'd like to clear up. Thomas, believing he's close to figuring out what's going on, asks Harris to spar him. With just one round of sparring, Thomas has got the confirmation he needs, so decides to take his leave. Gaomon asks Thomas why he didn't continue to fight, as it's not like him to quit. He tells Gaomon how he idolized Harris when he was a child. Gaomon realizes that Thomas now knows who the culprit is. Meanwhile, Marcus remains in the gym after hours to spy on Harris's trainer, but is caught. They are interrupted by Harris, who receives an emergency call from his wife. A Togemon begins stalking the world champ who Harris is scheduled to fight. When Togemon attacks, Gaomon intervenes to protect the champ. Thomas explains how his spar with Harris made it evidently clear that his idol during his recent fight was giving it his all, which made it all but clear to Thomas that Harris was unaware of the fact that he was getting assistance from a Digimon. Thomas adds that someone who fights with such pride would never cheat. This led Thomas to wonder as to who else would want the veteran to win. This is when Thomas came to the realization that someone is none other than Harris's daughter. She reveals herself from behind Togemon, demanding that they leave her and her father alone. Under the little girl's influence, Togemon attacks Thomas and Gaomon, then swiftly retreats. Seeing the world champ laying there in shock, Thomas takes the opportunity to disguise himself in the champ's clothes. He manages to lure Togemon and the little girl into Harris's gym. There, Gaomon challenges Togemon to a boxing match. Marcus and Yoshi arrive too. Marcus stops Yoshi from intervening, knowing that this battle is a personal one for Thomas. Even though at a disadvantage versus a champion level Digimon, Gaomon manages to knock Togemon out of the ring. Gaomon is then forced to digivolve when Togemon balloons in size. After defeating Togemon, Thomas tells Harris the truth. Thomas is surprised when Harris cites that he'll forfeit the match, As he now realises what his daughter was worried about most of all was the thought of him getting hurt, Harris puts his life as a boxer behind him and decides to focus now on his family. At Christie's behest, Marcus takes her to see Thomas. Marcus asks her why she's so down when it was her idea to see Thomas in the first place. She tells him that she does want to see Thomas but didn't expect Marcus to come inside with her because now she's worried he'll embarrass her. Upon entering Thomas's mansion, she starts to feel overwhelmed and somewhat out of place from the sheer size and lavishness of his home. Marcus's hillbilly behaviour and lack of etiquette only makes her feel more insecure. As a token of his appreciation for the great time he had with Christy and Sarah, Thomas has a gourmet lunch set up for them. Gaumon stops Christy from drinking out of her finger bowl and tells her that it's not meant for drinking. When Marcus drinks out of his finger bowl and voices how delicious it is and even offers some up to Christy, it's the final straw that causes her to snap. She wishes that Marcus feels the same level of embarrassment that he caused her. Her outburst triggers the signal of the nearby radio to fluctuate. Christy runs out the room, and Agumon senses a Digimon hovering around Marcus. Marcus and Agumon chase after Christy, and Marcus trips on a banana peel. Agumon informs Marcus that he saw a Digimon earlier hovering next to him. Agumon spots the Digimon again, hovering over Marcus's head. When he tries to attack it, he ends up hitting Marcus in the face. Thomas and Gaumon catch up with the pair, but unfortunately no one but Agumon can see the Digimon. Thomas explains to Marcus that Christy was already feeling nervous and insecure, and he made it even worse with his behaviour and lack of consideration toward how she was feeling at the time. He adds that he believes she may have cursed him, and points to how she wished for him to fall over a sign just like the one they're about to walk past. Marcus doesn't believe it, especially after he walked straight past the sign without incident. Turns out he spoke too soon, as the invisible Digimon moves the sign in front of Marcus, causing him to trip over it. Agumon pleads with Marcus to believe him that a Digimon is behind it. Thomas and Gaumon manage to put two and two together when Marcus trips over some chopsticks. When they return to HQ, the Digimon that's latched itself onto Marcus triggers the alarm to go off. Everyone decides it would be best to put Marcus into quarantine. After Agumon convinces everyone that Christy caused the Digimon to latch onto Marcus, they decide to draw it out by using Marcus as bait. Two more curses remain. One curse comes to fruition when the trolley crashes into Marcus as he leaves HQ. Agumon highlights how the final curse is a murderous one, because Christy wished for Marcus to be hit by an oil tanker. The alarm at HQ goes off. They receive alert that an oil tanker has lost control and is headed toward the shore at full speed. Marcus decides to draw the tanker away from the city by having it chase after him. Yoshi is left completely baffled when Marcus starts talking in a manner as though he's actually going to fight the tanker. Marcus rushes out while Agumon desperately looks for Christy. Agumon locates Christy and tries to convince her to retract the curse, but she's still too angry at Marcus to pay attention to what he's saying. Over in the distance, she spots Marcus running toward the harbour. Realising that Agumon wasn't joking, she begins to worry and feel guilty for putting Marcus in harm's way. Megumi and Mickey use a radar to help identify the Digimon. The Digimon orchestrating these series of unfortunate events that have befallen Marcus is none other than Soulmon. Yoshi points out the obvious, that if they were able to see Soulmon, it would be easy enough to catch it. Kudamon embarrasses her when he says she's starting to sound more and more like Marcus these days. Thomas has a better plan, so makes his way to the harbour. Christy regrets losing it with Marcus earlier and chases after him, but she trips. She desperately calls out to Marcus, begging him to stop as the tanker fast approaches. Thomas arrives and tells Christy that Marcus will never step away from a fight, especially when it comes to the safety of innocent people. He then reassures her that he won't let any harm come to Marcus. They catch up to Marcus, and Thomas tells Christy that a Digimon had heard her cursing Marcus out, which is what led to all these events unfolding. Yoshi arrives in a jet ski and tells them that something is stuck in the ship's rudder. Thomas concludes it must be Soulmon. Marcus and Agumon hop aboard the jet ski. Before the pair head toward the tanker, Thomas gives Marcus a can which he cites will help them see Soulmon. On board the ship, Marcus sprays the can which contains a coloured aerosol. With Soulmon now covered in it, Marcus is able to see him. After landing a punch on Soulmon, Agumon digivolves to Geogreymon and goes on to defeat Soulmon. Christy rushes over and hugs Marcus, who apologises to her for his behaviour at Thomas's mansion. Thomas begins to wonder why Soulmon carried out all of Christy's wishes. He starts piecing together that all the Digimon that have appeared thus far seem to have fallen under the influence of humans nearby that are in some sort of distress. Thomas starts to speculate if it's in fact strong negative human emotions that's driving the behaviour of these wild Digimon. He also wishes to find out the reason as to why Digimon are making their way into the human world. Thomas has high conviction in his theory, so he requests the commander for some time off in order to travel to the US so he can start gathering proof. Back at HQ, Agumon upsets Megumi and Mickey after he ate all their delectable manju, which they also intended to share with the rest of the team. Instead of apologising, Agumon shifts the blame onto Marcus, citing as his boss, Marcus should bear the responsibility of his subordinates' misdeeds. Marcus diffuses things when he tells the girls that he's got the plug who can hook him up with the best manju in town made at the famous Shatori's bakery. He cites his good friends with the owner's son. Marcus and Agumon arrive at the bakery and spot a couple of men who appear to be debt collectors bothering old man Shatori. Marcus scares them off and his friend, Shatori's son, Connor, arrives. Connor informs Marcus that they no longer make manju. He explains that even though they built a great reputation for the famous manju, the customers never returned after his father closed the shop for 2 weeks in order to look after his poorly mother. His father also borrowed money from some thugs, and due to the business failing to bring in any customers, he finds himself unable to pay back the debt, which now poses a risk of the bakery being repossessed. Agumon makes it clear to Marcus that they can't return to HQ empty-handed because the girls are going to have their heads. As Shatori desperately looks for some scraps to sell, his desperation and panic attracts a Valmon and its minions 3 Demi-Devimon. Valmon says it will take care of his money worries, providing Shatori obeys his orders. Megumi and Mickey pick up Digimon signatures nearby the bakery. Both girls are in a foul mood and it doesn't take long for them to start arguing with one another. Sensing the tension between the pair, Yoshi decides to make her way to the bakery. Connor pleads with his erratic father to stop when he starts emptying out the shop till. Due to Shatori being under Valmon's influence, Connor is unable to stop him from leaving with the money. When Yoshi pulls up to the bakery, Marcus decides to follow the old man and hitches a ride. They track down Shatori, who's betting at a horse racing event. The Demi-Devimon shoot darts at Shatori's horse, which gives it a power boost. This enables the horse to take the lead and win the race. Yoshi says she wants to go back to HQ to figure out what's going on. Marcus decides to stay behind because he can't return to HQ empty-handed and also promises Connor that he'll watch over his father. Thomas is seen hard at work conducting his research in the US, while the guys at HQ are seen trying to figure out what's going on with old man Shatori. Shatori builds a shrine for Valmon and speaks to it. With Valmon and the Demi-Devimon's help, Shatori continues to place winning bets. Connor informs Marcus that his father was able to clear his entire debt. The man himself pulls up beside them in a flashy new car and even offers Connor some spending money. Having been raised right, Connor tells his father that it would probably be a better idea to save that money in case his mum falls ill again. With Shatori's debt now cleared, Marcus says it would make sense for him to go back to making his famous manju. Shatori, who's become completely enamored by his newfound wealth, instead opts to enjoy splurging his cash and refuses to ever work another day in his life. Connor shows Marcus the mold his father used to create the manju. He tells Marcus how it's made, and by the way he describes the process, it's evident that Shatori's love for making manju was passed on to his son. It's also evident by the way Connor talks about his father's skills that he looks up to him and enjoyed the time they spent together making manju. Marcus starts to think about his own dad, whom he barely remembers, given that he went missing when he was only little. Connor expresses his dismay that his days making manju with his father may have come to an end. Marcus reassures him that it's not over yet. When Connor informs Marcus that his father enters the garage right before placing his bets, Marcus decides to investigate. After entering the garage, Marcus spots the shrine. Valmon shrieks in pain when Marcus flicks his nose. After seeing the statue sweat, Marcus tries to approach it again, but Shatori arrives and pushes him away. Shatori tells him that the statue is his master. Marcus voices his disappointment in Shatori, citing that he was someone that he looked up to. Shatori explodes in anger, which powers up Valmon, causing it to balloon in size. Worried Marcus will succumb to Valmon's spell, Samson sends Yoshi over as reinforcement. Valmon grabs hold of Marcus and starts to crush him. Luckily, Yoshi and Lalamon arrive to save him. Valmon is unable to place Marcus under his control because Marcus doesn't fear him. After activating his DNA charge, he has GeoGreymon take care of Valmon and the Demi-Devimon, which he does with relative ease. With Valmon's curse now lifted, Connor heads over to his father and the two of them agree to reopen the bakery. At HQ, Mickey and Megami enjoyed the delicious manju, while Marcus shares with Samson that he believes the wild Digimon appearing seem to gain strength from negative human emotions. He explains that when Valmon first appeared, its digital signature was non-existent. However, after gaining a power boost from Shatoru's fear and desperation, Valmon's signature was off the charts. Thomas arrives back from the US and cites how Marcus is on the right tracks, but that's not all. He believes his research has brought something to light that will forever change the way they view the digital world. He recommends that Samson declare a security alert of the highest level. This episode serves as a key turning point, marking a noticeable shift in the tone of the show moving forward. By the way, if you're enjoying the video so far, please do consider supporting the channel by liking the video and subscribing. Thomas cites the key emotions that drive human beings to commit evil, which are anger, desire, gluttony, laziness, envy, greed, and pride. His findings made it clear that wild Digimon acting out in the human world are feeding off the negative emotions of people around them. Marcus asks Thomas if he's figured out the reason as to why wild Digimon are appearing in the first place. Thomas believes the reason is due to the delicate barrier between the human and digital world gradually weakening over time, but as to how and why this is happening, he's yet to figure out. They receive an alert that another Digimon has appeared, however the digital signature is being picked up at Marcus's house. The trio are shocked to see Sarah holding on to a Digi-Egg which she says she found. It's the first Digi-Egg to appear in the human world since Agumon, so Samson orders them to bring it back to HQ before it hatches. Before they leave, they discuss how in order for a Digi-Egg to hatch, a human partner is needed, but each of them, including Mickey, Megami and Samson, all have partners of their own. The egg rolls over the table and from it hatches a Puomon. Christy immediately takes a liking to the cute Digimon. While Christy is busy bottle feeding Puomon, Yoshi and the others try to figure out what to do next. Thomas doesn't believe moving Puomon now would be a good idea, as it will put it at risk of being influenced by other human emotions in the external environment. Thomas shows Marcus a device he created, which should help block out human emotions by creating a force field. Puomon attentively watches Agumon as he enjoys a bag of chips. Agumon offers Puomon some, but he unintentionally scares the in-training Digimon, which gets him a telling off from Christy. Seeing Christy coddle the infant Digimon and voicing how cute it is, Agumon is left seething with jealousy. With little to no shame, he makes a failed attempt at being cute but is simply ignored. It's pretty late into the night, so Yoshi decides to take a leave. Falcomon arrives in the human world and it's clear he's looking for something. Thomas, who's still at the Damon residence, is hard at work trying to get his machine fully up and running. Christy rushes out of her room to tell everyone that something's wrong with Puomon. Agumon wakes up from all the commotion and asks what's going on. Without a trial, Agumon is declared guilty as they all believe that he must have scared Puomon. Thomas and Gaomon drag Agumon out of the room whilst he continues to plead his innocence, making a very good point on how on earth could he have scared Puomon when he was fast asleep. Falcomon arrives and breaks into Christy's room. He demands that they hand over the egg. Falcomon is shocked to see that the egg has in fact hatched. When Falcomon threatens Christy, Puomon steps up to protect her. Falcomon is forced to flee when Thomas and Gaomon enter. Puomon suddenly starts to digivolve. Having reached his rookie form, Biomon reassures Christy that he'll now be able to protect her. In the digital world, Gotsumon rushes over to his master Marukimon to tell him that Falcomon has gone to the human world. Marukimon is furious because he made it clear to Falcomon not to mix with the humans. Marukimon demands to speak with Keenan, who's an important character we'll meet soon. Gotsumon advises he doesn't know where Keenan is, so Marukimon decides to go to the human world in order to retrieve Falcomon. Some men in lab coats enter the Damon residence. They manage to place Biomon inside a cage, and just when they're about to sedate Christy, Marcus enters and knocks one of them out cold. One of them pleads with Marcus to hear him out. He cites how all they wanted was a sample of Christy's DNA to study it, as they've never seen a Digimon digivolve in such a short space of time. Marcus doesn't care as they upset his sister, so he tells them to get lost. Yoshi arrives and informs him that they came on direct orders from the commander. At HQ, Marcus berates Samson when he cites that he's thinking about having Christy join DATS. The commander shuts Marcus down, stating that he's just a child who's unable to see the bigger picture. Marcus is shocked to see Sarah at HQ. She sits with Samson in private. She cites that she's not surprised Marcus joined DATS. If anything, she believed it was only a matter of time given his father's ties to the organisation and how alike the two are. However, she pleads with the commander that he spare Christy, as she's just a little girl who's far too young to get involved in all this. She voices her concern that she's worried she'll lose another member of her family to the Digimon. Marcus confides in Thomas, who tells him he completely understands why he's worried about Christy joining DATS. Thomas voices his concerns that she may not have a choice in the matter, as any Digimon that isn't a member of DATS will be sent back to the digital world. He asks Marcus if he'll be able to tell Christy to say goodbye to Biyomon forever. Christy and Biyomon sit in a room solemnly, wondering as to what will become of them. She asks Biyomon if he'll stay with her no matter what. He promises that no matter what, he'll always be with her. Marcus enters the room and calls Biyomon outside for a talk. Marcus demands Biyomon to go back to the digital world. When Biyomon asks what will happen if he says no, Marcus tells him that he'll have to make him leave in that case. Biyomon reiterates the promise he made to Christy and how he fully intends to keep that promise. What ensues next is a one-sided beatdown as Biyomon is completely outclassed in hand-to-hand combat. Agumon grabs hold of Christy and tells her to look at Marcus. He tells her that it's clear Marcus doesn't want to do this and actually likes Biyomon. Agumon adds how Marcus is left with no choice but to fight now for her so that she doesn't have to later. Marcus lets Biyomon land a punch on him, which fails to even faze him. He's left angered by how weak Biyomon is, which only further confirms his doubt that Biyomon won't be able to protect his sister. He activates his DNA charge and orders Agumon to digivolve. Before he can initiate the digivolution sequence, Falcomon interrupts and calls for Biyomon to return with him. Biyomon refuses to, and Falcomon realizes it's because of Christy, so he launches an attack toward her. Biyomon protects her using his own body. Having witnessed this, Marcus starts to reconsider his position. Marcus directs his attention to Falcomon, but Falcomon's speed proves troublesome. Yoshi and Thomas arrive. They have Gaugumon and Sunflowmon attack him, but even the champion level Digimon are unable to land a hit on Falcomon. Biyomon asks Marcus to jump on his back. He flies him toward Falcomon, who pleads with Biyomon to stop as he doesn't wish to fight him. With Biyomon's help, Marcus is able to land a punch on Falcomon. Having now activated his DNA charge, Marcus praises Biyomon for a great job. Geogreymon enters the fray, but his Mega Burst attack is halted by none other than Marukimon. Samson is shocked that a Mega level Digimon has emerged. Kudamon urges them all to run as they stand no chance against this foe. Sarah, who's still at HQ, is forced to helplessly watch on as her children face an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Marcus fails to heed Kudamon's warning and rushes toward the Mega Digimon. The gust of wind alone which Marukimon generates by swinging his arm sends Marcus flying. Geogreymon is knocked out cold, causing him to revert back to his rookie level. The other two champion Digimon also suffer the same fate. The only one left standing is Biyomon. He assures Christy that he'll protect her and then flies toward Marukimon. Biyomon charges his body with what appears to be his life force. Upon making contact with Marukimon, an explosion occurs. This causes the monitors at HQ to momentarily lose signal. It turns out Biyomon's sacrifice was to no avail, as Marukimon emerges unscathed and now holds the Digi-Egg of Biyomon. Marukimon condemns the fallen Digimon for sacrificing his own life for a human, which amounted to nothing. When Christy brazenly demands Biyomon back, Marukimon sees something in her, so he decides to spare them and leaves with Falcomon. The Data Squad return to HQ and have their injuries tended to. Marcus wants revenge, but Thomas reminds him that it's Christy he needs to worry about right now. Samson makes it clear to Marcus that they stand no chance against a Mega Digimon. Samson also adds that Marukimon is thought to be the fastest Digimon in existence. When Thomas voices his concern that Marukimon's goal may be global domination, Marcus becomes even more eager to track him down. Wanting Digimon and humans to get along, Christy pleads with Marcus to make the fighting stop. Samson's boss, Director Hashima, makes an appearance. Hashima berates Samson and states that he feels DATS has been slacking in maintaining order. Marcus doesn't appreciate the way Samson is being spoken to and makes it known. Samson makes the point that they've not been slacking. If anything, they've been forced to work overtime as they try and manage the high number of Digimon that have been appearing more and more frequently as of late. Hashima threatens to shut down DATS if he doesn't see what he deems improvement in the organization's performance. Marcus steps outside to blow off some steam. He tells Agumon that he wants another crack at Marukimon. Back in the digital world, Gotsumon berates Falcomon for disobeying Marukimon's orders by going to the human world. Falcomon cites he had to go as he's responsible for Biomon's Digi-Egg. Marukimon presents Biomon's Digi-Egg and states how he managed to save it from the humans. Biomon hatches from the egg, but his eyes and behaviour clearly indicate he's in some sort of trance as he mindlessly calls out Christie's name. Marukimon attempts to snap Biomon out of it, but he ends up causing him to digivolve to Aquilamon. Realising that forcing Aquilamon to his senses will not work, Marukimon allows him to escape. Marukimon stops Gotsumon and Falcomon from going after him. He informs them that Aquilamon has powerful memories which he can only make sense of by returning to the human world. HQ receives alert that Aquilamon has entered the human world. Thomas and Yoshi are ready to go, but Marcus is nowhere to be seen. On the outside, Marcus sees Aquilamon on the news, and so too does Christie, who's returned home. She immediately realises it's Biomon, so rushes out to find him. Marcus locates Aquilamon near one of the ports. Thomas arrives on a jet ski and offers Marcus a ride. Lalamon attempts to confine Aquilamon with Gaumon's help. When Marcus hears Aquilamon calling out Christie's name, he realises that it's the same Biomon they once knew. Kudamon also verifies this, as he cites that Aquilamon's signature is identical to Biomon's. Yushima appears once again and offers some advice to Marcus, but this time Marcus is not in the mood for it. Yushima reminds Marcus how his advice has always gotten him out of jams, so he's confident either way he'll listen to him. Yushima's persistence starts to agitate Marcus. Marcus tries to attack Yushima, but this only results in him getting his ass handed to him. Marcus is shocked by how easily Yushima dealt with him. The old man advises Marcus to open his heart before he opens his fists. Marcus doesn't really get it, but Yushima is confident he will get it soon. As Marcus rushes off, Yushima cites to himself how Marcus has such a big heart, but his youthful arrogance and pride gets in the way. He believes that if someday Marcus is able to learn to control his emotions, he'll become a hero rather than just a fighter. As they make their way toward Aquilamon, Agumon tells Marcus that maybe he should take on board Yushima's advice. Once Marcus is within range, he lands a punch on Aquilamon. Geogreyamon's persistent attacks end up causing Aquilamon to digivolve to his ultimate level, Garudamon. Christie and Sarah arrive. Upon seeing her, Garudamon becomes even more erratic and launches an attack in Christie's direction. Marcus rushes over and grabs a hold of her, whilst Geogreyamon blocks the attack with his own body. Christie starts to break down in her brother's arms as she worries that her Biomon no longer remembers her. Seeing his sister upset, his mother hurt and Geogreymon unconscious, Marcus digs deep within himself. He resolves to become stronger in order to protect his loved ones, enabling him to activate his full DNA charge, and thus Geogreymon is able to digivolve to his ultimate level.
It's the only way that I will ever be able to protect my mom and Christy. I have to become stronger!
What's this?
Geogreymon is digivolving.
DNA! Full charge!
Geogreymon Digivolve 2!
Garudamon is completely outclassed by Rise Greymon, who defeats him by using his Trident Revolver attack. Yushima is pleased that Marcus listened to his heart in the end, which is what secured him the victory. Christie regains consciousness and is finally reunited with her friend, albeit in the form of a Digi-Egg. Marcus vows to never let Christie be sad again, promising to protect her with Rise Greymon by his side. At HQ, Samson reports back to his boss, informing him that the danger has now been neutralised and that he's taken care of the press too. Hashima is left with no choice but to let Dats carry on, at least for now. Based on his tone, even when praising Samson, it's clear the director is a complete sleazebag. Megami and Mickey inform the commander that they picked up Marukimon's signature where Aquilamon entered the human world. Marcus, worried that Marukimon will strike once again, decides it would be better to go to the digital world and take the fight to him. Yoshi and Thomas are all on board, but before they leave, Samson tells the trio that he has some information he'd like to share about Marcus's father. Marcus is shocked to hear that Samson knew his dad. The commander explains how 10 years ago his father and a group of other scientists embarked on an expedition to the digital world. The scientists were cornered by Saber Leomon and had no place to run. Marcus's father, Spencer Damon, stepped forward, sacrificing himself to allow his colleagues to escape. Since that fateful day, the current status of Spencer Damon is unknown. Samson felt it incumbent upon him to tell them this, given the dangers they're going to be walking into. Marcus rushes home to confront his mum, who concurs she knew all along his father's involvement with Dats. She adds how she now worries that she'll lose Marcus too. Marcus decides to continue forward with his plan to go to the digital world and defeat Marukimon, but the plan now also includes bringing his father back. This reassures Sarah, who makes him promise to return to her safe and sound. Gaomon asks Thomas why Dats didn't do more to locate such a brilliant man. Thomas admits he's unsure why. Marcus bids farewell to Christy, while Yoshi calls her mother to hear her voice, given there's no guarantee she'll return. Samson declares the objective of the mission: to find Marukimon, figure out his goal, defeat him if able, and most importantly ensure they return with no one left behind. The following morning, the trio and their Digimon partners rendezvous at HQ. Marcus brings with him food that Sarah cooked, enough to last them several days on their journey. The commander and Kudamon arrive. Megami and Mickey present the trio with some devices that will help them on their journey. The first gadget will allow them to capture Digimon data, essentially a Pokédex. The second is a device that emits a shock to help keep Marukimon away if they run into him. The final device is a beacon marker that will help the girls locate them. Yoshi is concerned about their over-reliance on tech, but Thomas gives his seal of approval, stating that these tools are impervious to failure. Kudamon adds that the tech they've been given is the best of the best. As the heroes enter the digital world, Marukimon senses their arrival. We also catch a glimpse of the young boy Keenan, who Marukimon referred to earlier. Keenan is seen atop a tree looking off into the distance where the Data Squad landed. Seeing their supplies arrive a short distance away, the Data Squad make their way to retrieve them. Using his boomerang, Keenan destroys the supplies, including their food. Agumon is left furious that his favourite fried eggs were destroyed, so he pursues Keenan, forcing the others to chase after him too. They're shocked to find out that it's a young boy they're chasing. Falcomon arrives and asks Keenan why he's hiding inside a bush. Using his broken English, he points to the Data Squad and proclaims that he hates all humans. Naturally, Keenan's backstory will be explained in due course, but in the meantime just imagine him as the digital world's version of Tarzan, pretty much a one-to-one depiction. Keenan attacks Marcus but is unable to overpower him, so he is forced to retreat. The squad is shocked to see Falcomon standing next to Keenan. Keenan demands that they leave because humans bring nothing but destruction and pain to the digital world. When Marcus mentions that Marukimon is the bad one, Keenan tries to attack him again. Falcomon creates a smokescreen and pulls Keenan out of harm's way. A voice inside the forest can be heard demanding that they all leave. The voice belongs to Cherrymon, who declares that they are all trespassing. Marcus promises to leave if he tells them where Marukimon is. Cherrymon is surprised to hear that they are seeking out none other than the guardian of the forest. Cherrymon tells them that it won't be easy to find Marukimon's fortress because it's hidden. Keenan pulls out a Digivice and has Falcomon digivolve to his champion level Peckmon.
Falcomon Digivolve 2!
Yoshi and Thomas have their partners Digivolve too, which forces Keenan and Peckmon to pull back. Marcus activates his DNA charge by punching Keenan's boomerang. GeoGreymon rushes toward Peckmon, but his foe's speed proves too much. Gotsumon can be seen watching atop a Yanmamon. Cherrymon intervenes and ends the fight. When they spot a group of baby Nyokimon underneath Cherrymon, they all agree to a ceasefire, but Gotsumon and the Yanmamon attack them. Cherrymon is surprised when Marcus and the others help protect him and the baby Digimon. When a huge boulder fast approaches, Marcus has GeoGreymon digivolve to destroy it. Super impressed by Rise Greymon's power, Cherrymon looks on in awe. Peckmon is also shocked by how powerful Rise Greymon is, Seeing the Nyokimon celebrate, Keenan and Peckmon decide to fall back. Cherrymon is shocked that humans actually help Digimon and thanks them. Thomas asks Cherrymon who Keenan is, but Marcus is not interested in knowing his name, but rather his location so he can teach him a lesson. Yoshi echoes Yoshima's advice and tells Marcus to stop thinking with just his fists. After all, one of their main objectives is to gain intel on the relationship between humans and the digital world. And by finding this boy, it may help them get one step closer to finding Spencer. Cherrymon unfortunately knows very little about Marukimon, but what he has heard is that Marukimon lives somewhere near the digital gates. He points them to a mountain which towers above all else. Somewhere inside the mountain is the infinite ice ridge where they'll find Marukimon. Thomas is pleased to hear that there's a digital gate over there which they'll be able to use to get back to the human world. Gotsumon reports back to his master to inform him that the humans are coming for them. Marukimon is full of confidence as he sighs that he has a plan in place to destroy the humans. The Data Squad find their path blocked by a gorge which is too wide for them to cross. Inside the gorge are buildings that are planted sideways. They traverse the buildings to get across the gorge, and Keenan is seen tracking them alongside Gotsumon and Falcomon. Gotsumon has a group of Dakugumon capture the heroes. A menacing voice begins to speak to them, and forces them all to fall asleep so that he can feed on their nightmares. Galmon identifies that the voice belongs to Metal Phantomon, who is essentially the Freddy Krueger of the digital world. Galmon realizes how dire the situation is, so he tries to come up with a plan to escape. In Marx's nightmare, he's unable to protect Christy from a group of Numamon, while Yoshi's nightmare takes her to her past, where her younger self is seen crying all alone. Thomas's nightmare takes him to his hometown. He arrives at the steps where he and his mum would walk down to get to the market. He recalls her warm smile, but is then reminded of her untimely death. Thomas made his mum promise to take him to a festival, which happened to be the day she died. His nightmare brings him back to that fateful day, so he rushes home to stop her from leaving the house. Seeing their partners suffering, Agumon and Lalamon begin to panic. Galmon tries to calm them down and tells them that they need to believe in their partner's ability to overcome this. In his nightmare, Thomas reaches his home and sees his younger self leave the house first. His mum then comes out, but neither of them can see Thomas. He approaches his mum and begs her not to go to the festival, but she's simply unable to hear or see him. His desperation and helplessness allows Metal Phantomon to start draining his life force. Agumon and Lalamon panic again, but Galmon remains calm and calls for his partner to snap out of it. In his nightmare, Thomas rushes ahead and places himself between his mum and an oncoming lorry. The lorry simply goes through him, forcing him to bear witness as his mother pushes his younger self out of harm's way and is hit by the lorry head on. This scene is brutal, as not only did the incident happen in front of him when he was a child, but he had to relive it all over again. The trauma and sheer guilt of this event is what led Thomas to become a recluse and place all his energy on his work rather than attempting to form any meaningful human relationships since that ill-forgotten day. Well, there is technically one meaningful relationship he does have, but we don't find that out until much later in the story. Metal Phantomon believes he has Thomas right where he wants him. Thomas recalls his self-prescribed purpose in life, which is to honour his mother and keep her spirit alive by remembering the warmth of her smile. Reminding himself of his purpose helps Thomas muster the strength to break free. Furious at Metal Phantomon, Thomas's DNA charge surges, enabling Galmon to warp Digivolve to his ultimate level.
You forced me to relive my mother's horrible accident, just so you could steal the essence of my heart. There are consequences for what you've done. Your evil ways must be brought to an end!
Look at that energy all around him!
Ready, Galmon? DNA! Full charge! Galmon Warp Digivolve 2!
Mock Gargumon frees Marcus and Yoshi. Keenan and Gotsumon are dumbfounded that they were able to break free from their nightmares. Geogreymon and Lalamon lend a hand by taking out the Dakugumon. In most cases, when the partner Digimon reach a new Digivolution level, they're able to pretty much one-shot the enemy, but in this case, Metal Phantomon proves to be a much more formidable foe, as Mock Gargamon has some initial difficulty dealing with him. However, Thomas is not impressed and he orders Mock Gargamon to wrap things up. With Metal Phantomon defeated, the others try to catch their breath, but Thomas is eager to press forward, which makes Galmon wonder what horrors Metal Phantomon made Thomas relive. Lalamon screams as Yoshi suddenly collapses. Lalamon checks Yoshi's temperature, which is running super high. The boys locate a cave and take her there so that they can tend to her fever. Agumon and Marcus are furious that they're not allowed inside. Galmon tells them that as a woman she needs her privacy. Marcus asks why Thomas is allowed in. Galmon tells him that Thomas has a medical license, which is why he's in there. Thomas deduces that their recent battles must have taken a toll on Yoshi. She doesn't want to hold them back, so she pleads with Thomas that they continue their journey. Thomas tells her that he and Marcus also need rest, so not to worry. Thomas and Lalamon step outside to check on Marcus and the others. They're surprised to see only Galmon there. Galmon tells them that the pair headed toward the river. Thomas leaves Yoshi in Lalamon's care while he and Galmon go after them. Falcomon is briefly seen lurking behind the trees. He and Keenan enter the cave and incapacitate Lalamon. Keenan grabs Yoshi by her shirt, but before he can attack her, Marcus and Thomas intervene. Yoshi grabs hold of Keenan's arm and pleads with him to stop. Upon making contact with him, the virus spreads to Keenan. Falcomon is furious and blames them all for passing the virus on to Keenan. Thomas asks him what he means by virus, but Falcomon does not answer and simply flies off with Keenan, who's now completely unconscious. Yoshi's condition worsens, and Thomas realizes that she and Keenan must be infected by a virus which is native to the digital world. Falcomon assures Keenan that he'll make him well again. Thomas realizes that the only way to save Yoshi is to create an antiviral medication, but the issue is he has no idea where to start. Lalamon pleads with him to save her. Marcus grabs hold of Thomas, making it clear to him that they aren't asking but demanding that he save Yoshi. Falcomon recalls the last time Keenan fell ill. During that period, Keenan was under the care of a kind-hearted Frigimon, who was a maternal figure to them both. In the flashback, we see Falcomon asking her why she's always so concerned about the boy, as he's always poorly and no fun at all. Frigimon tells Falcomon how he's a good boy but should learn to show compassion toward others. Frigimon tells him that she must go to Wanderer's Cape where the medicine is kept. Falcomon tells her that he's worried about being left all alone with the boy. He says he wants to go with her, but she simply hugs him and makes her way, trusting that Falcomon will watch over Keenan until she returns. In present day, Falcomon decides to go to Wanderer's Cave to retrieve medicine for Keenan. Agumon asks Galmon what it means to be sick. He asks if being sick is like being hungry. Galmon says being sick usually entails losing one's appetite. Horrified to hear Yoshi may have lost her appetite, Agumon asks Galmon what they need to do in order to cure her. Falcomon interrupts them and states that if they wish to cure their friend, they need to come with him to Wanderer's Cape. Galmon asks why Falcomon doesn't go to Wanderer's Cape on his own. Falcomon explains how Digimon don't go there because that area has been contaminated by humans. This makes Thomas wonder if Marcus's father and the other scientists went there. As everyone questions whether or not to trust Falcomon, Lalamon, who's been observing him the whole time, can see his genuine concern for Keenan, so she tells Thomas and the others that she doesn't believe he's lying. Lalamon assures Falcomon that she'll keep Keenan safe while he's away. Marcus asks Falcomon what became of the humans who travelled to Wanderer's Cape. Falcomon says he doesn't know, but Frigimon may have. Marcus requests to speak with Frigimon. Falcomon informs him that's not possible as she's no longer with them. Thomas voices his confusion as they thought Digimon simply revert to Digi-Eggs when they die. He asks Falcomon what he meant by that. Falcomon's silence confirms to them that Frigimon was gone and not coming back. Marcus and Thomas offer their condolences, and Falcomon tells them that they now know why he hates humans so much. At this point, it's clear humans played a part in Frigimon's death, but how so is still unclear. Galmon spots the cape, which is just ahead of them. Gotsumon pleads with Marukimon to stop the humans, but his master allows them to continue roaming the digital world. Gotsumon bumps into Blossomon, who agrees with him that the humans cannot be permitted to roam the digital world, so he agrees to help Gotsumon. Having reached Wanderer's Cape, Marcus and the others are presented with a building. Falcomon is visibly afraid of what may be awaiting them from behind the door. Agumon starts laughing at how terrified Falcomon is. Marcus tells Agumon to leave him alone and they all enter the building. They come across a PC which confirms that humans were once there. As Thomas tries to crack the password, the others move forward to locate the medicine, which they manage to find inside a freezer. Blossomon appears and steals the medicine. Thomas wonders why the virus affected Yoshi, given that she's not a digital being as far as he's aware. He becomes increasingly frustrated by the difficulty he's having to figure out the password for the PC. Blossomon labels Falcomon a traitor and attacks without giving him the opportunity to explain himself. Falcomon is shocked when Marcus saves him. When asked by Falcomon why he saved him, Marcus says it's because they're on the same team. Falcomon attempts to retrieve the medicine. He gets knocked down, but Marcus manages to help break his fall. Yoshi wakes up and apologizes to Lalamon, who reassures her that everything is fine. While Marcus and Agumon try to hold Blossomon at bay, they ask Falcomon to return to Yoshi and Keenan. Falcomon asks Marcus why he's placing so much trust in him, as there's only one dose of the medication and he could easily just give it all to Keenan. Marcus tells him that only cowards betray their friends, and he believes that Falcomon is not a coward. Marcus highlights that Falcomon had many opportunities to betray them up to this point but did not, so he considers him a friend, and that's why he's placing his trust in him. Falcomon is clearly moved and decides to listen to Marcus. Blossomon's next attack ends up destroying the computer. When Agumon and Marcus are caught, Falcomon stops to help them, but Marcus reiterates he needs to get the medicine to those who need it and tells them not to worry about them. As Falcomon attempts to leave, Blossomon tries to stop him, but Gaomon intervenes. Thomas informs Marcus that the PC has been destroyed. He then has Gaomon warp Digivolve to his ultimate level. Mark Agumon punches Blossomon out the building and he manages to catch both Agumon and Marcus. Marcus punches Blossomon and has Agumon warp Digivolve too. Blossomon's attacks are useless against Rise Greymon, who defeats him with ease. The boys return to the cave and ask Lalamon where Falcomon and Keenan have gone. Lalamon explains they've already left, and she tells them how Falcomon gave Yoshi the medicine first. Off in the distance, Keenan starts regaining consciousness. Falcomon tells Keenan that the humans helped him to get better. Keenan says he doesn't care because he hates all humans after what they did to Frigimon. In her dreams, Yoshi is seen hiding away in a locker room. Her mother is seen calling her name, but little Yoshi refuses to come out. When she wakes up, Lalamon asks if she's okay. Yoshi says she's fine and that it was just a bad dream. Thomas recommends Yoshi to rest up some more. She tells him that she's rested enough and is ready to get going now. Thomas cites that he's confident they'll reach the Infinite Ice Ridge by nightfall the following day. Murikimon can hear the Data Squad closing in. Keenan decides to try and stop them. Gotsumon voices his anger toward Falcomon for helping Yoshi and thus declares that Falcomon is the traitor. Gotsumon places ultimate blame on Keenan for being the reason that Falcomon ever interacted with the humans in the first place. Agumon struggles to keep up with the others due to his short legs and how hungry he is. This leads Yoshi to yell at him. She stresses that they can't rest as they can be attacked at any moment. Marcus says he gets what she's saying but tells her to stop being so mean to Agumon. Keenan arrives and attacks them. The Data Squad are forced to run as Peckmon launches one attack after another. Gotsumon is right behind them and has brought with him a Mammothmon. Gotsumon cares little for Keenan or Peckmon's safety as he has Mammothmon cause an avalanche. At HQ, Megami and Mickey start to panic when they lose the other's signal. Samson tells the pair to do whatever they need to do in order to find them. He decides if he needs to go to the digital world to bring them back, then so be it. Samson is shocked to suddenly see Yushima walk up beside him. Marcus, Agumon and Gaomon are all okay, but Thomas and Yoshi are nowhere to be seen. Marcus tells Gaomon to look for the others whilst he and Agumon deal with Keenan and his Digimon partner. We get another flashback where little Yoshi is seen watching her sisters play the piano in front of a crowd. She doesn't believe that she'll ever be as good as her sisters, but her mother reassures her that she will. Little Yoshi gets on stage, but the pressure is too much for her and she starts to cry. In present day, Yoshi regains consciousness. Lalamon tells her that Thomas softened her landing with his own body. They're forced to hide when Gotsumon arrives and begins to seek them out. Lalamon is ready to fight, but Yoshi is hesitant to engage. Lalamon calls out that she doesn't sound anything like the Yoshi she knows. Yoshi cites that she isn't strong like Marcus or Thomas, as it's always been them who've stepped up to the plate, taking on any challenge in front of them. Poor Lalamon believes she's to blame for Yoshi's lack of confidence as she's not yet reached the next Digivolution level. She promises Yoshi that she will, so she needn't worry. Thomas and Lalamon continue to reassure Yoshi, but she tells them to stop. She voices how ever since she was a child she lacked talent, especially compared to her sisters, adding that she would always choke under pressure. Gotsumon locates them. With Thomas partnerless and injured, coupled with Yoshi's current mental state, Lalamon is forced to protect them all by herself. Gaomon arrives and attempts to help Lalamon, but she pleads with him to let her take this one and asks that he watch over Yoshi and Thomas. Marcus continues to fight with Keenan. He asks Keenan what his deal is, highlighting that he's human too, just like them. Keenan proclaims that he's a Digimon and that he hates all humans for killing his mother. Marcus tells him that he's sorry for his loss, but cites that they are not the ones at fault. Falcomon forces Keenan to retreat, whilst Gaomon and Thomas try to bring Yoshi back to her senses. They tell her that whether she feels capable or not, her partner needs her right now. Gaomon stresses to Yoshi that Lalamon has no chance of digivolving without her and implores her to remember the reason why she fights in the first place. Lalamon attempts to calm Mammothmon down by humming a soothing melody. The melody she plays reminds Yoshi of the encouraging words her mother gave her the night she stepped up on stage. She remembers how she actually did muster the courage in the end to play the piano in front of the audience. The song she played is part of the same melody which Lalamon is currently playing. It turns out shortly after little Yoshi played that song, Lalamon's Digi-Egg appeared before her and hatched. Lalamon explains to Yoshi that song she played is what helped her hatch, and that same song has now helped her incapacitate Mammothmon. Yoshi rushes over to her partner and apologizes. She promises to always be by Lalamon's side, just as Lalamon has always been by hers. Just as Lalamon tells Yoshi how she's not the only one that cares about her, Marcus and Agumon arrive, and Marcus immediately checks on her to see if she's okay. Yoshi, having regained her confidence, activates her full DNA charge, enabling Lalamon to warp Digivolve to her ultimate level.
Let's show them what a team of true friends can really do, Lalamon. Right! Let's do it! DNA! Full charge! Lalamon, let's Digivolve too!
Thomas and Gaomon are impressed at how Lilamon is simply toying with Mammothmon. Gotsumon is forced to flee after Lilamon defeats Mammothmon. The Data Squad reach the Infinite Ice Ridge, but must now figure out how to scale it. They're shocked to find Yushima there, who's fishing in the icy lake. Marcus asks him what he's doing there. Yushima says it's a secret and asks them to follow him as he knows how they can reach Marukimon. Yoshi and Thomas ask Marcus if they can trust the old man, to which he says they can. Seeing Keenan deep in thought, Marukimon asks him if he's alright. Marcus, revealing to him that he's human, has led Keenan to question his beliefs, yet he still maintains his hatred toward the humans. As Marcus and the others enter the icy cave, they're followed by some Sumamon. Gotsumon receives a report that the humans have entered the cave. Marukimon allows Keenan to go ahead to try and stop the humans. Marukimon tells Gotsumon that he believes fighting the humans is the only way for Keenan to release the Digi-Warrior within him. Yushima immediately recognizes Keenan. Marcus and Keenan engage in battle as Yushima calls for Keenan to stop. Keenan yells out to Gotsumon for help, but he's shocked when Gotsumon drops rocks upon him and Marcus. Gotsumon shouts out that he'll destroy everyone, including Keenan. Marcus saves Keenan from falling to his death, but both are left in a predicament as Marcus hangs onto the ledge for the both of them. Gotsumon holds the old man hostage and demands that Thomas and Yoshi throw aside their Digivices. Yushima, knowing that Marukimon is watching, asks for an audience with him, which Marukimon obliges. Falcomon is unable to help Marcus due to his injured arm. Marcus manages to muster the strength to drag himself and Keenan up. Keenan is visibly upset and confused as to why Gotsumon attacked him. As they continue to look for Yoshi and Thomas, they happen across their Digivices. Marcus and Agumon press forward without Falcomon and Keenan. Falcomon tries to get through to Keenan as he explains that these humans may not be bad like the ones that harmed their mother. This kid's anger toward humans is understandably hard to shake, but it's becoming more and more apparent that Keenan is starting to rethink his position in labeling all humans as evil. Yushima greets Marukimon and mentions that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. This makes Thomas realize that Yushima was one of the agents that was part of the expedition 10 years ago. The old man voices his surprise that Marukimon raised Keenan. Marukimon explains how Keenan is like a son he never had and how Keenan's presence helps him to appreciate the human world better. Yushima questions if that's the case, then why did Marukimon attack the human world? Marukimon orders him to be silent and reminds Yushima that it was the humans who attacked the Digimon first. Yushima brazenly argues that it wasn't the humans that attacked first and Marukimon knows it. He adds that conquering the digital world was never a goal of theirs. Marukimon tells Yushima that the humans broke the treaty between the two worlds through their recent unprovoked attacks, which permanently deleted thousands of Digimon. Marukimon recounts the devastatingly ruthless attacks. This revelation comes as a surprise to Yushima, who was under the impression that the treaty was broken by the Digimon first. Seeing to it that they are punished, Marukimon launches an attack toward Yushima and the others. Marcus enters the room and manages to land a clean hit on Marukimon. Marukimon immediately recognizes Marcus's DNA charge, and his suspicions are confirmed when Marcus announces himself as Spencer Damon's son. Marukimon is through with talking, so they're all left with no choice but to fight. Rise Greymon, Mach Gargomon and Lilamon take on the Mega Digimon. It quickly becomes apparent that they stand no chance against him. Marcus believes the way to win is to combine their power into one. Their combined attack manages to weaken Marukimon, while also opening the digital gate. Marukimon launches his next attack, causing all the Digimon to revert back to their rookie level. Before Marukimon can finish them off, Yushima steps forward and reveals his partner, Keimomon. He immediately has Keimomon digivolve to his champion level Guapomon, who goes on to create an opening for them to escape. The old man convinces Marcus that they need to escape as their Digimon have nothing left to give. Yushima hands over an unconscious Keenan to Marcus and Falcomon follows them through the gate. They manage to narrowly escape, but Yushima is forced to stay behind. Having returned to HQ with the others, Marcus worries about Yushima. Samson informs him that Yushima is none other than the Commander General who holds the highest rank within DATS. Samson explains that Yushima was well aware of the risks he took by staying behind in order for the rest of them to escape. Yushima was the leader of the very first expedition to the digital world and was also Samson's partner during his detective days. Marcus believes in that case they have all the more reason to go back and save him. Pudamon warns them that if they return to the digital world without a plan, they're doomed to fail. Marcus is taken away to get a physical examination. Falcomon asks what will become of he and Keenan. Yoshi and Samson tell him that he and Keenan will remain within HQ as their guests. As Thomas and Yoshi debrief Samson, Marcus attempts to return to the digital world but ends up damaging the digital dive. Thomas estimates that it will take at least 2 weeks to fix it. Samson decides to inform the trio about who Keenan actually is, but first he gives them some backstory. He explains how a decade ago people were mysteriously disappearing. In order to get to the bottom of it, the government formed a group which went on to become what is known today as DATS. Samson, Yushima, Spencer, Kurata, who was Spencer's assistant, and the Cryers, a married couple with expertise in space, formed a team tasked with getting to the bottom of the disappearances. Their investigation led them to discover the digital world. They soon realised that direct actions taking place in the human world were also affecting this digital world, so they decided to embark on an expedition. Soon after reaching the digital world, they were attacked. Spencer provided them all an opening to escape, but ever since that fateful day, Spencer has been missing. Samson informs Marcus and the others that the Cryers are Keenan's parents. He explains that the reason the Cryers joined the expedition was to find their son, who was pulled into one of the digital gates that they were researching at the time. Marcus tries to drag Keenan to see his parents. Initially Keenan refuses to go, but eventually relents when Marcus doesn't take no for an answer. Gotsumon's actions toward him in the digital world still weigh on Keenan's mind as he tries to figure out why Gotsumon turned against him. Back in the digital world, Marukimon is furious at the humans. He informs Gotsumon that the retrieval of Keenan and Falcomon is of the utmost importance. Gotsumon assures his master that he's got it covered, but in reality he has no intention of saving the pair. Yoshi drives Marcus, Keenan and Falcomon to see the Cryers. Not used to being in a moving vehicle, they have to pull over as Keenan starts to feel sick. Marcus offers Keenan and Falcomon some hot dogs, believing that the cause of Keenan's motion sickness was an empty stomach. When Marcus laments how kids are hard work, Yoshi says she knows all about that and looks directly at him. She asks Marcus why he's being so nice to Keenan. He says he's not and that he just wants the young boy to meet his parents, that's all. Yoshi receives comms that a Digimon has appeared near the area, and HQ picks up on multiple Digimon signatures. Gotsumon enters the human world along with 3 Akuamon. Gotsumon informs them that he has come to teach the traitors a lesson. Yoshi has Lalamon warp Digivolve to Lilamon, who helps Marcus get in range to activate his DNA charge. GeoGreymon manages to briefly hold one of the Akuamon in place so that Marcus can land a punch. Gotsumon, riding on top of one of the Akuamon, goes straight after Keenan. Falcomon pleads with him to stop, but Gotsumon is adamant that Keenan is the one to blame for everything bad that has happened to the digital world. Falcomon is hurled out of the way, and just as Keenan is about to be hit, Marcus rushes in and saves him. Lilamon and Rise Greymon easily take out 2 of the Akuamon, which forces Gotsumon to retreat. Falcomon pleads with Gotsumon to take them with him to the digital world. Gotsumon refuses to, citing none of the Digimon want Keenan, a human, to return to the digital world. They reach the Crier's estate, but no one answers the door. They hear a sound coming from the rear, so they decide to go check it out. They see Keenan's mom, Michelle, tending to a little girl, which confirms that his parents had another child. As Keenan runs off, his father, Kevin, catches a glimpse of him. Kevin asks Marcus if he's from DATS. He tells Marcus that Samson has already informed him that Keenan has returned. Kevin says he's happy to know that Keenan is safe, but shows no interest in actually meeting his son and even asks them to leave. He explains how he felt immense guilt for losing his little boy and how all they were able to retrieve from the digital world was Keenan's toy robot. He adds how for many years his wife was inconsolable. It was only until they were able to conceive another child that he got his wife back. So he pleads with Marcus to leave as he worries Michelle will suffer another breakdown if she sees Keenan, who will remind her of the overwhelming guilt and sorrow she felt. Marcus is furious and condemns Keenan's father for refusing to even meet his son. Falcomon tries his best to convince Keenan to see Michelle. Keenan knows the woman he saw earlier is his mother, but he still denounces her as he cites he already had a mother who loved him unconditionally and her name was Frigimon. Keenan is unable to move on from his grief, which is understandable given the way Frigimon was murdered. After Marcus and the others leave, Kevin starts to feel guilty for not meeting with his son. Michelle enters the room with their daughter Ruka. Suddenly, the digital gate reopens within their home, which is where they conduct their research. Michelle immediately gets her hopes up, thinking Keenan will return to them, but from the gate emerges Hagurumon. Hagurumon attacks them and then merges himself with Keenan's toy robot. As the Criers attempt to escape, Hagurumon grabs hold of Michelle. She passes Ruka over to Kevin before she's pulled back into the house. Marcus and Yoshi receive word from Samson that a Digimon has appeared in the Criers' home. As they make their way there, Keenan and Falcomon have already arrived. Falcomon realizes that Hagurumon is the one attacking the Criers and deduces that Gotsumon must be behind this. Having merged with the toy robot, Hagurumon falls under the influence of Keenan's memories, which were stored within the toy itself. Hagurumon calls out to Michelle and refers to her as mother. Thomas, who's still at HQ, calls Yoshi to remind her of his theory regarding the connection between Digimon and strong human emotion. Marcus tells Keenan that the thing he's fighting is his toy robot that he played with when he was an infant. Marcus tells Keenan that Hagurumon is acting out the feelings he has harbored inside for so long. Kevin believes that the robot stored up Keenan's emotions when he got lost in the digital world. Marcus reminds him that he cannot simply forget his mother and says that they should go save her. Marcus charges at the robot and activates his DNA charge. Rise Greymon is able to easily overpower the robot but is unable to land the finishing blow without harming Michelle. Marcus implores Keenan to save her. With Falcomon's help, Keenan is able to get Michelle out, which gives Rise Greymon an opening to finish off Hagurumon. Michelle immediately recognizes her son and rushes over to hug him. Her warm embrace reminds him of Frigimon. Director Hashima appears, stating that he's placing Kevin under arrest for breaking the terms of his cease and desist order. Hashima claims that Kevin intended to open the digital gate as he continued his illegal research. Michelle steps forward and defends her husband, stating that he's innocent. Hashima decides to be petty by having Michelle arrested. As they begin to take her away, Keenan tells them to stop. He places himself in the firing line by stating that he opened the digital gate in order to destroy all humans. Hashima is shocked to see that Keenan has returned. In order to save his parents, Keenan states that he identifies as a Digimon now. Hashima immediately orders his arrest. Falcomon creates a smokescreen enabling him and Keenan to escape. Believing she has lost her son again, Michelle collapses. Gotsumon reports back to Marukimon and tells him that Keenan has betrayed them, recommending to his master that he destroy the human world. Marukimon silences the little weasel and states that they haven't reached that point yet, reminding Gotsumon that attacking the human world will endanger the digital world. Saber Leomon appears and asks Marukimon if he's scared, expressing his disgust at Marukimon for uttering such weak words. Saber Leomon announces that he's come to discipline Marukimon for allowing the digital world to fall into disarray. He asks Marukimon to stop allowing the humans to walk all over him and insists that he must join him and his comrades in their plight to destroy the humans. He threatens Marukimon, stating that if he doesn't align himself with them, they'll overthrow him. Marukimon takes offense to this, declaring that he will deal with the humans his way and then deal with Saber Leomon and his allies for their treacherous ways. Saber Leomon, out of respect, decides to leave, expressing that he would rather not fight his friend. Before leaving, Saber Leomon reiterates that he'll be forced to overthrow Marukimon should he get in his way. Yoshi and Marcus help Keenan evade Hashima's men. Gotsumon sucks up to Saber Leomon and offers to provide his intel on the human world and act as a guide. Samson is initially furious when Keenan is brought back to HQ, but he decides to let them off the hook. The commander advises that there's no way to keep Keenan safe at HQ, as it's one of the places the director will go looking for him. Marcus decides it would be best for Keenan to lay low at his house, but Keenan and Falcomon have already left. Keenan asks Falcomon to return to the digital world while he still can. When Falcomon refuses to leave his side, Keenan runs off. Falcomon and the rest of the Data Squad search for Keenan. Marcus receives an alert that numerous Digimon signatures have appeared nearby. Several Terrormon scour the skies while a horde of Ballmon rampage across the streets. Megumi and Mickey report that over 3,000 Digimon have entered the human world. Samson stresses to Marcus, Yoshi and Thomas that they must destroy all the incoming Digimon with one hit to minimize potential damage to the city. The trio's ultimate level Digimon struggle to keep up with the sheer volume of incoming attacks. Hashima arrives at HQ while the battle on the outside continues. As the Digimon partners are otherwise occupied, the trio is left open to attack. Just as they're about to be blasted, Megumi and Mickey come in clutch by having their Ponchessmon protect them. The pair has their Ponchessmon digivolve to their champion level Night Chessmon. Gotsumon declares a temporary ceasefire for 1 hour, agreeing to completely withdraw his troops, providing that they destroy all the machines which give them access to the digital world, along with any intel they have. Gotsumon throws a spanner in the works when he also demands they hand Keenan over. Hashima agrees to the terms, which Marcus and the others vehemently oppose. Samson reluctantly informs the trio that they cannot overturn a government decision even if they disagree with the ethics of it. Keenan shows up and asks Gotsumon to stop. He even offers to surrender himself over. Marcus pleads with Keenan to stay with them where they belong, but Keenan is resolved to leave because he believes that his arrival to the human world has brought nothing but pain to it. Falcomon arrives and protects Keenan. Falcomon tells Keenan that as his best friend he'll stay by his side. Falcomon then digivolves to his champion level and the pair get ready for battle. The fight resumes, but the hero's Digimon are soon overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attacks coming their way. A mysterious man in a lab coat is seen watching from afar. The man asks himself whether or not he should intervene, as he proudly admits that he was the one who created this issue in the first place. He opens a massive digital gate in the sky, which pulls in Gotsumon and his troops. Marcus and the others return to HQ. Megumi is seen leaving food outside of Keenan's door as he refuses to come out. Kudamon expresses amazement that a digital gate was opened. As they all speculate as to who opened it, the man responsible shows up in HQ. The man is none other than Kurata, who used to be Spencer's assistant. Kurata attempts to show himself to be well-meaning, as he seems excited to have finally met Agumon and even congratulates him on reaching his ultimate level. Hashima explains how Kurata was Spencer Damon's assistant and is the one who saved them earlier. Kudamon thanks Kurata, but assumes he wants something in return. Kurata says he'd love to see Keenan, as he's fascinated to know more about Keenan's upbringing in the digital world. Through the monitors, they see Keenan trying to leave. Marcus tells the commander that he wants to take Keenan under his wing and suggests that Keenan should stay with him. Samson backs Marcus and tells his boss that Keenan is their responsibility, so they'll decide where he stays. Christy is introduced to Keenan, But Falcomon remains hidden, given the first time Christie met him was when he attacked them. Believing it to be Agumon, she removes the bag on Falcomon's head. Instead of being freaked out, she immediately runs a bath for their smelly asses, and Agumon decides to join them. At the dinner table, Keenan and Falcomon are shocked to see how ferociously both Marcus and Agumon eat. The moment Keenan and Falcomon take a bite, they too start eating like a bunch of savages. They then play a traditional Japanese board game, which is similar to Jenga, in that the first to topple the pile of wood pieces loses. After losing, Keenan is forced to take a flick on the forehead. As the boys have a pillow fight, Sarah and Christy discuss how nice it is for a change to have so many people in the house. Gotsumon reports back to Saber Leomon, who reminds him about the worst day ever to befall the digital world. He explains how a gust of energy which came from the human world formed into a typhoon that ripped through the digital world, killing a massive portion of the populace. He tells Gotsumon that he doesn't need weaklings like him to exact his revenge upon the humans. The following morning, Keenan starts to hallucinate and sees Frigimon. When he goes to embrace her, it turns out to be Sarah, causing him to panic and attempt to leave. Marcus receives a report that Saber Leomon has entered the human world. Keenan still believes that handing himself over will stop the fighting. Marcus tells Keenan that he did nothing wrong and asks Keenan to place his trust in him to resolve the matter. Ignorant to the history, Marcus believes that they have to fight because Digimon like Saber Leomon will not stop attacking them. Mach Gagumon and Lilamon take on the Mega, but to no surprise, they're completely outclassed. Marcus manages to get a clean hit on Saber Leomon, but Saber Leomon doesn't flinch one bit. The three Ultimates launch a collective attack which has no effect. Keenan arrives at the battlefield and demands that Saber Leomon stop. Saber Leomon attempts to swat Keenan aside, but Falcomon manages to save him. Marcus orders Rise Greymon to stand, but he's unable to. Suddenly, a purple unknown Digimon appears and launches a beam at Saber Leomon, which completely freezes him. The purple Digimon then disappears, and with Saber Leomon now completely immobile and defenseless, Marcus lands another punch, but this time he manages to break one of Saber Leomon's fangs. Rise Greymon is inspired by Marcus and gains a temporary power boost which enables him to destroy Saber Leomon. Marcus tells Keenan that it's time they go home. This marks the first time that Keenan accepts Marcus's kind gesture without arguing, and it's evident that Marcus is starting to assume the role of his big brother. They see Saber Leomon's Digi-Egg emit electricity. To their horror, the Digi-Egg completely disintegrates before their eyes. Initially, Saber Leomon was shown to be an antagonistic figure, and he indeed was, but knowing the truth about what the humans did, I can't help but feel bad for him. Kurata arrives and asks them what the name of that Mega Digimon was. With a hint of admiration, Kurata cites how powerful Saber Leomon was, as their ultimate level Digimon were unable to make a dent until that purple Digimon came along. He adds how he believes Digimon are dangerous, and given their destructive capabilities, they should deal with them accordingly. This statement of Kurata's immediately raises Thomas's suspicion. Marcus and Keenan return home and enjoy a freshly cooked meal. As he bathes, Keenan asks Marcus if it's okay for him to stay. Marcus tells him that they're all glad he's with them. Keenan is next seen deep in thought, pondering on one of his last conversations with Saber Leomon, in which Saber Leomon asked him how he as a human could ever understand what it's like to be a Digimon. At HQ, the others wonder about that purple Digimon and who sent it. Kurata arrives and confirms that the digital dive is now fixed. Samson states that he'll be transporting Kurata and his men to the digital world on orders from the director, who he cites is furious that the recent entry of Digimon has started to make front page news. We get a brief flashback in which we see Hashima ordering Samson to send the Data Squad to the digital world in order to eliminate the Digimon problem once and for all. Samson pleads with his boss to let them undertake one more expedition to the digital world to gather more intel so they can approach the battle against Marukimon in a more tactical manner. Samson adds that if they walk into battle now, they'll stand no chance against the guardian of the digital world. Samson has his back up against the wall, as Hashima refuses to listen and demands that they attack at once. Kurata, who was overhearing the entire conversation, makes the suggestion that they send him in to negotiate another treaty with Marukimon. Hashima doesn't believe it's possible because he thinks that Digimon lack the reasoning capabilities of humans, so they'll not take to any negotiating. Kurata calls out the director's ignorance, as his prejudice toward Digimon has made him blind to the fact that Digimon are incredibly intelligent beings. Kurata manages to convince the director to get behind his idea after citing that his approach will be a peaceful one, which in turn, Hashima will be lauded for. In the present time, Kurata tells Marcus and the others that he's now in charge and they are to follow his instruction for the mission to be a success. Marcus and Agumon are not having it, but Yoshi voices what harm will there be to try a non-combative approach which Kurata is suggesting. Thomas, who's still very skeptical about Kurata, deliberately stalls the mission when he says that he'll need at least one more day to get everything they need ready for the next dive. Kurata only makes Thomas more suspicious by his reaction. He tells Thomas well played, and cites how he believes that Thomas has a bright future ahead of him. Seeing Thomas turn white as a ghost, Gaomon asks him if he's okay. Thomas approaches the commander and voices his suspicion regarding how insistent Kurata is being on carrying out this mission. Samson shares his suspicion, but even he hasn't figured out Kurata's true motives yet. Having returned home, Marcus tells everyone that he's going to the digital world. Keenan pleads with Marcus not to go, emphasizing Murukimon's deep-seated hatred toward humans, which suggests there will be no peaceful resolution on the table. Marcus suggests Keenan stay behind, prompting Keenan to express his natural desire to go. However, Marcus offers him food for thought by asking him if he'd be able to choose a side if it came down to it. Murukimon shares with Gotsumon how he can't get the human who punched him out of his mind, elaborating that Marcus's punch shook his beliefs, leading him to wonder if not all humans are bad. Gotsumon stresses to Murukimon that humans and Digimon cannot coexist, so urges him to destroy the humans. Their conversation is cut short as Murukimon senses the humans fast approaching the digital world, noting an evident bloodlust coming from their direction. Gotsumon rushes ahead to act as the first line of defense as Kurata, his men and the Data Squad enter the digital world. At the Damon residence, Sarah looks for Keenan as he hasn't eaten all day. Falcomon informs her that Keenan's not hungry and then approaches Keenan, who's in the middle of an existential crisis. Keenan shares that although he now accepts the reality that he is human, he can't shake the feeling in his heart that he's a Digimon. Gotsumon asks the Data Squad to stop where they are. Kurata tells Gotsumon that they've not come to fight and would like to discuss a peaceful resolution. Gotsumon calls upon Zudomon, causing Kurata to panic and order his men to protect him. Marcus, without a plan as usual, tries to bomb rush Zudomon, but is thrown aside along with Agumon. When Mock Agumon is easily overpowered by Zudomon, Lilamon joins the battle. By working together, Lilamon and Mock Agumon defeat Zudomon. Gotsumon claims it was just a taste of what they're in for and proceeds to digivolve himself to his ultimate level. Back in the human world, Sarah finds Keenan and Falcomon on the rooftop and decides to join them. She remarks how alike he and Marcus are, noting that her son also goes to the rooftop when he has something on his mind. Marcus manages to land a punch on Meteormon, allowing Rise Greymon to join the fight, making it a 3-on-1 battle, or 4-on-1 if Marcus is included too. Meteormon's small size and speed proves to be an issue for the partner Digimon, as they fail to land a single strike. Keenan confides in Sarah that he's struggling with his identity. She advises him to take his time as the answer he seeks will eventually come to him. Marcus comes up with an idea that the opportune window to attack Meteormon is when he comes near to attack them. Marcus's idea essentially involves take one to give one, which isn't a bad strategy as the partner Digimon have already proven they can tank Meteormon's hits. His plan works as Rise Greymon is able to grab hold of Meteormon. Working together, the partner Digimon manage to subdue Meteormon and Rise Greymon finishes them off. Keenan decides to pay HQ a visit and asks the commander to send him back to the digital world. Marcus and the others confront Murukimon. With Marcus still wanting to settle the score, he challenges him to a fight. In a flashback, Frigimon is seen strolling in the woods when she hears a baby crying. She finds Keenan in his crib and her maternal instincts immediately take over as she embraces him, putting the infant at ease. As the digital gate near Keenan starts to close, his parents can be heard calling out to him. With no way to return him, Frigimon decides to take care of Keenan. In present day, Murukimon tells Keenan that he always knew he was human. Marcus tells Murukimon that knowing this doesn't give him the right to go after the boy. A confused Murukimon asks Marcus what he's talking about. Marcus informs him how Gotsumon wreaked havoc on the human world in his attempts to chase down Keenan and Falcomon. Murukimon vindicates himself, stating that if Gotsumon acted independently, it was not on his orders. He explains that some Digimon harbour such hatred toward humans similar to Gotsumon and may act out on their own accord. Keenan, having once held prejudice against humans himself, acknowledges how Marcus and the others showed him that not all humans are bad and that humans and Digimon can become friends. Kurata finally reveals his true colours, shedding his facade of timidity and diplomacy. He dismisses Keenan's beliefs, portraying Digimon as monsters seeking only to destroy mankind. Marukimon recalls the past events when humans first launched their assault on the digital world. He expresses regret for allowing Marcus to get close to him, as he cites Marcus brought the wolf into his home. Confused by Marukimon's statement, Marcus asks for clarification. Marukimon reveals a horrific truth. Kurata led the attack that forever changed the digital world and was responsible for killing Frigimon. In the same flashback we saw earlier, Marukimon approaches Gotsumon and Frigimon, intending to eliminate the child as humans and Digimon were never meant to interact. She refuses to hand Keenan over as she believes the baby came to her for a reason. Seeing how nurturing Frigimon is toward the child, Marukimon recalls something he had heard before, which is the human concept of motherhood, specifically how mothers are known to protect their child even if it means harm may come to themselves. He asks Frigimon if she has decided to be the child's mother, which she confirms she has. Marukimon explains to the others how Frigimon loved Keenan unconditionally, and how Kurata ripped Keenan from Frigimon when he mercilessly killed her. Kurata tells the others to dismiss anything the monster in front of them is saying. He says that if they're going to feel sorry for anyone, they should feel sorry for him. Thomas demands that Kurata explain himself. Kurata explains that when he, Spencer, Samson and Yushima first came to the digital world, they were full of optimism and openness. In a flashback we see what transpired during the first expedition. Kurata can be heard screaming in fear. Spencer rushes over to Kurata and sees him with his weapon pointed at a Lynxmon, which only further provokes it to lunge at him. Spencer is able to protect Kurata, but he inadvertently throws Lynxmon off the mountain edge, causing it to fall into the water beneath them. Spencer berates Kurata for provoking the Digimon by shouting at it in the first place. Kurata says he did so as he was sure the monster would attack him regardless. Kurata, being the spineless coward he is, tries to justify his actions as self-defense. Lynxmon adapts to its environment and Slide evolves into Ikakumon, which forces Spencer and Kurata to run. Kurata cites how from that very moment they were forced to run for the remainder of their time in the digital world. They tried to take refuge in a cave, but that cave also happened to be Saber Leomon's lair. Saber Leomon immediately attacks them for trespassing. Kurata pulls out an untested space oscillation device, intending to use it to get them home. Spencer tells Kurata that he mustn't activate it as it's not yet been tested. Kurata, completely overcome by fear, fails to heed Spencer's warning. He activates the device which opens a digital gate, and with Spencer's help, they just about manage to escape. Saber Leomon condemns Kurata for his cowardly actions and for leaving the battle while Spencer stayed behind. Spencer is shown to have exceptional power. Just like Marcus, he's able to manifest his DNA charge into his physical attacks. But Spencer, unlike Marcus, is able to go toe-to-toe with Saber Leomon. When Spencer gains the upper hand, Marukimon steps forward and challenges him to a one-on-one battle. Marcus is brimming with pride, knowing his father was able to single-handedly go toe-to-toe with mega-level Digimon. Marukimon reiterates how powerful Spencer indeed was, and how he never gave up. We get to see the conclusion of Marukimon and Spencer's battle, in which both were evenly matched, so they decided to talk it out instead. Spencer explained to Marukimon that they came to the digital world in search of an infant named Keenan. Having gained Marukimon's respect and trust, Spencer is told that Keenan is under the care of Frigimon. Spencer was delighted to hear that Keenan was safe, and he even shared with Marukimon that he has 2 children of his own. Marukimon sensed that Spencer was a sincere person with a kindred heart, so he told Spencer to meet with King Drazel, who rules over the entire digital world. He had full faith that Spencer would be able to convince the digital world's ruler that humans and Digimon can indeed coexist. Spencer asks Marukimon how he can find the king. Marukimon tells him that the ruler of the digital world is omnipresent, being both nowhere and everywhere at the same time. He adds that Spencer must traverse the digital world to seek out the ruler, and tells him that he will sense when King Drazel is near. Before Spencer leaves, Marukimon acknowledges that he's not to blame for the digital gate being opened. Spencer thanks Marukimon for his trust and assures him that he'll forge peace between the 2 worlds. Kurata doesn't believe a word of it, and so attempts to manipulate the others by citing that Spencer was never seen again since that day. Marcus believes Marukimon. and Samson, who manages to maintain contact with them via remote transmission, confirms that Spencer is indeed still alive, as his digital signature is still transmitting from within the digital world. Samson adds that Spencer was also the one who created the Digivices. Thomas realizes that Digimon like Kudamon and Kamamon have been helping them maintain equilibrium between the two worlds by aiding in returning rogue Digimon back to the digital world, and he highlights how they've been doing this before DAT was even official. Marukimon tells them that he continued to guard the Digigate to this day, and by doing so, a treaty organically formed between he and the humans, a sort of unspoken agreement that both sides will continue to do their part in maintaining the balance between the two worlds. The treaty remained intact for a period of time. That was until the unprovoked attack led by Kurata. A few years after his first expedition, Kurata returned to the digital world along with his men. They began with burning the forest. This led Marukimon to believe that Spencer had betrayed him. In the flashback, Kurata is shown to have crossed paths with a group of Deputymon. He has his men use the proprietary Digivices he provided them to call out numerous Gizamon AT, which are artificial Digimon that Kurata created with the sole purpose of permanently deleting Digimon and capturing their data. This was the same type of Digimon he used to permanently delete Saber Leomon. He had his men order the Gizamon AT to vaporize the Deputymon. Gotsumon pleads with Frigimon to run with him as the humans have come to destroy their world. Suddenly, a group of Gizamon materializes before them. Gotsumon, being the coward he is, runs away, leaving Frigimon behind. It's a good time to pause to explain the differences between the various Gizamon variants in terms of their power levels. They technically do have levels like traditional Digimon, but they're not a one-to-one representation in terms of power scaling. A relatively accurate way to gauge each variant is to view them as follows. The standard Gizamon is rookie level, and the AT variant is champion level. There is one final version which we'll see later on, which is Gizamon's ultimate level. Now, as I said, they're not a one-to-one match with real Digimon, as each type of Gizamon, even the base form, all share the same lethal capabilities, so even the baseline Gizamon can delete a mega level Digimon. In essence, all Digimon have the ability to be reborn, but Kurata figured out a way to create weapons which effectively removes the restart function each Digimon is born with. Also, in terms of raw power, each level of Gizamon is in fact 1 or 2 levels higher than a real Digimon. That means, for example, a Gizamon AT, which is considered a champion level Digimon, can easily overpower a real Digimon which is at ultimate level. This is how the Gizamon are depicted in the English dub. If it differs in the original, you can let us know in the comments below. When Frigimon spots Keenan and Falcomon walking toward her, she rushes over to them, but is unfortunately hit by Gizamon's death beam. Kurata receives comms that several Digimon are giving the first platoon some trouble over in the western quarter. He orders his men to send in the second platoon and teach them a lesson. He voices to himself how these Digimon are a danger to the human race, and so must be terminated. Marukimon arrives and destroys the numerous Gizamon AT that are behind Kurata. Kurata runs for his life and narrowly manages to escape Marukimon's wrath by opening a digital gate. The next scene is a gut-wrenching one, as Keenan and Falcomon struggle to get their mum to her feet. She asks them to leave her behind and save themselves. She tells Keenan that even though it's a dark day, one that he will never forget, she makes him promise to never lose his kind spirit or hate the humans. Before Frigimon is able to finish what she's saying, she disintegrates before their eyes. Gotsumon returns, and the first thing he says to Falcomon is that Keenan was the one who brought all the destruction to the digital world. Marukimon arrives too. Having heard Gotsumon, he states that even if Keenan left, it would not bring Frigimon back. He reminds Gotsumon how much she loved Keenan, so for that reason, he will live in the forest where he and Falcomon were raised by her. In the present day, Marukimon tells Keenan that Kurata was the one responsible for Frigimon's death. Kurata shows zero remorse and only doubles down on justifying his actions by stating that he had to destroy the enemy before the enemy destroyed them. Yoshi tells Kurata that he created the very enemy he was trying to stop. Thomas voices his frustration that all the Digimon who have harbored animosity toward humans and those that seek retribution against them was all because of Kurata. Kurata is offended that they, who he deems neophytes, dare to berate him. He calls them hypocrites, given how many Digimon they destroyed since they joined DATS. He fails to realise that the reason they had to fight in the first place was twofold. First, due to the gate he opened, and second, because of the provocation he committed against the Digimon in the first place. Also, when the Data Squad defeated Digimon, they didn't permanently delete them, minus of course Saber Leomon, but that again was ultimately Kurata's doing. Marcus calls Kurata the lowest scum of the earth. While everyone is distracted, Kurata orders a Gizamon AT to launch his death beam at Marukimon. By this point, even Agumon has had enough, as he says that he's never been so angry at someone in his entire life. Kurata is indeed the scum of the earth, as he simply laughs and even threatens the partner Digimon. Kurata shares his master plan, which is to exterminate all Digimon. He adds how his encounter with Lynxmon only proved his thesis, that Digimon instinctively attack humans upon first encounter. While he acknowledges some Digimon do a better job controlling this impulse, he believes that they too will eventually succumb to their predatory nature. Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi tell him that he's wrong, and how the relationship they have with their partner Digimon is proof of this. Kurata orders Gizamon AT to protect him from Marcus. Upon activating his DNA charge, Marcus has Rise Greymon take on Gizamon AT. Unfortunately, AT makes easy work of Rise Greymon. Mark Gaugamon and Lilamon are next up, but they too are just as easily defeated. The Data Squad wonder why Lilamon's attack, which is designed to paralyze the heart, had no effect on Gizamon AT. Kurata explains how he created the Gizamon without consciousness. He states that they simply obey his orders like a machine would. He also shares that his Frankenstein creation is made up of the captured data of the Digimon he destroyed. He offers them a deal. He says he'll spare their Digimon if they join him and do his bidding. He adds that even if they do try to out him, Director Hashima will never believe them. Yoshi and the others refuse to bend the knee. Marukimon's in terrible shape. He tells Keenan that he can feel his data slowly being erased. Realizing that his death is only a matter of time now, he implores Keenan to listen to him. Marukimon tells Keenan that he's always had his doubts as to which world would be best for Keenan. He wondered if Keenan's humanity would be reawakened if he ever came across another human. He cites that he no longer has any doubt, as he believes that Keenan will not need to choose between the two worlds, but in fact, like Spencer Damon had aspired to, he now believes that Keenan will inherit both worlds by bringing humans and Digimon together so that they'll all live together in peace. He reveals it was Spencer who gave him Keenan's Digivice, as Spencer believed that Keenan will need it someday. Marukimon adds that Spencer was the one who invented the Digivices as a tool to help forge lasting bonds with Digimon. Falcomon asks Keenan to recall Frigimon's final words, whilst Marukimon apologizes to Keenan for all of his shortcomings and for failing to come through on his promise to Spencer and Frigimon. The partner Digimon continue to valiantly fight Gizamon AT, but the gap is too wide. Kurata becomes frustrated with Marcus for his hard-headedness, just like his father. He voices his frustration that 10 years ago Spencer failed to listen to his advice, that they must destroy all Digimon, and now look where that's got him. Marcus tells Kurata a hard truth, as he echoes his father's sentiment that Kurata is nothing but a coward, controlled by his own fear and insecurity. Offended, Kurata decides that he'll kill them all, adding that he'll make up a lie that they perished in a horrible accident. He orders Gizamon AT to digivolve. Standing before them now is Gizamon XT, an ultimate level Digimon. Things are extremely bleak now, given that they couldn't lay a dent earlier. Thomas and Yoshi are both stunned by XT's raw power, but Marcus remains focused and stresses to them that they must combine their attacks into one. The sheer power of the combined attack manages to push Gizamon XT back, but it emerges relatively unscathed. Alongside the partner Digimon, Marcus rushes forward. Marukimon, knowing this is not a fight Marcus can win, musters all his strength to step forward in order to save everyone. Keenan pleads with Marukimon not to leave him, and tells him that he now understands what Frigimon was trying to tell him, yet he still has decided to hate the humans for all the horrors they inflicted upon the digital world. Marukimon points Keenan to look at Marcus, who's in the heat of battle. Whilst acknowledging Marcus is not perfect, Marukimon highlights to Keenan that people like Spencer and Marcus are not evil, and if he chooses to continue this path of hating humans, then that means he hates Marcus too. Keenan recounts all the kindness Marcus showed him, and acknowledges everything Marcus as well as Thomas, Yoshi and Sarah have done for him. Marukimon then points to Kurata, and describes him as a prime example of how hate in one's heart only breeds despair and destruction. Marukimon wishes for Keenan to live as a human with the heart of a Digimon. After bidding Keenan farewell, Marukimon goes to save the others. Even though he's mortally wounded and only able to access a fraction of his power, Marukimon is able to completely overwhelm Gizamon XT. Marcus asks why he helped them. Marukimon states his belief that humans and Digimon can live together peacefully. This statement constitutes blasphemy as far as Kurata is concerned. It turns out that XT was down but not out for the count. Kurata orders XT to launch another death beam at Marukimon. In his final moments, Marukimon tells Keenan to stay strong, while Kurata can be heard cackling at the idea that humans and Digimon can live in peace. Hearing Kurata slander Marukimon, Keenan and Falcomon resolve to exact their revenge. Keenan activates his full DNA charge, which enables Falcomon to warp Digivolve to his ultimate level.
Revenge time, Falcomon!
We've toyed around enough. It's time to end this. Prepare to destroy everyone!
Piranha!
Huh? Keenan? The boy?
This is for Marukimon! DNA!
Pokemon Digimon 2! Pokemon! Pokemon Digimon 2!
Kurata makes a rookie mistake by underestimating Chromon. With his newfound power, Chromon is able to defeat the weakened Gizamon XT. Kurata deploys a space oscillation device in order to escape. Marcus asks Keenan if he's okay. Keenan says he's fine and that he will now live the life Marukimon wanted for him. Having returned to the human world, Kurata dismisses the defeat of his Gizamon XT, given he has tons more at his disposal. Marcus and the others return to HQ to find it empty. Kashima and his men approach them. The director cites he received a tip that they are in cahoots with the Digimon. Knowing this is Kurata's doing, they demand to see Samson. Kashima says that's not possible, as Samson has already been arrested for high treason, and effective immediately, he tells them that they're all fired. Kurata, being the slimeball he is, makes an appearance and tells them that this all could have been avoided if they just listened to him. Agumon and the others are forced to helplessly watch on as Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi have their memories erased. Marcus wakes up on a bench with no idea as to why he's there. The partner Digimon, including Kudamon and the Ponchesmon, have all been imprisoned. Galmon realizes that Kudamon knew all along that Kurata was up to no good. Kudamon informs them that the series of events which unfolded since Kurata's appearance are what raised his and Samson's suspicion. When Falcomon cites he doesn't get what the deal is with the humans, Kudamon explains the complicated nature of the conflict which began when Kurata used his untested oscillation device that ended up disrupting the delicate barrier between the two worlds. Kudamon partnered with Samson to help maintain peace between the two worlds, and over time they recruited members who, like they did, also formed a bond with their own Digimon partners. Kudamon voices his disappointment in how Kurata has started to destroy all their hardware. Galmon cites his sadness that their partners will no longer remember them. Marcus, Yoshi and Thomas have returned to everyday life, yet due to the strong bonds they forged with their Digimon partners, the memories they once shared begin to return in a fragmented manner, and this is all being helped by the environment around them. Marcus looks out the class window into the area where he and Geogreymon had fought together. Yoshi sees a news announcement where Hashima informs the public that Kurata, who's the newly appointed Director of National Security, has declared martial law due to the recent monster attacks. Thomas's butler serves him tea but brings out 2 cups. He asks his butler why he brought out 2 cups. The poor guy, who's also had his memories wiped, is unable to recall why. Agumon's had enough of moping around. He tells the others that he doesn't care if Dats has been dismantled, because Marcus still needs him for other things. He recounts their journey together and resolves to break out to find Marcus, as he believes if Marcus sees him, his memories will come back. The others are inspired to do the same after recounting their own journey. Kudamon asks if they're sure they want to go through with it, because once they break out they'll be considered traitors. Agumon says that being on the run is worth it if it means he'll be reunited with Marcus. With everyone on board, Agumon sets off the fire alarm. Kurata's men arrive to find the area covered in smoke. When they open the door, Lalamon puts them to sleep. Kudamon tells Agumon, Galmon and Lalamon to go ahead and find their partners, whilst he, Falcomon and the Ponchesmon find Keenan, Mickey and Megumi, who have all been imprisoned within HQ. After locating and freeing them, Kudamon tells the girls to lead Kurata out of the building, whilst he looks for Samson. Keenan refuses to leave as he wants to exact his revenge upon Kurata, so the girls are forced to follow him. Keenan finds Kurata, but spots 3 menacing pair of eyes behind him. Keenan has Chromon launch an attack directly toward Kurata, but the attack is blocked by one of the Digimon behind the maniacal scientist. Chromon is swiftly defeated by a single strike. Galmon and Lalamon manage to find their partners. Marcus is seen at home, struggling to finish all the fried eggs Sarah made. Christy asks her mum why she made so much. Just like Thomas's butler, she is unable to recall why. Agumon shows up and casually greets everyone. He then nonchalantly goes over to the table and starts eating the fried eggs. Seeing Agumon causes the 3 to suffer from a migraine. Although his name is familiar to them, it's not enough to bring back Marcus's memory. Agumon takes Marcus back to the place they first met and fought one another, in the hopes that his memory will return. Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi's migraines start to worsen as their Digimon apply more pressure on them to recall their memories. Due to the pain, Marcus lashes out at Agumon. He tells Agumon that he never wants to see his face again. In a last-ditch attempt, a tearful Agumon punches Marcus in the face. It actually works, as Marcus's memories come flooding back to him, and the 2 of them embrace. Kurata, who's been tracking Marcus, sends a Gizamon after him. Lilamon and Gargumon save the pair. Kurata is shocked to see Thomas and Yoshi arrive, as he sent a Gizamon after each of them too. He realizes that not only have they reacquired their memories, but they also appear to have gained a power boost in the process. Rise Greymon joins the battle. Working together, the 3 ultimate level Digimon destroy Gizamon. They rush back to HQ in order to apprehend Kurata. They spot Keenan running toward them. He yells for them to turn back as Kurata blows up HQ. Kurata appears before them and rubs it in their faces. Before Marcus can attack him, the coward escapes to the digital world. The Data Squad take refuge at the Damon residence. Keenan and the girls tell the others that they believe the Digimon they faced in HQ is a new and even more powerful variant of Gizamon. Marcus voices that they must go after Kurata by returning to the digital world. Yoshi reminds him that the digital dive was also destroyed along with HQ. Samson shows up with Kudamon. He informs them that there is another way they can enter the digital world, but that hope lies with one man. Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi infiltrate the hotel in which Keenan's parents are being detained. The man they must place their hopes in is none other than Kevin Cryer, who agrees to help them, providing they follow through with Michelle's request to bring Keenan back to them. The trio deduce that the Cryers were locked up intentionally so that Kurata can make use of their vast knowledge on opening digital gates. The partner Digimon help them to break out of the building. Having successfully retrieved the Cryers, they waste no time in jumping inside their van. They immediately find themselves being chased by 2 black vehicles. Things aren't looking good. That is until both vehicles are destroyed. Marcus and the others have no time to think about who or what helped them. The Digimon who helped them was Repamon, which is Kudamon's champion level. The silhouette of 2 individuals, a man and a woman, can be seen on a rooftop observing Samson and Kudamon. Keenan tells Falcomon that he's concerned for his parents. Michelle arrives with the others and immediately hugs Keenan. She pleads with him to stop this dangerous game he's found himself caught in and asks him to return with her. Keenan requests a favour, that she allow him to return to the digital world in order to protect the Digimon. Michelle breaks down at the thought of losing her son again. Yoshi receives a report from Mickey that the transportation equipment within the Cry's basement still works. They ask Kevin to help them return to the digital world, but after seeing his wife in tatters, Kevin refuses to help them. Marcus asks Michelle point blank what about the Digimon. Consumed by the thought of losing her child again, she bluntly states that she doesn't care about the Digimon, or if in fact the entire digital world is destroyed for that matter. Keenan tells her that he cares, and she needs to let him go. Kevin consoles her when she tells him about the guilt she feels that their little boy has grown up so much. Kevin makes the point that Keenan, having spent his entire childhood in the digital world, was forced to grow up in order to survive, and Keenan knows things about that world which they simply cannot understand. He suggests that they trust in Keenan's judgment. She voices her fear that they may never see him again. Kevin convinces her when he highlights that this is the first time Keenan has asked them for anything. With Michelle now on board, Kevin agrees to help the others. Samson and Kudamon start making their way to the choir residence. Their vehicle is attacked by the same two individuals from earlier. Having seemingly accomplished their mission by stopping Samson and Kudamon from making their way to the digital world along with the others, the two individuals leave. Mickey and Megumi keep an eye on the outside whilst Kevin works on getting his equipment back up and running. Megumi informs Mickey that numerous vehicles belonging to the National Security Council are fast approaching. The girls are approached by the same two individuals who blew up Samson's car. While the man observes which of the two he finds more attractive, the young woman with him ignores Megumi and Mickey's request to reveal their names. Kevin successfully opens the digital gate, and Marcus thanks him for his help. Kevin reassures him that he'll keep the gate open for Samson. Keenan thanks his parents and tells them that although his Digimon mother gave him his heart and strength, they are the ones who gave him life, and for the first time he formally acknowledges Michelle and Kevin as his parents. With the hope that he'll return to them, Michelle and Kevin bid Keenan a tearful farewell. Both Ponchesmon are easily defeated by the two mysterious individuals who make their way to the basement and enter the digital gate right behind Marcus and the others. Their entry makes the gate become unstable. Samson and Kudamon make it, but Kevin warns Samson not to enter the unstable gate. Samson cites that he must enter in order to protect Keenan and the others. The Data Squad are stopped in their tracks by another male figure, while the other two from earlier corner them from the rear. The blonde folk's name is Koki, who calls on the other two, Nanami and Ivan, to get things over with fast. Koki and Marcus clash fists. Marcus is surprised when their clash of fists activates his DNA charge, which is something that only happens upon making contact with the Digimon. Koki and his comrades explain how they are part human and part Digimon. They demonstrate this by biohybrid digivolving, using digivices that look near identical to the ones the Data Squad use. Koki digivolves into Bio Thunderbirdmon, whilst Nanami and Ivan digivolve into Bio Quetzalmon and Bio Stegomon. Koki tells them that Kurata was able to figure out how to blend both human and Digimon data. Koki cites that he considers Kurata to be a great man, and that Kurata has asked them to get rid of the Data Squad. Falcomon, who's still injured from earlier, is forced to remain on the sidelines, whilst Rise Greymon, Galgamon and Lilamon take on the biohybrids. The partner Digimon are simply outclassed. With their partner Digimon having reverted back to their rookie level, Marcus, Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan are left completely defenseless. Samson and Kudamon arrive, and the commander orders them to move forward while he takes over. Kudamon digivolves to his ultimate level, Chirinmon.
Show them, Kudamon.
Right.
Ah! DNA! Charge!
Kudamon Digivolve 2? Chirinmon!
Chirinmon is an absolute beast, as he's able to take on all three biohybrids at once and is even able to hurt them. Chirinmon clashes with the biohybrids one final time, which leads to an explosion that forces Marcus and the others out of the portal. Marcus and the others land inside the digital world and the gate behind them closes. They decide to make their way to the forest to speak with Cherrymon. A Mushroomon frantically runs out the forest and is murdered by a Gizamon right before their eyes. Remembering his late Digimon mother, Keenan has Falcomon digivolve to his ultimate level. Promon is unable to defeat this Gizamon XT, which is even more powerful than the one they faced before. More Gizamon XT arrive, so Marcus and the others rush in to help. Not even Chromon's ultimate attack is able to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Thomas cites that Kurata must have made some adjustments and fixed the Digimon XT's previous vulnerabilities. A mega-level Digimon named Bancho Leomon appears and diverts the Digimon XT's attention toward him. Marcus refers to Bancho Leomon as Furball and asks who he is. Bancho Leomon cites a friend of his once called him that too, but he reminds Marcus to tread carefully as they are not friends. Thomas doesn't recall seeing Bancho Leomon in the DATS database, and Keenan adds that he's never seen Bancho Leomon before either. Marcus senses pureness in Bancho Leomon and asks him to be their friend. Bancho Leomon makes swift work of the Digimon XT. When Marcus sarcastically tells Bancho Leomon that he's almost as powerful as he is, the Mega Digimon offers to spar him. Marcus starts to sweat when he realizes Bancho Leomon has no weaknesses. Bancho Leomon tells Marcus that he lacks what he has, which is power. Marcus states his power is in his fists. Bancho Leomon calls out the foolishness in Marcus's statement and cites that the source of one's strength comes from deep within. He mentions that only when Marcus is able to draw from the power within him will he agree to spar. After Bancho Leomon takes his leave, Thomas agrees that Bancho Leomon made a fair point because they are severely lacking in the strength department, especially when you factor the buffs Kurata gave his Gizamon. Keenan recalls a place that will help them raise their power, but he asks Marcus to let him go alone. Before Keenan leaves, Yoshi commends him on how he's doing everything he can to live up to Murukimon's final wish. Kurata, who has been inflicting non-stop damage to the digital world, is seen praising himself for destroying another Digimon village. He receives a report that the 13th Gizamon XT division heading toward Field 11 has been wiped out. The heroes have made it inside Cherrymon's forest, which is now covered in a thick fog. They hear Cherrymon warning any intruders to turn back. Marcus announces himself, and Cherrymon allows them entry into his protected domain. Inside they find tons of injured Digimon. The partner Digimon tend to the injured, and Cherrymon mentions how it's been many moons since he last saw them, lamenting that not even Marukimon was able to stand before the enemy trying to destroy the digital world. He explains that when Kurata opened the digital gate to return to the human world, numerous Gizamon were able to enter the digital world and went on to permanently delete an unspeakable number of Digimon. This is the reason why Cherrymon had covered the forest in a thick fog. Kurata's biohybrids survive their encounter with Chirinmon and enter Cherrymon's safe zone. Marcus demands to know what they've done with Samson. Koki simply tells Marcus that he's gone. Koki then nonchalantly tells his comrades that they should just kill the injured infant Digimon, as it might score them some brownie points with Kurata. Marcus and Koki exchange punches. The biohybrids initiate their Digivolution sequence, while the heroes have their partners do the same. Just like the first time when they faced off against the biohybrids, the partner Digimon are completely outclassed. Thomas highlights that these biohybrids are far more powerful than the Gizamon XT. Yoshi looks away, unable to continue watching as their partner Digimon are pummeled. Bio Thunderbirdmon prepares to finish off Rise Greymon. The baby Nyokimon step in front of Rise Greymon to protect him, forcing Cherrymon to intervene and protect them all. The biohybrids set their sight on Cherrymon and start launching vicious attacks toward him. Rise Greymon does everything in his power to protect both Cherrymon and the Nyokimon, but he's rendered completely immobile after being subjected to a flurry of attacks. Bio Thunderbirdmon is having the time of his life, laughing hysterically at his victims' suffering. Bio Thunderbirdmon asks Cherrymon if he has any final words. As the biohybrids close in on Cherrymon, Marcus, Yoshi and Thomas yell out for them to leave him alone. A surge of energy is released by the three, enabling their Digimon to momentarily access the power of their mega level.
Leave him alone! What? Look at Rise Greymon!
Their digivices are completely fried in the process. The hybrids, having sustained massive damage, retreat to the human world. Cherrymon bids the Data Squad farewell and wishes them luck on their journey. Marcus asks Agumon why he didn't use that sort of power earlier. Agumon tells Marcus that the power boost he received actually came from Marcus himself. Marcus now realizes what Bancho Leomon meant about his true power coming from within. With their digivices no longer working, Yoshi worries about how they'll survive because their Digimon can't digivolve without them. Marcus believes there's a way to fix them by locating the person who invented them, his father. With his pride wounded, Koki complains to his boss about Marcus and the others. Kurata tells him to forget about them as they pose no risk to his plans now that HQ has been destroyed and Samson is out of the picture. Thomas thinks the best place to start their search is at Wanderer's Cape, which is where Spencer was last seen. When Thomas senses the biohybrids fast approaching, he tackles Marcus to the ground to take cover. Hearing Bio Thunderbirdmon calling him out, Marcus takes the bait, forcing Thomas to hold his mouth shut. Once the biohybrids pass, they proceed to Wanderer's Cape, where they find that the upside-down mansion has been replaced by a dojo. Bancho Leomon is there and welcomes them to the DNA Charge dojo. He informs them that this dojo is where they'll learn about the DNA Charge. He asks them if they know what the DNA Charge actually is, and it turns out none of them actually know. Bancho Leomon has them enter the dojo, but he prevents the partner Digimon from entering, citing that Marcus and the others must learn about the DNA Charge on their own. He assures them that the next time they see their partners, they'll be the strongest they've ever been. A poster within the dojo has the acronym DNA on it, which is an abbreviation for Digimon Natural Ability. Thomas demands to know the mystery behind the DNA Charge. Bancho Leomon warns them that if they are unable to comprehend what he's about to teach and learn to control their DNA Charge, they and their Digimon will have no future. He presents them with 3 animated wooden figures. The task is simple, they have to destroy them. Yoshi doesn't see the point in fighting without their digivices. Bancho Leomon tells them that the only way to truly learn about the DNA Charge and having any chance of restoring their digivices is to destroy the wooden figures. Marcus doesn't see the point in all this and decides to leave, and Thomas follows suit. Both cite they have no interest in wasting time with Bancho Leomon's ludicrous training, but it turns out they're locked inside. Bancho Leomon tells them that the training has already begun, so in order for them to leave, they must complete their tasks. Marcus knocks down one of the wooden puppets, and Bancho Leomon even compliments his punch power, but he also makes it clear to Marcus that true power comes from the heart, coupled with an unwavering resolve. Agumon and the others wonder how their partners are doing. Lalamon isn't sure if Bancho Leomon can be trusted, and the other two share the same concern. Nonetheless, she decides to place her trust in Bancho Leomon as she fears the alternative. Yoshi watches on the sidelines as Marcus and Thomas fight the wooden puppets. The partner Digimon decide to kill some time by playing hopscotch. Unfortunately, the biohybrids find them. Even though completely defenseless, the partner Digimon refuse to tell them where the others are. The biohybrids' attacks on the outside cause the dojo to shake. As the dojo rooftop and walls break apart, the trio witness their Digimon partners being pummeled. The trio can see everything on the outside, but the force field around the building prevents their Digimon from hearing their calls. Bancho Leomon makes it clear that they cannot leave until their training is complete. The trio overhears Agumon, Gaomon and Lalamon telling one another not to give up, as Marcus and the others will come to save them. They add that they'll continue to fight on in order to protect and honour their human partners. Bio Thunderbirdmon grabs hold of Agumon and calls out for Marcus to show his face. Marcus, now consumed by rage, activates his latent DNA charge potential. Bancho Leomon tells him that unleashing his power is simply not enough. He must now channel and direct it. He advises Marcus to search his heart for what he wants. Marcus states that he wants to save their Digimon partners. He successfully manages to control his DNA charge. Bancho Leomon tells them that the DNA charge is human emotion, which is what powers their Digimon. This confirms Thomas's earlier thesis, that the wild Digimon emerging in the human world were indeed being powered by feeding off negative human emotion. Bancho Leomon explains that anger and desire are 2 of 7 powerful emotions. Marcus's desire to protect his friends matched the anger he had toward the enemy. This is what enabled his DNA charge to reach new heights, and also how he was able to gain control over it. Bancho Leomon's explanation helps make it click for Thomas and Yoshi, as they too go on to activate their latent DNA charge potential. Bancho Leomon instructs them to strike their Digivices, which upgrades them to a newer version called the Digivice Burst. Marcus blows up the entire dojo using just his DNA charge alone. After he lands a punch on Bio Thunderbirdmon's face, Agumon is able to double warp Digivolve to his mega level.
That's okay. I knew you'd come.
That's right. Now, how'd you like to give those guys a little payback? DNA charge! Overdrive!
Agumon double warp Digivolve 2!
Shine Greymon!
Next up is Gaomon and Lalomon.
DNA charge! Overdrive!
Galmon double warp Digivolve 2!
Mirage Galgamon!
DNA charge! Overdrive! Lalomon double warp Digivolve 2!
The biohybrids finally get what's coming to them, which is total humiliation as they are simply tossed out like garbage. Biostegomon cites they cannot compete now as they're facing mega level Digimon. The insecure Bio Thunderbirdmon proclaims that he doesn't care and will find a way to beat them. The partner Digimon scoff at his remarks and teach them a lesson by each unleashing their attack.
Let's end this!
Glorious Burst! Full Moon Blaster!
Forbidden temptation!
Bancho Leomon commends Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi for mastering the DNA charge so fast. Yoshi thanks him for everything he's done for them. Marcus complains to Bancho Leomon that because of him, their Digimon could have been toast, and he reminds him that they have a score to settle, which Bancho Leomon says he's looking forward to. Bancho Leomon asks the trio where they intend to go next. Thomas states they are unsure, so Bancho Leomon points them toward the Sacred City, as there are Digimon there that need their help. Marcus thanks Bancho Leomon as they leave. Thomas begins to question how and why Bancho Leomon knows so much about the DNA charge and how the Digivice works. As they make their way to the Sacred City, an enormous Digimon called Eldradimon carrying the Sacred City on his back approaches them. Baronmon, the mayor of the city, greets them and invites them in. Thomas tells Gaomon that he has a bad feeling but still decides to follow Marcus and Yoshi inside. The biohybrids appear to have used a space oscillation device to escape what would have been certain death for them. Koki pleads with Kurata to make him more powerful. Kurata states that he should be able to replace the existing Digimon data he used with more powerful Digimon, but he makes it clear that there's a high possibility that their bodies will not tolerate the data of stronger Digimon. Marcus and the others are tied up inside the Sacred City. Baronmon believes that they are with the humans who attacked the digital world. Marcus and the others plead their case, but Baronmon is unwilling to hear them out. The partner Digimon are forced to helplessly watch as Marcus and the others are taken away. Baron Mon tells the partner Digimon that they can live freely inside the city, providing, of course, they denounce Marcus and the others. Baron Mon takes the Digimon partners to where Marcus, Thomas and Yoshi are being held. He announces to the city's inhabitants that the humans will now be punished for their crimes. Baron Mon then asks for the release of Cerberusmon, who will be carrying out the punishment. Agumon is surprised to see Keimomon freely walking toward him. Cerberusmon targets Yoshi first, but Agumon, who Keimomon freed, protects her. The partner Digimon, with some help from Yoshi, manage to free Marcus, Thomas and Yushima. Baron Mon, having seen Marcus's DNA charge, tells everyone to stop. Baron Mon reminds his council about the time Eldradimon was trying to cross the boiling desert, but the heat wore him down, causing him to sink into the sand. The sacred city was all but doomed to perish along with Eldradimon. That was until a man named Spencer Damon saved them by using his DNA charge. Spencer was able to crack a hole in the ground and release the water below the surface, which created an oasis and thus freed Eldradimon. Baron Mon recognizes the color of Marcus's DNA charge and asks him if he's Spencer's son. Marcus becomes an instant celebrity solely due to nepotism and reaps all the benefits that accompany his newfound fame. Baron Mon even orders a banquet in his honor. Yoshi tells Marcus that his father is amazing. Gaomon checks in on Thomas, who says he's fine but something is clearly bothering him. Baron Mon apologizes to Marcus for earlier. Thomas tells Yushima that he's pleased that he's okay, and Yushima mentions that he's fully aware that DATS has been shut down. He explains how he and Keimomon barely managed to escape the Infinite Ice Ridge. During his travels, he came to find out that Spencer Damon embarked on a journey to find King Drazel. He and Keimomon continued to follow Spencer's trail, but they inevitably got captured by Baron Mon. Baron Mon explains how Spencer Damon is a legend, a statement which Thomas repeats to himself in an envious tone. Thomas steps out to get some air. He confides in Gaomon that he's been thinking a lot about Marcus's dad, as it's clear he's someone that everybody respects. Gaomon voices his surprise as he's never seen Thomas jealous before. Thomas says how he would have loved to have a father like that himself. Multiple Gizmon XT are fast approaching. After Thomas informs the others, Baron Mon sends out numerous Piximon to protect the outer perimeter. The Piximon stand no chance and are swiftly defeated. Thomas and Yoshi tell everyone to stay back. They send Mirage Gaugumon and Rosemon into battle. Mirage Gaugumon is unable to land a hit as Kurata has gone and made more improvements to these Gizmon XT. With Rosemon's help, Marcus is able to activate his DNA charge. Shine Greymon, Rosemon and Mirage Gaugumon are able to successfully destroy the Gizmon XT. The inhabitants of the sacred city celebrate. Baron Mon cites what less can they expect from Spencer Damon's son, and Yushima is also impressed by the trio's strength. Unfortunately, they missed one Gizmon XT, which manages to reach the city. Shine Greymon and the others are too far away to make it, but luckily Keenan arrives with a group of Ninjamon. The Ninjamon go on to destroy the last Gizmon XT. Keenan explains how Bancho Leomon's advice that they need to acquire more power reminded him of what Marukimon once told him, which is to make more friends. This is why he left, to seek out more Digimon that will join forces with them to protect the digital world. Marcus tells Keenan how proud he is of him and shakes his hand. Yushima wonders what Kurata is up to after he realizes that the Gizmon XT have been capturing the data of the Digimon they've killed. Kurata receives comms that the biohybrids have awoken. He's also informed that the 15th Squadron's signal has been lost. He sent visuals of Eldradimon. Realizing that Eldradimon is carrying the sacred city and that Marcus and the others must also be there, Kurata sends in the biohybrids. Kurata wants them to bring down Eldradimon, as he cites the sacred city must be providing refuge to thousands of Digimon. Thomas shows the others where the best strategic position is for them to stage their defense. He explains how the spot he's chosen will give them a full view of any incoming threats, whilst the water beneath Eldradimon will mitigate the possibility of a sneak attack. Baron Mon commends Thomas for his plan, but Marcus takes the limelight as he states, like his father once did, they too will protect the city. Baron Mon says he has full faith in Marcus's ability as Spencer's son to protect them. When Gaomon asks Thomas why Marcus is getting the credit for his plan, he cites it's because Marcus is the legend's son. Nanami, who's been watching Ultrademon from afar, commends the Data Squad for a nice defensive strategy. She adds how they must have a good general who came up with it. Kurata is sure the one who came up with it was Thomas. With a hint of admiration, he cites Thomas's IQ is far superior to the others, and he's proven to have the ability to consistently outthink his opponents. Kurata tells Nanami that Thomas is much like her in that sense. Kurata tells Koki to slow down and not be in a rush all the time, as he tells him that it's more fun to toy with your opponents than simply winning. One of the Ninjamon believes to have located the base where the Gizamon XTs are being gathered. He shows them a sketch of the leader. Realizing it's Kurata, the Data Squad call an emergency meeting with the city's inhabitants. Baronmon informs the Digimon of the Sacred City that the legend's son has a plan to save them. Marcus explains that the plan is to strike the enemy first. Keenan is raring to go, and the inhabitants of the city go on to pledge their allegiance to Marcus. Thomas is vehemently against the idea, as he believes that it's clearly a trap which Kurata is banking on them to walk into. He makes a great point that it was far too easy to locate Kurata. It's as though he wanted to be found. Marcus's response is so what, and that they'll win. Thomas doesn't understand why the others don't get that Marcus's plan is flawed. When Yushima tells Thomas to just go with the flow for now, he mistakes this as Yushima taking Marcus's side. Marcus's popularity has clearly gone to his head as he tells Thomas that he should stay behind to watch over the city. Yoshi is also staying behind and tells Lalamon that Marcus is so confident with his plan because he knows if things go south, Thomas will always have his back. Marcus, Keenan and a handful of Digimon press ahead, whilst Thomas orders the city's artillery, which are Tankmon, to launch missiles at an incoming group of Gizumon, whilst the Ninjamon attack from the rear. Baronmon also lends a hand too. Thomas tells Gaomon that those were simply scouts, and that the real onslaught will come from over where the waterfall is. They decide to make their way to the waterfall where they find Nanami. She tells them how destroying the waterfall will cause Ultrademon to be washed away by the lake water. Banking on the majority to lean toward a frontal attack, she knew Thomas would stay behind to protect the waterfall. She tells Thomas that she too is a genius, and that besting him has been fun for her. She attempts to attack him, but he manages to evade it. Just as Thomas said would happen, Marcus and the others walk into a bunch of Gizamon XT. Marcus tells Agumon that he doesn't care if it's a trap and that he'll defeat anything that aims to prevent him from reaching Kurata. Gaomon takes on Nanami in her human form but is easily defeated. Thomas is shocked by how she's able to read Gaomon's every move. She tells Thomas how being as smart as she is has its downsides, as everything starts to become boring. She wonders why someone of his intellect is choosing to fight alongside Digimon, which are in her eyes pathetic creatures. He tells her that Digimon are his friends. He asks her why she chooses to side with a tyrant like Kurata. She starts laughing and alleges that he simply joined that for all the glory, a way to stroke his own ego. Gaomon has had enough of her nattering, so attempts to attack her. She tries to get into Thomas's head, citing that he must be lonely amongst individuals and creatures that prevent his true genius from being expressed. He asks her again why she sides with Kurata. She tells him that she isn't on anyone's side. She simply works with Kurata as his goals are not in direct competition with her own. Turns out she's quite the sadist who enjoys killing Digimon for sport. She then asks Thomas to join her, citing that only geniuses can understand one another and together they'll be able to change the world to whatever they wish. The Gizumon around the city start self-destructing, leading to the death of the nearby Ninjamon. Thomas refuses to join Nanami and states that he'll use his genius to help Digimon. She calls him a fool, then proceeds to show off her new biohybrid form, Biorotusmon. She claims that she now surpasses his Mega Digimon. Her speed proves to be too much as she easily subdues Mirage Galgamon. She tries again to convince Thomas to join her. He tells her that he's not an egomaniac like she is and instead chooses to align himself with his friends where he draws his real power from. She asks if he means friends like Marcus Damon. Thomas says yes and acknowledges how Marcus has saved him on countless occasions. She attempts to plant a doubt in Thomas's mind by telling him that his so-called friends are simply fools who are dead weight that continuously hold him back. Having grabbed hold of him, she continues to persistently ask Thomas to join her as she believes that they can rule the universe together like gods. Mirage Gargamon goes in for an attack, forcing Nanami to let go of Thomas. Mirage Gargamon asks Thomas what the game plan is, as she can predict his every move and she's also faster than him. He has Mirage Gargamon employ numerous attack patterns, but she predicts every single one of them. Sensing Thomas's desperation, she tells him that she'll leave the waterfall alone providing he joins her. Thomas's next plan puts him directly in the firing line. Mirage Gargamon presses forward with Thomas on his shoulder. They both take Biorotismon's attack head on, which allows Mirage Gargamon to get into striking range. Seeing an opening, Mirage Gargamon is able to land his attack, finally defeating her. Nanami tells Thomas how shocked she is that he and his partner just pressed forward like that. She asks him how he knew it would work. He explains that he didn't. All he thought is if they got close enough to her, they'd pull it off. Nanami starts to short circuit as she was defeated by such a simple plan, a plan which someone like Marcus, who she deems inferior to her, would come up with. With the little strength she has left, in a last-ditch attempt to secure a dub over Thomas, she destroys the waterfall. Kurata is told that Biorotismon's signature is gone. Kurata doesn't care about Nanami's well-being, but is glad she managed to carry out the plan. He orders his men to pull back the Digimon XT so that Koki, who's been waiting patiently, can exact his revenge upon Marcus. Thomas is seen holding a weak Nanami, who tells him that she accepts defeat as she didn't lose to Thomas, but lost to Marcus Damon's power. Keenan points Marcus to the lake water, which is moving toward Eldradimon. Although concerned, Marcus maintains his trust in Thomas's ability to keep Eldradimon and the city safe. Ivan leads a large platoon of Gizamon and Gizamon XT toward the city. Seeing them coming, Baronmon concludes it must be the end, but Yushima tells him that's not the case. He asks Baronmon to send the Digimon inside the city. Ivan orders the Gizamon to attack, and the Ninjamon protecting the outer perimeter are all killed. Yushima and Yoshi protect the walls, but some of the Gizamon manage to infiltrate the city. Yoshi is stopped in her tracks by Ivan. Ivan, out of the three bio-hybrids, is the more wholesome one and a little slow at times. Thinking out loud as he does, he verbalizes that he has a massive crush on her. He believes the only way to win her over is by defeating her in battle. Lalamon is offended by the continuous advances he keeps making toward her partner, so she agrees to fight him under the condition that should she win, he has to leave Yoshi alone. Ivan agrees, but cites if he wins, Yoshi must agree to be with him. Given how strong he is, Yoshi takes Lalamon aside and berates her for agreeing to his terms. Lalamon explains that he's the one commanding the Gizamon, so deduces that he's the brain behind this attack on Eldradimon. She believes that by keeping him preoccupied, they can keep the artificial Digimon from advancing their assault. Plus, she also wants to kick his ass, so there's that too. Once Lalamon digivolves to her mega level, Ivan shows off his new bio-hybrid digivolution, Biosupinomon. He claims that he now has the ability to defeat any Mega Digimon. Biosupinomon pisses off Rosemon when he rants about how many different types of dates he'll take Yoshi on, and argues that the only thing more powerful than he is his love for her. This fight turns out to be one of the silliest fights this season, as both Rosemon and Biosupinomon battle it out over Yoshi. Thomas is seen carrying an unconscious Nanami as he and Gaomon head toward the sacred city. Gaomon asks Thomas why they aren't helping Marcus. Nanami's earlier words about Marcus's plan defeating her continue to play on Thomas's mind. He tells Gaomon that Marcus will be fine and that Yushima and Yoshi will be in need of their help. Rosemon is momentarily distracted when Yoshi rushes over to protect some Tanamon nearby. Biosupinomon takes advantage of this and knocks Rosemon down. A random Digimon appears and tries to attack Biosupinomon. After failing, the Digimon pleads with his life, but Biosupinomon still kills him. Biosupinomon shows zero remorse as he justifies the killing as simply business. Yoshi and Rosemon are disgusted by Ivan's actions. He tells them that he's simply muscle for hire and how it's all just business, a simple transaction for his services. He tells Yoshi that he'll use some of the money he earns to take her out on a date. Yoshi continues to berate Ivan for his callousness. He tells her that she doesn't understand as he needs the money, and when he signed the contract with Kurata, he agreed to do a good job. Yoshi tells Rosemon that she wants him gone. Rosemon throws everything she has at him to no avail. He realizes that Yoshi wants nothing to do with him, so seeks to exact his revenge on her for rejecting him. He launches an attack toward Yoshi, which Rosemon blocks. Yoshi's desire to get rid of Ivan, in order to prevent him from hurting any more Digimon, gives Rosemon a power boost, which enables her to overwhelm him. Kurata receives report that Biosapinamon's signal has disappeared too. Marcus and Keenan catch up with Kurata, and they waste no time attempting to attack him. Koki knocks out Falcomon and completely overpowers Marcus. As Ivan lays defeated, Yoshi spots a photo. He explains that the picture is of him and his younger siblings and asks for it back. Yoshi realizes that Ivan only agreed to work for Kurata in order to send money back home to support his younger siblings. She cites how much she hates Kurata for taking advantage of the desperate and weak-minded. Thomas and Mirage Gargamon make it to the city. The Gizamon are seen leaving, and Thomas spots that they left something behind, so he decides to take a closer look, and it turns out to be a space oscillation device. Keenan tends to Falcomon's injuries. Falcomon tells Keenan that he needs to digivolve. Doing so makes no difference, as Koki manages to defeat Chromon while still in his human form. Kurata sets off the space oscillation device within the city, which causes Eldradimon to be pulled inside a digital gate. Yushima realizes that Kurata is trying to send Eldradimon to the human world. Before Koki can attack Marcus, Chromon saves him. Chromon attempts to return to the city, but he has a difficult time getting through the Gizamon XT. Chromon's unable to make it in time as Eldradimon is dropped into the human world. The inhabitants of the sacred city start to panic at the thought they'll never be able to return home. Yushima tells Barrowmon that they need to hold out for as long as they can. As the situation intensifies, Yoshi and Rosemon try to instill hope in Barrowmon and the other Digimon by assuring them that Marcus will come to save everyone. Meanwhile, Thomas struggles to understand Kurata's motives for bringing Eldradimon to the human world. Chromon barely manages to make it through the gate into the human world. In the human world, Koki intercepts Marcus and prevents him from returning to the sacred city. Marcus tells Keenan to head toward the city without him, while he stays behind to deal with Koki. When Marcus clashes fists with Koki, he senses the change. Koki reveals his new biohybrid Digivolution, Biodarktramon. As Mirage Gargamon and Rosemon continue to fend off the Gizamon XT, Kurata orders more of them to be sent to deal with the defending Digimon. He also instructs his men to keep an eye on Koki to ensure Shine Greymon remains occupied while he prepares his secret weapon to destroy Eldradimon. Amid spreading propaganda to the public, Kurata announces to the media that he possesses a special weapon to eliminate Eldradimon, portraying the Digimon as a threat to the city. Mickey and Megumi are astonished by Kurata's manipulation of the media. Using the numerous skyscrapers to his advantage, Shine Greymon manages to corner Biodarktramon. Before he launches his glorious burst attack, Biodarktramon reminds him that there are people within the nearby buildings. Knowing that Shine Greymon's hands are tied, Biodarktramon goes in for the kill. Although Shine Greymon evades him, he's unable to stop Biodarktramon from destroying the building which was behind him. It's clear Shine Greymon has more than enough power to take care of Biodarktramon, but he's severely handicapped because any attack he launches poses a serious threat to the safety of the people within the nearby buildings. Kurata orders 2 beams to be launched which grab hold of Eldradimon's legs. With Eldradimon now completely defenseless, Barrowmon pleads with Kurata to stop. A Gizamon XT comes up behind Barrowmon and strikes him with its death beam. Mirage Gargamon tells Thomas to look up, as Kurata's men are carrying a large object across the ocean. Kurata orders his men to prepare the release of the Gizamon Javelin. Thomas orders Mirage Gargamon to take care of the ones in the sky, whilst Rosemon takes care of the ones on the ship. Biodarktramon slices a building in half, hoping it will fall on Marcus's head. Shine Greymon protects his partner, whose spirit remains unshaken. Biodarktramon points Marcus to look over toward the ocean. Marcus sees the javelin forming right above Eldradimon, which is being made up of hundreds if not thousands of Gizamon. Kurata intends to use the javelin to pierce through Eldradimon, which in turn will also destroy the city too. Marcus has no intention to sit back and let Koki get away with his heinous crimes. Marcus's fighting spirit imbues Shine Greymon with a new power. From the ground beneath him, Shine Greymon pulls out the Geo Grey Sword.
Keep knocking me down, and I'll keep getting up. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I am never gonna quit fighting! I feel something. Huh? I feel a new power.
Shine Greymon is now able to attack without the risk of harming the people nearby. Bio Darktramon releases his Dark Roar attack, but Shine Greymon deflects it with ease. He goes on to defeat Bio Darktramon by impaling him in the abdomen. Shine Greymon stresses to Marcus that they can't stay put as Eldradimon needs their help. Unfortunately, the Javelin is ready to go. Shine Greymon is unable to make it in time, while Thomas and the others are left with no choice but to abandon Eldradimon. They all helplessly watch as Eldradimon and the Digimon residing within the sacred city are permanently deleted. Yoshi is distraught for failing to protect Eldradimon and the countless number of innocent Digimon that were living inside the city. Marcus tells his friends that it's not over and that Kurata will pay for the lives he's taken. Some men in suits who've been tracking Thomas approach him as the others set off. They ask him to come with them, which he agrees to. Marcus spots Thomas and Gaomon boarding the helicopter. The news announces that those responsible for the Digimon attacks have gone into hiding. Marcus and the others find a spot to lay low, but are unable to reach Thomas, which only adds to their concerns. Thomas is taken home, and we find out that he has a younger half-sister named Relena. Relena rushes over to Thomas, who voices his surprise to see her outside. You see, Relena was born with a rare disease which makes her extremely weak, so much so that she can barely muster the strength to walk, hence the wheelchair. She takes an immediate liking to Gaomon, who agrees to be her friend. Thomas's father, Franz, tells them both to come inside. Franz is not happy with Thomas for going against his wishes by joining DATS. His father tells him that he wants to have a private chat, so he asks the butler to take Relena to her room. Relena's worried that Thomas will leave, so she wants to stay, but Franz reassures her that Thomas won't be going anywhere. Thomas berates his father for using Relena to bring him home. His father responds by telling him that he should spend more time at home and be her brother for once. Kurata is also at the Northside mansion. Franz explains that Kurata has agreed to help cure Relena. Kurata's condition for helping her is that Thomas joins him. Gaomon is ready to have at him, but Thomas orders him to stop and agrees to speak with Kurata. Sarah and Christy arrive at the hideout to drop off some food. Marcus fears that the authorities may target his mother and sister for allegedly aiding and abetting criminals. Sarah understands the implications, but brushes it off as she feels it's more important for Marcus and his friends to have something to eat in order to maintain their strength. In a surprising turn of events, Bancho Leomon shows up at the hideout. Thomas tells his father that all this has little to do with Relena and has all to do with his father wanting him to cut ties with DATS so as to prevent him from tarnishing the family name. Kurata, who is still in the room with them, adds fuel to the fire when he tells Thomas that everything that's happened up to this point is because of Marcus's brash behaviour. He tells Thomas that he's got big plans for him and that together they can forge a new world that's better for everyone. Thomas recalls how Nanami spoke in the same manner. It's evident that there isn't a chance in hell that Thomas would agree to join Kurata when arguably he had a much more compelling reason to join Nanami as her equal. But with his sister being used as bait, it seems Thomas has no choice but to go along with it. At the hideout, Bancho Leomon explains there's a power beyond even the Geo Grey Sword, which they can access through their Digivices. He refers to this power as the Burst Mode. Bancho Leomon explains the reason he came is to warn them that they must never accidentally activate the Burst Mode. They receive alert that one of the Piximon is being chased by a Gizemon XT. Unfortunately, they don't make it in time, so they decide to focus their energy on avenging Piximon's death. Shine Greymon is quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of Gizamon XT. He asks Marcus for the Geo Grey Sword, but the issue is Marcus is unable to figure out how to call upon the sword. Thomas shows up and has Galmon double warp Digivolve. Shine Greymon is glad to see Mirage Galgamon. That is until Thomas orders his partner to attack him. Marcus tells Thomas to call off Mirage Galgamon before one of their partners gets hurt. Thomas tells Marcus that he brings nothing but trouble. Marcus tries to punch some sense into Thomas, but Thomas blocks his punch and cites that Kurata was right all along. Shine Greymon asks Mirage Galgamon why he and Thomas have turned against them. Mirage Galgamon cites that he's simply following orders. Shine Greymon is disappointed as he had a lot of respect for Mirage Galgamon, but he cites that's no longer the case. As the two Megas clash, Thomas is busy beating down Marcus. He tells Marcus that his approach to fighting his way out of all problems only leads to more fighting and cites that he's had enough of it all. Mirage Galgamon gains the upper hand and sends Shine Greymon crashing into the water below. Marcus tells Thomas that he's sick of hearing from his treacherous mouth and questions if Thomas seriously believes what he's saying. Marcus is unable to contain his anger, and without realizing he activates the burst mode. The negative energy coursing through him leads Shine Greymon to undergo a Dark Digivolution, similar to how Greymon from the first season Dark Digivolved into Skull Greymon.
Gone too far. I've forgiven you before, but not this time. No more!
A new DNA charge?
Something weird is going on.
Bancho Leomon watches on in concern as his biggest fear has now come to pass. Kurata, who's also watching from afar, is surprised to see the burst mode as he wasn't aware there is a power which transcends the mega level. When Yoshi asks Bancho Leomon if that's the burst mode, he tells her that it's something far worse. Shine Greymon Ruin mode attacks Mirage Galgamon. Thomas orders Mirage Galgamon to dodge, but he's unable to evade the attack, as Shine Greymon is able to extend the length of his sword, which is made up of pure negative energy. Using his energy shield, Shine Greymon blocks Mirage Galgamon's attack. Marcus tells Thomas that he'll make him pay for desecrating the memory of all the fallen Digimon. When Marcus orders Shine Greymon to attack, Christy rushes over to him and begs him to stop. She tells Marcus that he'll never be able to forgive himself if he hurts his friends. Shine Greymon has lost complete control as he starts attacking everything in sight. Thomas has Mirage Galgamon return to his Digivice and escapes. Bancho Leomon tells Marcus that there's nothing that can be done now because the only way Shine Greymon will stop is when he inevitably self-destructs. When Marcus's tears fall onto his Digivice, the self-destruction sequence begins.
What's happening to him? He's self-destructing.
After Shine Greymon reverts back into a Digi-Egg, Marcus is able to catch it mid-air. Having returned to the hideout, the others ask Lalamon how long it will be until Agumon's egg hatches. Lalamon explains that it can take anywhere from days, weeks, months or years. She adds how in some cases Digi-Eggs never hatch. Marcus refuses to believe it, as he cites in his heart he knows Agumon will hatch at any moment. Bancho Leomon explains that even if that were the case, Agumon will most likely have no recollection of any of them, including Marcus. Yoshi picks the worst time possible to mention that she wishes Thomas was with them, as he would know what to do. Marcus understandably tells her that he never wants to hear Thomas's name mentioned ever again. Keenan and Falcomon follow Thomas and Gaomon to Kurata's base. Thomas meets with Kurata whilst Keenan and Falcomon overhear the conversation from inside the vents. Kurata tells Thomas that he's surprised Shine Greymon had so much power. Thomas tells Kurata that he believes that power came from within Marcus, which enabled Shine Greymon to reach new heights. Thomas states that before they face Shine Greymon again, he wishes to figure out the mechanism by which this power activates. Kurata tells him that Shine Greymon will no longer be an issue as he reverted back into a Digi-Egg. Kurata shows Thomas a Digimon that he's incubated. He also reveals to him that he's been transferring the Digimon data the Gizamon have been harvesting over to it. The incubated Digimon is named Belphemon. He tells Thomas not to let Belphemon's cute looks fool him because its rage mode will have him quiver in fear. Belphemon is one of the 7 great demon lords. His peers include the likes of Lucemon, Chaos Mode, Beelzemon and Daemon. Kurata explains that he found Belphemon inside a ruin during his second visit to the digital world. Inside the ruin, he also found some hieroglyphics, which explain how Belphemon wakes from his slumber every 1000 years to wreak havoc upon the digital world. Kurata says that he wasn't afraid of Belphemon. Instead, he felt he knew exactly where to direct that power. Hence, he set his plan into motion to acquire as much Digimon data as possible in order to expedite the awakening of the Great Demon Lord. By killing Eldradimon, he now has all the data he needs to wake Belphemon from his slumber. It all makes sense for Thomas now that Kurata's end goal is to use Belphemon to destroy the digital world. With Belphemon's power at his disposal, Kurata has modified his initial plans. He tells Thomas that his plan is now to rule over the human world, while keeping the digital world as his backyard. Kurata callously states that if he was to ever get sick of those filthy Digimon, he'll just erase them from existence. Thomas strokes Kurata's ego by telling him how amazing his plans are. Keenan had heard more than enough. He attempts to attack Kurata, but that weasel of a man has oddly good reflexes. With Falcomon's help, Keenan is able to get away. Kurata orders his men to send out the Gizamon to stop Keenan from reaching the others and telling them about his plans. Thomas tells Kurata to call off the Gizamon, as he wishes to personally take care of Keenan. Kurata questions why he should trust him. Thomas says that he knows the importance of stopping Keenan given what he's seen and heard. Thomas orders Mirage Gargomon to go after Keenan. Heckmon digivolves to his ultimate level and asks Mirage Gargomon if he's really against them. Mirage Gargomon echoes a similar sentiment to what Metagarurumon from the first season said to War Greymon, that he's simply following orders. At the hideout, Marcus puts pressure on Mickey and Megami to find Kurata. Lalamon picks up Chromon and Mirage Gargomon's energy signatures. Yoshi knows Keenan stands no chance against Thomas, so she rushes out to help him. Bancho Leomon tells Marcus that he cannot leave. He asks Marcus to remember Shine Greymon's cries and the pain which he was forced to endure, all because Marcus lost control of his emotions. He adds how the whole reason Shine Greymon lost control was because Marcus channeled his rage into his Digivice. Bancho Leomon points out that even after being warned, Marcus still triggered the burst mode due to his inability to control his emotions, and now his friends are suffering due to his actions. The hideout begins to shake as Chromon is thrown into the building. Thomas asks Mirage Gargomon to focus on Keenan. Chromon tries to remind Mirage Gargomon that they're friends. Mirage Gargomon states that the only friend he needs is Thomas. Chromon asks him how he can side with Kurata, who's killed off thousands of innocent Digimon. Mirage Gargomon doesn't answer him, instead he responds by upping the ante. Marcus claims to have learned his lesson from earlier, yet when he's told by Bancho Leomon that he's not allowed to leave, he starts to lose his cool. Once again, Marcus proves Bancho Leomon's point that far too often he lets his anger get the better of him. He even tries to attack Bancho Leomon, but his punch is easily blocked. Bancho Leomon tells Marcus that his fighting stance is poor and adds further salt to injury by telling him that he's not even a sliver of the man his father is. Bancho Leomon walks off while Sarah voices her surprise that he knows Spencer. Mirage Gargomon easily deflects Chromon's Savage Emperor attack. Keenan points out that Mirage Gargomon is still wounded from his previous battle with Shine Greymon, as his right gauntlet is cracked. The pair focus their attacks on the injured area. Keenan launches his boomerang, managing to crack the gauntlet even more, which causes Mirage Gargomon to wince in pain. Thomas tells his partner that Keenan must not be allowed to tell the others what he saw. Keenan spots Marcus. As Keenan calls out to Marcus, Mirage Gargamon knocks him and Chromon into the ocean. As Marcus and the others search for Keenan and his partner, Thomas, who's now secured Kurata's trust, returns to the lab. Kurata is pleased that both Shine Greymon and Chromon are out of the picture, which makes him confident that his plans will now go through without a hitch. Thomas agrees and cites that his sister can now get the treatment she needs too. Relena is approached by Yushima and Keimamon, who are posing as nurses. Yoshi is distraught by what Thomas has done to Keenan and Falcomon. They spot Falcomon carrying a barely conscious Keenan. Thomas presents Kurata with a device he invented that will allow Kurata to control Belphemon at will. Kurata thanks Thomas and cites that he's glad Thomas agreed to join him. When Thomas tells Kurata that he looks forward to him curing his sister, Kurata tells Thomas that there's no rush and remains coy on the details as to how he actually intends to cure Relena. He tells Thomas that it's about time they take Belphemon out for a test run. With Kurata's back turned to him, Thomas is seen wearing a control device of his own. Yushima tries to get Relena to safety. She questions him if he's certain that Thomas requested that he take her, because her brother explicitly told her not to leave her room until he comes to get her. When some men fast approach, Yushima is forced to take a detour. He stumbles into a room where there are numerous sedated Digimon being tested on. Thomas also enters the room and tells Relena to get away from Yushima. Keenan and Falcomon recover enough strength to tell the others what happened. Falcomon explains that Mirage Gargamon's attacks barely grazed them, but his sheer power sent them soaring into the ocean. Keenan can't seem to make sense as to how Mirage Gargamon could miss from such a close range. He proceeds to tell them about Belphemon and Kurata's plans. Keenan explains that Belphemon is a powerful Digimon which, along with 6 other Great Demon Lords, almost destroyed the digital world. He stresses that they must stop Kurata from awakening the beast. Yushima has been captured by Thomas, and Keimamon is forced to remain inside his Digivice. Relena tells Thomas that she's scared, but he assures her that he'll always protect her. Yushima cites that he believed Thomas was deceiving Kurata all along to uncover Kurata's ultimate goal. But Yushima reconsiders his previous assumptions after Thomas explains that he joined Kurata because he promised to cure his sister, and secondly because he's finally around someone who not only validates his genius, but gives him credit too. Yushima tells Thomas that Kurata's idea for a cure is to merge his sister's DNA with the Digimon he's captured. Thomas's father tells Yushima that he won't allow anyone to interfere with his daughter's treatment, and he states that he doesn't care about the means by which it is done. Megumi and Mickey pick up a massive Digimon signature, which can only mean one thing. They watch through the monitors as Kurata starts destroying the city using Belphemon. Director Hashima starts to panic and orders his men to find Kurata. The devil hears his calling and reveals himself. Kurata takes control of the director's monitor. He explains that his goals have now changed, as he now seeks total world domination. He states that as the one who protected the human world from the bloodthirsty Digimon, it's only right that he rules over everyone as their one true king. He orders the director to tell all the sovereign powers of the world that they must relinquish control over to him and dismantle their armies, as failing to comply will result in their death. Marcus is forced to stay behind while the others go to deal with Belphemon. While Thomas is in the theatre watching over his sister as the surgeons prepare to operate on her, Yushima tries to break out the room where he's been imprisoned. Yoshi and the others reach Belphemon. In order to lend Yoshi and Keenan a hand, Megumi and Mickey have their Ponchesmon digivolve to their ultimate level.
It's time to show the world that our Digimon can reach the ultimate level too! DNA! Full charge!
Digimon Data Squad.
Ponchesmon Warp Digivolve to Rook Chessmon! Rook Chessmon is the Dark Ponchesmon's ultimate level. He has a castle wall defense and his first move is Rook Gatling. Ponchesmon Warp Digivolve to Bishop Chessmon! Bishop Chessmon is the White Ponchesmon's ultimate level. He's always on the offensive with his Bishop laser attack.
Kurata is glad the 4 of them arrived because now he can test Belphemon's powers. The partner Digimon are easily subdued by a single strike. Kurata starts to celebrate because with Shine Greymon out the way and Mirage Gargamon on his side, he believes that his victory is all but assured. Marcus tells Agumon how sorry he is and how much they need him right now. The National Security Control sends in some choppers to deal with Belphemon. The rockets fired at Belphemon failed to even lay a scratch on him. Before the surgeons operate on Relena, they remove the device Kurata placed on her neck. The device would allow Kurata to execute Relena should Thomas not comply with his orders. This moment is what Thomas was waiting for. The moment the device is unlocked, he orders Galmon to move in and destroy it. Thomas then sets off a small charge which he placed inside Kurata's controller. Yushima enters the room and Thomas explains how he was forced to obey Kurata's orders when he realized that Kurata had placed the device on Relena's neck as a failsafe. Galmon adds how he felt excruciating pain each time he had to witness Thomas grovel to Kurata. Knowing all this, Galmon had no choice but to follow along, as he had faith that Thomas would succeed in finding an opening to save her. Thomas's father walks in and demands that Thomas explain himself. Thomas tells Franz that he'll be the one to cure Relena and will not give up until he finds a cure. His father doesn't believe him, as hundreds of doctors have tried to cure her and failed, and cites that Thomas is arrogant to believe he can do anything different. Thomas reminds his father that the whole reason he studied medicine in the first place was for Relena. Thomas asks Yushima to watch over her as his friends need his help. Yushima tells Franz not to worry and to have faith that his son will succeed in finding a cure. Kurata is furious at Thomas for double-crossing him. He resorts back to his original plan, which is to control Belphemon from within. Kurata converts his body into data and then transports himself into Belphemon, activating the beast's rage mode. Under Kurata's control, Belphemon starts absorbing energy from the grid, which causes a city-wide blackout. Kurata speaks through Belphemon and states that he'll destroy everything. Thomas arrives and wastes no time sending Mirage Gargamon to the battlefield. Marcus voices his concern for his friend's safety. Sarah agrees to let him go, so he places Ogumon's Digi-Egg on his back and makes his way. Marcus is shocked to see all the destruction Kurata has caused. Keenan and the others are initially worried that Thomas has come to take them out. Their concerns are laid to rest when Mirage Gargamon attacks Belphemon. The others are glad to have Thomas back on their side, but Yoshi is still upset with him. She agrees to forgive him on the condition that once they're done here, he'll get her a box of Monju. Mirage Gargamon's attacks do nothing to Belphemon. Kurata tells Thomas that he thought of him as a son. Thomas has Mirage Gargamon implore numerous attack formations, but none manage to phase the beast. Marcus nears the battle zone and spots Mirage Gargamon fighting Belphemon. Realizing that this could only mean one thing, he rushes over to Thomas. Thomas allows Marcus to punch him. Thomas commends Marcus for a strong punch, comparing it to the bond they both share. He apologizes to Marcus, who forgives him without question. As Mirage Gargamon continues to take a beating, Marcus announces himself to Kurata from atop a nearby building. He attempts to strike Belphemon, but Belphemon generates a gust of wind which sends Marcus flying. Thomas orders Mirage Gargamon to catch him. Thomas tells Marcus that Belphemon is way too strong to attack without a partner, so tells him to sit this one out. Thomas has Mirage Gargamon use decoy attacks to distract Belphemon. This enables Mirage Gargamon to create an opening, but Belphemon simply returns his Full Moon Blaster attack back at him with double the power. The entire area is leveled, but Mirage Gargamon still remains in the fight. Thomas tells Mirage Gargamon to look above, but he's not quick enough as Belphemon descends upon him. Belphemon goes in for the kill shot, but Rosemon and the others manage to protect Mirage Gargamon. Belphemon easily subdues them all, but Chromon refuses to back down and goes in for another attack. Belphemon tosses him aside, which causes Chromon to revert back to his rookie level. Kurata cites that he would have merged with a Digimon much sooner if he'd known it'd be so much fun. He states his usual nonsense about how bad Digimon are and how he's the protector and ruler of the universe. Keenan tells him to stop hurting his friends. He adds that Digimon and humans are equal and recounts how much Frigimon, Marukimon, Marcus and the others taught him. Keenan's latent DNA charge erupts to the surface. Knowing what he's fighting for, Keenan is able to control it, enabling Falcomon to double warp Digivolve to his mega level.
Let's take a look at this magnificent body. Only through science could I fuse with a body like this. Do you think a Digimon could achieve this on its own? Of course not! Only a human could accomplish something this advanced and superior.
We are all same! We friends!
Keenan!
Are humans best? Are Digimon best? No! Frigimon teach Keenan how to love others! Marukimon teach me discipline! Other Digimon teach me how to fight! Then I meet humans, and Marcus and the others teach me about friendship! They all friends! Me have friends and you
Ravemon proves the power of friendship to Belphemon as he manages to cut the beast several times over. He then uses his Celestial Blade attack, which although causes some damage, mostly serves to further enrage Kurata. The beast begins to grow in size and power and subdues Kurata's consciousness. Belphemon begins to speak directly to them, stating that those who dare to cross him will not live to tell the tale. He goes on to attack everything in sight. He then focuses his aim at a defenseless Marcus. Keenan and Ravemon shield Marcus with their own bodies. Both collapse from the damage they sustained. Marcus tells Keenan off for putting himself in harm's way. Keenan tells Marcus he did so because they're friends. Marcus calls out to Kurata, stating that he'll make him pay. Belphemon responds by telling him it is the Demon Lord he speaks with, not Kurata. Thomas suspects that Kurata's consciousness has been suppressed by Belphemon. At HQ, Christy feels the vibrations from Belphemon's attacks surging through the ground. Sarah tells her not to worry, as Agumon will be back soon to help Marcus, adding how Agumon and Marcus love each other with all their hearts. Marcus speaks to Agumon's Digi-Egg. He tells him that their friends need their help. Agumon seems to have heard his calls as the egg starts to hatch, and from it emerges Coromon. Seeing Coromon reminds Marcus what Bancho Leomon told him, that Agumon may not have any recollection of him at all. His concerns are put at ease as Coromon proves he remembers Marcus when he refers to him as boss. Coromon then digivolves to his rookie level. With Bancho Leomon watching from afar, Marcus and Agumon walk toward the belly of the beast. The pair struggle to get close enough to Belphemon. Seeing this, Megami begins to lose faith. Yoshi tells her it's not over yet, and Thomas adds that together they can overcome anything. Keenan tells them that they must combine their power into one. Everyone, including the partner Digimon, each state their resolve, together believing that they can overcome any obstacle. They attack collectively to provide Marcus and Agumon the opening they need. The pair land a punch in unison, which not only activates Marcus's DNA charge but impressively knocks Belphemon down. Marcus asks if Agumon is doing okay. Agumon tells him how he feels more powerful than ever before. With Shine Greymon now back in the fold, everyone prepares for one final stand. Relena and Christy each worry for their brother's safety. As Christy hopes that someone is watching over Marcus to keep them safe, the camera pans over to Bancho Leomon. Thomas revises his attack formation to include the other partner Digimon as he orders each of them into position. While Belphemon is being attacked by the others, Shine Greymon spears Belphemon to the ground. Megami and Mickey are surprised by how much more powerful Shine Greymon has become since being reborn. As Thomas begins to regain hope that they actually have a chance to win, Belphemon lets out a defiant roar. Suddenly, Kurata's massive head emerges from Belphemon's chest. Kurata curses Marcus for meddling with his plans just like his father did. He adds how much he hates Marcus and how he's sick of the Damon family sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. Marcus tells him to pipe down and makes it clear that as long as he's around, Kurata will never be able to carry out his evil plans. Kurata, who is now in full control of Belphemon, allows his anger toward Marcus to get the better of him. He has Belphemon unleash multiple chains across the surrounding area. Seeing that Ravemon is about to be hit, Keenan rushes over to him. Yoshi, knowing Keenan will be hit too, pushes him out of the way. Keenan calls out to Ravemon, who manages to narrowly evade the fatal attack. Using the chains, Kurata has Belphemon absorb even more energy from the city's grid. Realizing this, Thomas calls out to break the chains. Kurata has Belphemon grab their van, which holds several space oscillation devices. He has Belphemon consume the devices. Kurata then says it's showtime as Belphemon grows even more in size. Belphemon now wields a power to rip huge holes within the space continuum. Thomas emphasizes if they allow Belphemon to continue ripping holes in the space continuum, both the digital and human worlds will collide. While everyone is in shock and despair, Marcus tells them that nothing has changed and that the plan remains the same to kick Kurata's ass and win. Marcus truly has a way with words as everyone gets behind him. Thomas makes Shine Greymon the focal point of their attack given he's the freshest. Kurata has no intention of letting Shine Greymon get anywhere near him, so he immediately attempts to attack him. Mirage Gargumon protects Shine Greymon. He, Rosebon and Ravemon tell Shine Greymon to let them focus on the chains as they work together to create an opening for Shine Greymon to attack. Shine Greymon charges up his Glorious Burst attack at 10 times its usual size, which has Kurata quivering in fear.
Ravemon, ready to attack? Yes, at full power!
it, Shine Greymon!
Glorious burst!
His attack, it's 10 times the size!
When the dust clears, they're all left in shock when Belphemon remains standing unscathed. He then attacks everyone with his chains. Thomas calls everyone to fall back and says that Kurata is too much for them. Marcus tells him to hold up, citing that he doesn't want to hear any more negative talk like that. Marcus stands up to Kurata and tells him that he's going down. Kurata has Belphemon launch his beam directly at Marcus. The other partner Digimon shield Marcus by blocking the attack. Mirage Gagumon tells him, like Thomas said, as a team there's no obstacle they can't overcome. Ravemon and Rosemon agree as all three Digimon are knocked to the ground. Marcus calls out to Shine Greymon to lend him his strength in order to protect their friends and everything else they hold sacred. Shine Greymon tells him he's wrong, citing that it's Marcus who's been giving him strength all this time. Marcus tells Shine Greymon that he realizes they're both wrong, as their power comes from the combination of them both and feeds off their friendship, which is why they make the ultimate team. As Shine Greymon and Marcus resolve to defeat Kurata and save both worlds, Marcus's Digivice begins to glow. Thomas tells Marcus to use the light being emitted from his Digivice. Shine Greymon is then able to push past the Mega level, finally achieving his true burst form.
Use it!
Ready, pal? Ready.
Charge! DNA! Burst mode!
You've done it, Marcus Damon, and you too, Shine Greymon. By combining the intensity of your emotions and your everlasting friendship with each other, you've been able to push past the Mega level into new, uncharted areas of power. This is what the true burst mode looks like.
Shine Greymon! Burst mode!
Kurata's rage quickly turns to childlike fear as he begs Belphemon to keep Shine Greymon away. Shine Greymon easily breaks through the chains. Kurata screams for Belphemon to do something. The beast launches an attack toward the other partner Digimon, but Shine Greymon is able to shield them. He then walks toward Belphemon as Kurata screams for him to get away. We then get, in my opinion, one of the hardest scenes in the entire franchise as Marcus and Shine Greymon take out Kurata and Belphemon with no mercy.
Ah! Stay away from me! No!
You're finished, Kurata!
Ah! Get him, Marcus!
Do it for all the Digimon whose lives Kurata took! Get revenge for Frigimon and Marukimon! Marcus!
No! Please! Take pity on me, Marcus!
Pity's all I had for you.
Belphemon disintegrates, but Kurata, who survived, tries a last-ditch effort to escape by using a space oscillation device. Due to the current fragility of the space-time continuum caused by his own hands, activating the oscillation device completely breaks down the barrier, which leads both worlds on a fast-track collision course. Kurata meets his demise as he's vaporized from the energy released as the barrier between the two worlds gives way. As the digital world falls from the Earth's sky, Craniumon, one of the royal knights sworn to protect King Drazel, meets with his master. King Drazel appears to be human, and his voice sounds familiar too, but his entire face is not revealed to us yet. He tells Craniumon that both worlds cannot coexist in one dimension. Craniumon asks if there's a way to stop the collision. King Drazel tells him that there's only one way, which is to destroy the human world before both worlds collide. He states that he has no intention to stop the collision, but rather to preempt it. Given the fact that the digital world is moving toward the human world from the sky, the Earth will simply be crushed by the digital world's weight. Craniumon is left visibly worried by his master's genocidal statement. He asks his king if they destroy the Earth, what will become of the humans who live there. King Drazel tells them that they'll be eliminated, and rightly so after they fail to learn from their misguided and selfish ways. Craniumon asks if he's implying that the humans deserve to be destroyed. The king tells him that humans have never been of use to Digimon and have only brought destruction and misery upon the digital world. Craniumon tells him that doing so will mean the death of billions of humans, so he asks if there's anything that can be taken into consideration which will make it worth saving the humans. When Craniumon still continues to ask if it's truly necessary to wipe out the human race, King Drazel reminds him of the worst day the digital world has ever known. It was that same dark day when Kurata used the Gizumon to slaughter an unspeakable number of Digimon, including Frigimon too. King Drazel cites in absolute terms that he has decided the humans must be erased. Back in the human world, everything is falling apart, buildings are collapsing while airlines come crashing down. As the partner Digimon work overtime to manage the chaos, Yoshi asks Thomas if there's anything they can do to stop the collision, but Thomas is out of answers. King Drazel continues to speak with Craniumon, conveying his knowledge of how the Digimon that entered the human world fell under the influence of human emotions. Everything he states here regarding the history is exactly how it all went down, but his next statement is completely wrong. He cites that some Digimon, referring to Agumon and the others, have been brainwashed by the humans and forced to fight against other Digimon. He adds how some of the Digimon the humans attacked had reverted to Digi-Eggs, but then these acts of relative kindness were overshadowed by the later acts of violence they had inflicted on Digimon by permanently deleting them. He's not wrong on that part, but the problem with his statement is that it was Kurata and arguably Director Hashima who were responsible for all that. King Drazel has a full understanding of everything that's happened, including the biohybrids and the awakening of Belphemon. It's clear that the king has been watching matters unfold from afar all this time, which only makes you wonder why didn't he intervene with the Royal Knights much sooner. Once you see how powerful these Royal Knights are, it's hard not to ask this question. Craniumon has now been convinced and agrees to carry out his master's request alongside his comrades. Keenan points out to Marcus a bright orange light off in the distance. The light is being emitted by none other than Bancho Leomon, who tells them that he was forced to release his essential DNA charge, which means in a few moments he will become a stone foundation acting as a temporary support holding up the digital world. He tells Marcus that he must find King Drazel before his life force runs out. He promises to hold up the digital world for as long as he can and tells Marcus that only he can find King Drazel. Bancho Leomon tells Marcus that as Spencer Damon's son, it is his destiny. After a flash of light, Marcus rushes over to Bancho Leomon to find that he's turned to stone. With Bancho Leomon's life hanging on the line, Marcus tells Shine Greymon it's time to go as they've got a king to find. Yoshi asks how he plans to go to the digital world. He says he plans to fly there. Thomas initially has concerns, but is quickly brought on board when everyone else, including Mirage Galgamon, thinks they should all go with Marcus. Before they go, Christy calls Marcus to check on him. She's glad to hear he's okay, and Sarah tells him how proud she is. She asks that he not come home too late as she'll have fried eggs ready for him and Agumon. The heroes, along with their Digimon partners, make their way to the digital world. Yushima, who stayed with Relena and Franz, is glad to see the Data Squad back together again and places his trust in them as mankind's last hope. The Data Squad are all sucked into a vortex but manage to safely land on a sandy beach. They're shocked to see Gotsumon, who's been reborn, is also there. Seeing the way they're all looking at him, he asks what their problem is. Thomas tells the others to calm down as this Gotsumon may not be the same as the one they once knew. Based on the way he talks, it only confirms that this is the same Gotsumon, but since being reborn, the memories of his past life have been wiped and he seems to have undergone a personality change too. None of them, including Keenan and Falcomon, know what King Drazel looks like, so they're not sure where to start. Gotsumon tells them that he knows exactly where they can find King Drazel. This immediately raises everyone's suspicion, so they all deliberate as to whether they should trust him or not. Keenan thinks it's okay to trust him given his memories have been wiped, so he has no reason to lie to them. With their Digimon out of energy, the squad is forced to travel on foot. Back in the human world, the government has declared a state of emergency. Christy asks her mum why they are staying while everyone else is leaving. Sarah tells her that they need to be around for when Marcus and Agumon return and tells Christy not to worry as Marcus and his friends will fix everything before they return. Sarah, who still believes that Spencer is in the digital world, prays that he helps their son if he falls into any trouble over there. Gotsumon takes the others to the servatory, where he believes that King Drazel resides within. Craniumon shows himself and states that none shall pass. Gotsumon tells them that Craniumon is one of the royal knights sworn to protect the king. When Marcus refuses to back down, Craniumon sends him flying with a gust of wind. Lalamon is shocked that he was able to do that to Marcus without lifting a finger. Gaumon corrects her, stating he did move, but was so fast that their eyes couldn't register it. Marcus goes in for seconds and this time is able to activate his DNA charge, which amazes Thomas, who believes Marcus was able to see Craniumon's attack. Marcus tells Thomas not to overthink things, as he couldn't see anything, he just knew a melee attack was coming his way, so he thought to punch, hoping that it will connect. Once again, Marcus proves that sometimes the simplest and counterintuitive approaches to battle can be superior. With his DNA charge now activated, he has Agumon digivolve to his mega level. Thomas and the others have their partners digivolve too. Gotsumon realizes that Shine Greymon was the one that fell on top of him at the beach, which leads him to reconsider whether the Data Squad are good people. Marcus tells Gotsumon that they trusted him this whole way, so asks that he not turn his back on them, especially given what happened was an accident. Craniumon launches a beam headed straight toward Gotsumon. Shine Greymon protects him but sustains severe damage in doing so. Marcus asks Craniumon what he's playing at as Gotsumon is innocent. Craniumon reiterates his mission in life, which is to eliminate anyone who dares oppose or even approach the king. Mirage Gargumon and Ravemon are shocked that his rhetoric also includes the weak who cannot protect themselves. Gotsumon starts talking all sorts of trash to Craniumon, adding that his friends will teach the Royal Knight a lesson for attacking him. Craniumon proves to be levels above the Data Squad's Mega Digimon. When Marcus calls out the Geo Greysword, Craniumon calls upon a weapon of his own. With his duo Solar Spear, Craniumon easily disarms Shine Greymon. He then unleashes his Shock Ringer attack, which creates a vortex that pulls all the Mega Digimon inside of it. Mirage Gargumon realizes that they can't defeat a Royal Knight and adds that it's clear Craniumon is not only physically more powerful, but is leaps and bounds ahead of them in combat experience and skill. Craniumon says he's now going to delete them all and picks Shine Greymon to be his first victim. He attempts to impale Shine Greymon in the abdomen, but Marcus is able to block the spear using his DNA charged fist. Everyone, including Craniumon and especially Gotsumon, are all in shock. Marcus dismisses Craniumon's devotion to King Drazel. He tells Craniumon that both worlds are on a fast track collision course and this king that he reveres so much is doing nothing to prevent it. Marcus concludes that King Drazel is not fit or deserving of such a title as king. He then pushes Craniumon to the ground. Marcus tells Shine Greymon it's time to show the Royal Knight what he's made of. Craniumon must now face Shine Greymon Burst Mode. The Royal Knight is completely thrown off guard by Shine Greymon's power and struggles to hold him back. Suddenly, a flash of light comes between them and knocks Shine Greymon to the ground. Another Royal Knight enters the scene and it's none other than Gallantmon. Gallantmon expresses his disappointment toward Craniumon for allowing himself to be pushed around. The rest of the Royal Knights arrive, including their leader Omnimon. Gotsumon informs the Data Squad who the Royal Knights are, citing that they're the highest ranked security system in the digital world, each sworn to protect King Drazel with their lives. Ravemon and Rosemon begin to panic as they were struggling to beat just one of them. Marcus isn't impressed. He tells the Knights that the king will need new bodyguards once he and Shine Greymon are through with them. Gallantmon isn't one for small talk and wastes no time in unleashing his Lightning Joust attack, or in this particular season's dub, he calls it Royal Saber. The Data Squad are rendered unconscious from the blast. Marcus begins to recall a memory he had of his father. In the dream, Marcus asks his father if he can bring home a frog that he found. Spencer explains to him how the frog also has a home and a family too. Marcus agrees to let the frog go, and Spencer tells him that he's proud of him for looking out for the little one. Marcus is the first one to regain consciousness. All the Royal Knights are seen bending the knee as King Drazel walks toward the Data Squad. Marcus goes in for an attack which drops the king's hood, unveiling that the king is in fact Marcus's father, Spencer Damon. Marcus moves to embrace his father and tells him that Sarah and Christy are waiting for them. However, King Drazel slaps his hand away and Gallantmon calls Marcus a fool. Marcus insists to the knights that their king is his father. Craniumon and Gallantmon, however, do not care who Marcus thinks he is. As far as they're concerned, the man in front of them is the king, and it is their king who has declared that the human world must be destroyed. Hearing Spencer say it out loud shocks Marcus. Meanwhile, at the Damon residence, the picture frame encasing their family photo falls to the ground, causing the glass to shatter, which in Japanese culture is believed to foreshadow bad luck. King Drazel orders his knights to eliminate them all. Thomas cannot believe this will be the end of them. Yoshi and Lalamon embrace one another, while Agumon calls out to Marcus. However, Marcus, their pivotal player who always comes through to reignite the fire within the team to continue on, is in complete shock from the revelation and completely oblivious to what's happening around him. Just as Gallantmon is about to kill them, another Mega Digimon, Kentorusmon, descends from the sky. Gallantmon and the rest of the knights seem to know Kentorusmon. Agumon begins to panic, believing another Royal Knight has entered, which makes it all but certain that the Data Squad are about to meet their demise. Kentorusmon takes everyone by surprise as he grabs the entire Data Squad, including Gotsumon, and takes flight. Gallantmon launches his Shield of the Just Attack, which for some reason they changed in this season's dub to be called Final Elysion. The attack lands, but Kentorusmon is able to take it and manages to get away with the others. Craniumon wants to run after them, but King Drazel tells him there's no need to, as no matter where they go, they cannot escape being extinguished along with all the other humans. The next episode starts with a flashback as Marcus bids farewell to his father, unaware of the fact that he wouldn't see his father again until many years later. The Data Squad wakes up and turns their attention to the severely injured Kentorusmon. Samson shows up and tells them not to worry as Kentorusmon is on their side. This confirms to them that Kentorusmon is in fact Kudamon. Kentorusmon reverts back to his rookie level. Kudamon apologizes to the others for hiding the fact that he can digivolve to Mega. They all return to the hideout where Samson explains that King Drazel sent Kudamon, one of his royal knights, to the human world to act as the digital world's ambassador. King Drazel gave Kudamon the task of gathering intel on the humans to help him establish if humans offer any utility to Digimon. Kudamon explains the many years he spent around humans have led him to grow fond of them. He says he understands the king's desire to protect the digital world, but he cannot agree with his orders to eliminate mankind. Marcus continues to feel the reverberations of finding out that his father is King Drazel. He asks Kudamon if this King Drazel is the king of the digital world. Why on earth is his father telling the Digimon that he's their king when he's a human? Samson explains that the man once known as Dr. Spencer Damon no longer exists. He informs them that after his battle with the biohybrids, he and Kudamon were given asylum within the digital world and even granted an audience with King Drazel himself, who explained his goal to them. Then Samson pressed him on the fact that his plan would lead to the death of his wife, daughter and his son, who's currently fighting his heart out to save both worlds as they speak. King Drazel threw him out, which all but confirmed to Samson that Spencer Damon is gone. Christy and Sarah have arrived at the hideout and heard everything. Shocked by what she's heard, Christy drops the pot she's holding. She refuses to believe any of it, saying that it's all nothing but a lie. Marcus tells her that he wishes it wasn't true. Everyone, including Agumon, is down in the dumps. When Lalamon sees a plate of egg rolls that no one's eating, she asks Agumon if it's okay for her to eat it. Agumon uncharacteristically snaps at Lalamon, telling her that the plate is for Marcus. Samson tells everyone to pipe down. He informs them that he and Kudamon will spend every waking moment they have left trying to stop the collision from happening, but says he understands if during this time, the rest of them would prefer to spend their last moments with their loved ones. As Thomas tells the commander he will do the same, they receive an alert of a massive Digimon signature. Marcus explains everything to Sarah and Christy, that even after seeing and hearing what his father did, he refuses to believe Spencer will turn his back on his family. Sarah tells Marcus that he mustn't give up on his father, as she believes that Marcus will be able to make his father see sense. Marcus remains traumatized by the cold look Spencer gave him, frustrated that the father he once knew now looks at him as a stranger. The others make their way toward the Digimon signature, which turns out to be the formidable Gallantmon, who wastes no time in destroying the neighbouring area. Kudamon calls to his ex-comrade to stop. Gallantmon tells Kudamon that he'll follow the king's orders, pointing to the oath he made, an oath which he reminds Kudamon that he also took. Gallantmon reiterates that it was the humans who attacked first. Both Kudamon and Keenan tell the Royal Knight that those heinous acts were perpetrated by all but one man. Gallantmon states that even if they may be right, it doesn't matter as the king does not see it that way. Gallantmon orders them to step out of the way. Yoshi, Keenan and Thomas refuse to. Mirage Gargamon, Rosemon, Ravemon, Bishop Chessmon and Rook Chessmon prepare to face Gallantmon, who simply scoffs at them, citing they know full well they stand no chance against the skills of a Royal Knight like himself. Ravemon states that they're not afraid to lose for a just cause, while Rosemon makes it clear that they'll protect their loved ones with everything they have. Agumon rushes over to Marcus, who's still deep in thought. Marcus asks his mom if she remembers the day Spencer left for the digital world. We flash back to a time where we see Marcus playing catch with his father, while Sarah, holding Christy, observes. Marcus tells Spencer to throw the ball at full force. After getting a nod of approval from Sarah, Spencer throws the ball with all he's got. When Marcus catches the ball, Spencer proudly rushes over to him and gives him a pendant, which he states signifies Marcus is all grown up. Sarah tells Marcus she remembers that day and adds how Spencer believed that Marcus will be able to protect them in his absence. When the ground begins to shake, Marcus rushes over to shield his mom and sister. Bishop Chessmon is hurled in front of them. Agumon arrives and tells Marcus that one of the knights has appeared. The other partner Digimon are all subdued by Gallantmon. Marcus catches Gallantmon off guard and manages to activate his DNA charge. Wielding the Geo Greysword allows Shine Greymon to fare better than the others, as he and Gallantmon dude it out. Gallantmon proves once again that the experience the Royal Knights have in combat is just too much to overcome. He goes on to disarm Shine Greymon, who then makes a last-ditch effort to take him out by unleashing his Glorious Burst attack at point-blank range. Gallantmon's armour appears to be impenetrable as the attack is simply deflected back on Shine Greymon, knocking him down in the process. Offended by the casual way Marcus speaks of his king, Gallantmon readies his final Elysium attack. Kudamon, knowing the attack will completely obliterate Marcus and Shine Greymon, tells Samson that he must digivolve. Samson states that he can't as he's not fully recovered yet. Kudamon tells him he must hurry and not to worry about him. Kudamon double warp digivolves to Kentorusmon and blocks the attack with his shield. Gallantmon asks Kentorusmon if he's seriously going to fight him even though he's already in such poor condition. Gallantmon also asks Kentorusmon why he turned his back on the Royal Knights and more importantly their king. Kentorusmon tells him that although it pains him to go against his king's wishes, watching the humans for all these years, as requested by his sire, revealed to him that most humans are in fact good and worthy of not only saving but protecting too. Kentorusmon launches himself toward Gallantmon, who warns him to stand down as it will give him no pleasure in defeating him. Kentorusmon makes it clear to Gallantmon that there's no way he can defeat him as he goes on to launch his Ice Breath attack. He then tells Gallantmon that they will now both freeze together. Gallantmon does everything he can to get outside the attack's range but is unable to. He then tries to go through Kentorusmon, but his spear is blocked by Kentorusmon's shield. Kentorusmon, full of confidence, tells his old friend that this will be a battle of attrition in which Gallantmon's spear will need to break his shield in time for him to escape the attack. The commander desperately calls out to his partner. Kentorusmon tells Samson and Marcus that he is entrusting the two of them with the fate and safety of both their worlds. Both Royal Knights are consumed by the icy vortex and disappear. Marcus bids farewell to Christy and Sarah, promising his sister that he'll bring their father home. Thomas tells Marcus that they're going with him. Marcus tells him that they're not, as this is a personal matter between him and his father. Yoshi berates Marcus for refusing to let them go, as that means he'll have to fight the Royal Knights on his own. He explains to his friends that the Royal Knights have focused their attention on destroying the human world, so they all need to stay behind to protect it whilst he's gone. Keenan tells the others that Marcus is right. He explains that after speaking with his father figure Marukimon, he felt much better, so he understands why Marcus needs to return to the digital world to hash things out with his dad. Yoshi knows that once Marcus has made his mind up, there's no changing it, so she decides to let him go, but she makes him promise to keep himself safe by using his brain while there. Thomas reassures Marcus that while he's gone, he'll not allow any harm to come to Sarah and Christy. Keenan tells Marcus to leave it all to them. Marcus bids his friends farewell and reminds them to never give up. With Shine Greymon gone, Mirage Gargomon, Rosemon and Ravemon are seen fighting off an endless wave of Nightmon. Thomas receives a call from Yushima informing him that his father has boarded himself and Relena on his private jet. His father plans to leave the area even though the fly zone is full of Nightmon. Keimomon does what he can to keep the Nightmon away from the jet, but there are far too many incoming attacks and the plane is bombarded with energy beams. Mirage Gargomon makes it in the nick of time and eliminates the remaining Nightmon. Thomas berates his father when he finds out that the reason Franz was taking the jet instead of fleeing via the designated evacuation routes is because he wanted to go back to Austria in order to protect the family estate. Tensions rise between the pair when Franz boasts that he'll be allowed to pass through international security in the middle of a war zone by simply evoking the family name, a name which Thomas says he's ashamed of having. Galmon, realizing there are more incoming attacks, tells Thomas they need to go. His father refuses to listen to his request to take shelter. Instead, Franz demands that Thomas and Galmon clear the path for him in the sky. When Thomas refuses, his father tries to emotionally blackmail him by questioning the sense of responsibility Thomas has toward caring for his sister's safety. Thomas tells his father that he can say the same about him, highlighting to Franz how he's never protected anything in his entire selfish life. We get a flashback to the day Thomas's mother was laid to rest. His father is seen coldly telling Thomas that they need to leave. Thomas overhears a conversation between his father and his paternal grandmother. Franz pleads with his mother to meet little Thomas, but she refuses to. She cites the reason is because of his mother, whom she considers to be of lower class. They realise Thomas was listening in. His father calls him inside to introduce himself. His grandma takes a look at him and acknowledges that Thomas does indeed share some characteristics of the Norstein family, but she continues to chastise his father for bearing a child with a woman of such a lowly class. She seems to accept Thomas based simply on the merit of the blood coursing through him, yet also reminds him that he'll never quite be a part of the Norstein family, so he'll do well to remember that. Thomas looks to his father for reassurance, but Franz is unable to stand up to the head of the family and simply looks away. Thomas tells his father that he'll never forgive him for that day, citing that by failing to say anything, he insulted the memory of his mother. His father tells him that he knows nothing at all, but before he's able to explain, Galmon calls for Thomas to look out the window as numerous Nightmon are fast approaching. To make matters worse, Relena goes into shock. Yushima has Keimomon digivolve to his ultimate level, Shaojamon. Shaojamon proves to be very capable, handling multiple Nightmon at once. When Relena starts calling out to Thomas, we get another flashback, but this time to the day Relena was born. Thomas is seen listening in as his grandma demands the doctor to save Relena. Thomas is seen listening in as his grandma demands that the doctor save Relena, as she'll be the one to carry on the Norstein bloodline. With her health now stable, Thomas visits his little sister, who immediately stops crying when he holds her hand. Back to the present, Thomas holds her hand as he once did and tells his father that he'll help clear a path, but makes it clear he's doing it for Relena and not the Norstein name. Mirage Gargomon lends Shaojamon a hand, and Thomas apologizes to Yushima for his father's behavior. The Nightmon start falling back when Lord Nightmon, formerly known as Crusadermon in Frontier, emerges from the sky. The Royal Knight swears to make them pay for attacking his squadron and for betraying the king. Thomas acts uncharacteristically as he sends Mirage Gargomon in without devising a plan first. Mirage Gargomon suffers the consequences, as he's attacked multiple times in quick succession. Yushima senses something is up with Thomas as he's not acting like his usual rational self. Thomas's father begins to question if all the bad things that's happened to his family were all his fault. We see via a flashback that Thomas's father meant what he said, that Thomas had no idea what's really going on. After finding out that Relena will be suffering from a lifelong debilitating illness, Franz's mother informs him that he must ensure Thomas succeeds in becoming the heir to the Norsteins, and she orders him to find a suitable wife for Thomas, one that will not be cause for controversy during Thomas's rule. Credit to Thomas's father for initially refusing, but the man seriously has some issues sticking up to his mother, as he eventually folds to her demands. In present day, the doctor pleads with Franz that they must leave the area and take Relena somewhere safe, whilst Thomas has the Digimon on the outside preoccupied. Shaojamon succumbs to Lord Nightmon's attacks, which causes him to revert back to his rookie level. As Relena is taken out on a stretcher, she sees Thomas tending to Mirage Gargamon, who has been rendered unconscious by Lord Nightmon. She musters all her strength to run toward Thomas, calling out for him not to leave her. Her father chases after her, while a Nightmon launches an attack at Relena. Unable to get to her in time, her father can do nothing else but scream. Thomas and Mirage Gargamon arrive in time and shield her from the attack. Thomas holds Relena in his arms as she loses consciousness. Franz begs his children to forgive him for not putting them first, finally realizing that they are all that matters to him. Seeing his father crying reminds him of the time Franz cried when Thomas's mum died. He asks his father to take Relena and promises to protect them both. Thomas declares that it's time for Lord Nightmon to leave the human world. Lord Nightmon arrogantly laughs off Thomas's threat. As the Royal Knight goes in for an attack, he finds himself in quite the predicament when Mirage Gargamon blocks the attack. Thomas accesses his latent DNA charge, enabling Mirage Gargamon to undergo burst evolution.
Get ready, Mirage Gargamon! Charge! DNA! Burst mode!
With his newfound power, coupled with the use of Thomas's strategic attack patterns, Mirage Gargamon is able to best Lord Nightmon, becoming the first one to defeat a Royal Knight. With Relena now in stable condition, Thomas tells her that he must leave. Franz voices his concern for Thomas's safety, citing that he's always worried about Thomas every time he leaves. Thomas assures his father not to worry as he's a Norstein after all. He remembers to thank Yushima before he and Gaomon leave to help Marcus. Craniumon has an audience with the king, who cites his disappointment that both Gallantmon and Lord Nightmon have been defeated. The king acknowledges that he's underestimated the humans. Leopardmon, one of the more antisocial Royal Knights, presents himself and volunteers to exterminate the humans. King Drazo happily tells Leopardmon that the task is his. Yoshi drives Lalamon, Falcomon and Keenan around the city as they scout out areas that need their help. They see a tornado appear over Marcus's house. Christy rushes over to her mum as the tornado passes. From within the tornado, a Biomon and multiple in-training Digimon are thrown out and land in Christy's backyard. Christy instantly recognises this Biomon as the same one she once knew, but it's clear that his memories have been wiped since being reborn. Falcomon arrives with the others and explains this to Christy. Sarah is seen busy bottle feeding all the in-training Digimon. Keenan asks Falcomon if he's sure this is the same Biomon, which he says he's 100% sure. Yoshi asks how Biomon got there. He explains that since the dimensional barrier was disrupted, multiple volcanoes began to erupt around the digital world. He and the in-training Digimon tried to take refuge but got sucked up inside that tornado, which brought them to the human world. Yoshi tells them not to worry and offers them shelter at her house. Sarah is just happy there are guests now that she can cook for. She and Yoshi start cooking it up in the kitchen, but it's not long before the in-training Digimon start causing havoc around the house. Yoshi begins to realise that she may have bitten off more than she can chew by agreeing to take care of the infant Digimon. She apologises to Christy, who tells her not to worry as she's got plenty of experience dealing with a big baby every day, so she knows her pain. The two of them bond over their experience of watching over Marcus. Dinner is served, and finally there's some peace and quiet as everyone chows down. Yoshi asks Sarah why she hasn't evacuated like her neighbours have. She tells Yoshi that she wants to be there for when Marcus and his father return. Marcus and Agumon find themselves stranded in a desolate area of the digital world, and they suffer from dehydration. Gotsumon falls from the sky. He expresses his surprise to see the pair still in the digital world. They ask Gotsumon how he wound up falling from the sky. He explains that he got sucked up into a giant vortex which eventually spat him out. At the Damon residence, when Biomon asks if it's okay for him and his friends to stay, it reminds Keenan of when he once asked Marcus the same thing. Echoing what Marcus told him, he tells Biomon that he'll watch over him as a big brother. Just as Marcus would, he has a pillow fight with all the Digimon, but they're interrupted when Leopardmon arrives. Leopardmon immediately starts attacking the city. Yoshi and Keenan make their way to deal with him. The pair waste no time in sending Rosemon and Ravemon after the Royal Knight. Leopardmon proves just as powerful as his comrades as he's able to simply swat away both Megas. When her home begins to shake, Christy starts to worry about Keenan and Yoshi. Rosemon tells Yoshi that the battle is getting too close to Marcus's house. Keenan pleads with Leopardmon to stop and informs him that a baby Digimon residing within the building behind them. Leopardmon doesn't care about the little Digimon, which he considers collateral damage, a price that comes with war, in which he'll do whatever is needed to save the digital world and exact justice upon the humans. Ravemon and Rosemon are completely overpowered as Leopardmon's attacks blast through the entire area. Christy, who was all but certain a goner, is saved by none other than Biomon, who digivolves to his ultimate level to protect her. Garudamon echoes the words he uttered in his past life as he states he'll always protect her. Leopardmon realizes that they're far more resilient than he anticipated, so he decides to go all out. Yoshi takes a stand, citing that Marcus is coming back with his dad and she'll make damn sure that he still has a home to return to. Keenan cites how Marcus watched out for him, so he'll now watch out for others. Yoshi and Keenan's latent DNA charge erupts to the surface, which enables their partners to undergo burst evolution.
Fight with you any longer.
Marcus is coming back home with his dad. And I'm gonna make sure he has a home to come back to.
He watch out for me? Now I watch out for others! Charge! DNA! Burst mode!
Digimon First Mode!
Charge! DNA! Burst mode! Rosemon Burst mode!
The tables have now turned as both Rosemon and Ravemon completely overpower Leopardmon, going on to defeat him with ease. The pair tell Christy and Sarah that they're going to the digital world as it's the only way to protect both worlds. Keenan leaves Biomon in charge of everyone's safety. Thomas, who's not yet actually left for the digital world, arrives and tells them that he's ready to go. As Marcus, Agumon and Gotsumon make their way to King Drazel, they are stopped by Craniumon, who sends them a warning shot, demanding they turn back. When they refuse to comply, Craniumon tells them that they will also perish with the humans. Marcus asks the Royal Knight if he has any idea what's been happening in the human world as families are being separated and their homes destroyed. Craniumon grows frustrated with Marcus and starts to berate him. Realizing a fight is now inevitable, Marcus and Agumon rush toward him. Craniumon tells them that now he knows their abilities they cannot win. Marcus defiantly tells the Royal Knight not to underestimate their abilities, as humans have a lot more potential than he gives credit for. Craniumon welcomes Marcus to show him this human potential he speaks of. Marcus is able to successfully make contact. Craniumon reveals his Omni Shield, which he received as a gift from King Drazel. He tells Marcus that his shield is not only impervious to all attacks but also unbreakable. Yoshi, Thomas and Keenan have entered the digital world and begin to make their way to find Marcus and Agumon. Both Shine Greymon and Marcus fight Craniumon together. Craniumon is momentarily distracted when Marcus fakes an injury, which allows Shine Greymon to launch an attack from the rear. Craniumon, however, can turn his neck 180 degrees, enabling him to block the attack. Dynasmon liaises with Magnumon and tells him that Craniumon is in the heat of battle with Shine Greymon and his human partner. Magnumon tells his comrade not to fret, as Craniumon possesses the strongest shield and spear, making him unbeatable. Shine Greymon launches multiple glorious burst attacks, but is unable to penetrate Craniumon's defense. The Knight goes on the offensive, knocking Shine Greymon to the ground. Marcus calls out the Geo Greysword, so the two Digimon commence a duel. Craniumon expresses his disappointment that he's yet to see this human potential which they touted to him. Shine Greymon dodges a fatal blow and tells the Knight not to underestimate their ability, as humans have a lot more potential than he gives credit for. Shine Greymon and Marcus are barely able to get to their feet. Shine Greymon asks what they're going to do next. Marcus, wielding his DNA charge, defiantly states that they'll never give up no matter how many times they're beaten. He reminds Shine Greymon that they are the ultimate team. Seeing their unwavering courage and ability to remain positive no matter the odds, Craniumon starts to wonder where they draw their strength from. Marcus decides simply winning isn't enough and cites their main target will be the Omni Shield, which Craniumon is so proud of. Now in his burst mode, Shine Greymon and Marcus ferociously attack the Omni Shield. Their collective attacks aren't enough as the knight spears the pair to the ground. Craniumon prepares to finish them both off. Unable to move, Shine Greymon bids farewell to Marcus. Thomas and the others make it in the nick of time and Mirage Gargamon counters the attack. Marcus is surprised when Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan activate the burst mode. Marcus tells his friends that they must focus their attacks on Craniumon's shield and cites that by destroying it then they'll be able to take him out. Each Digimon take it in turns to hit the shield. As Craniumon tells them it's useless, the Omni Shield begins to crack. The partner Digimon begin to overwhelm the Royal Knight and Marcus goes on to land the final strike, shattering the shield into pieces. The Royal Knight lays down his spear in defeat, finally acknowledging their strength. He cites that he's been proven wrong as Marcus and the others have shown him the potential of humans. Now staking the survival of both worlds in Marcus's great human potential, Craniumon allows them to pass. He also acknowledges Marcus has taught him that King Drazel's word is not absolute. He begins to wonder if Bancho Leomon also came to this realization when he decided to sacrifice himself. The memories Spencer shared with Marcus begin to resurface, which makes King Drazel wonder why, as he thought he'd wiped them. He receives an alert that there's incoming, which confirms to him that Craniumon has betrayed him. He cites how he'll make Craniumon pay and anyone else for that matter who tries to challenge his final decision. The Data Squad reach the servitory. As the others think of a way to reach the top, Marcus and Agumon start climbing up. When Gaomon cuts the pair down, they realise that the vines are actually video cables. Thomas deduces that the tree acts as a mainframe, essentially a giant computer that runs the digital world. Keenan tells everyone to be careful, as the tree may see them as a virus. Suddenly, two large crystals like the one surrounding King Drazel appear and attack the group. The crystals are able to absorb and send their attacks back at them. Thomas tells the others to go ahead while he takes care of things on the outside. The others make their way inside the tree, but a couple more crystals appear. Marcus has had enough of hiding, but before he has Agumon digivolve to his mega level, Yoshi stops him and reminds him of how limited the space is. Having Agumon digivolve to Shine Greymon would end up crushing them all. Keenan finds an opening that allows Marcus and Agumon to continue up the tree while he and Yoshi deal with the crystals. Yoshi and Keenan pay tribute to Marcus for all he's done for them, and both agree to win for him. In the human world, Samson chases Kevin for a progress update on the repairs to the digital gate. Kevin mentions not knowing what was in the oscillation devices that disrupted the barrier in the first place is making it hard for him to figure out the fix. Samson receives comms that a Royal Knight has entered the Earth's atmosphere. It turns out to be Craniumon. Christy tells her mom that they should leave, but Biomon refuses to. Instead, he confronts Craniumon and demands that he leave. Craniumon says he doesn't have time for this and swats Biomon out the sky. Christy rushes to Biomon's aid. Having regained his old memories, he remembers the promise he made to Marcus to look after her. A teary-eyed Christy embraces him and agrees to fight by his side. The pair are then covered in the light of Christy's DNA charge. As they begin to rise up, Sarah desperately calls out to Christy. Having seen the familiar light of Digivolution, Craniumon stops in his tracks. Garudamon, with Christy by his side, takes a stand against the Royal Knight, who asks Garudamon if this display of power was given to him from the human on his shoulder. Marcus makes it to King Drazel and asks him to stop. Believing that Spencer is still in there, Marcus tries to get through to his father. He reminds him about Sarah and Christy, but as they both continue to talk past one another, Marcus eventually gives up. He looks at the pendant his father gave him and decides to brute force his way into getting through to him. Marcus is unable to get close enough as King Drazel creates an impenetrable force field. On the outside, Mirage Gargamon is seen struggling as all his energy attacks are being absorbed and sent back his way. Thomas devises that the only way to win is by using melee attacks. Mirage Gargamon gets into range and successfully shatters the crystals using his gauntlet. Keenan manages to do the same by using his boomerang. Back in the human world, Garudamon launches his Wingblade attack at Craniumon, who easily cancels it out with his bare hands. Craniumon apologizes and says he must take his leave as he rushes over to Bancho Leomon. He talks to Bancho Leomon and tells him how much of an inspiration he is for his devotion to saving both worlds by staking his own life force to do so. Garudamon shouts out for Craniumon to stop, The Royal Knight states that he can't sit idle whilst his friend's life force is being depleted. Marcus continues his attempts to break through King Drazel's force field. He eventually runs out of energy and plummets down the tree as all his friends helplessly watch on. Marcus apologizes to Agumon and for the first time considers giving up. His father's voice speaks to him and reminds him of the unlimited power he wields through the DNA charge. Marcus's body is then covered by his DNA charge. Seeing this, Thomas orders Mirage Agumon to launch his Full Moon Blaster attack at Marcus, which propels him up. Bravemon grabs his hand and launches him higher, while Rosemon uses her Forbidden Temptation attack to give him the final push he needs to reach the top. King Drazel is shocked to see Marcus return. With the king caught off guard, Marcus is able to land a clean punch to his face, knocking him on his ass. Marcus tells Agumon he's positive he heard his father's voice, so he's definitely in there somewhere. King Drazel is furious at Marcus, who realizes that he failed to bring his father back to his senses. Bancho Leomon appears and strikes the king. Bancho Leomon explains that Craniumon took his place in the stone foundation holding up the digital world. He says that his friend is now fighting on his own to save both worlds, adding that such a noble gesture is worthy of one that calls himself a royal knight. Seeing King Drazel struggle to get out from beneath the rubble, Marcus rushes over to help, but he's blocked by Bancho Leomon, who drops the biggest plot twist so far. He tells Marcus that although that body over there is his father's, that's not his dad. Bancho Leomon then points to himself, citing that he is in fact his father. The second to last episode of the season starts by showing us a flashback right before Craniumon took Bancho Leomon's place. Craniumon cites how he's always debated in his heart the decisions of the king but eventually relented, honouring the oath he made. Craniumon, knowing Bancho Leomon's true identity, refers to him as Spencer and cites that during their past conversations he must have been trying to convince him that King Drazel's beliefs and ways of justice are not always correct. Craniumon then breaks Bancho Leomon free and takes his place in the stone foundation. Bancho Leomon asks why he did that. Craniumon cites he has chosen to believe in human potential and tells his friend to hurry and see King Drazel. Marcus is completely thrown off by the revelation, citing that it doesn't make sense. Bancho Leomon proves that he is Spencer when he mentions the day Marcus was hurt and he carried him to the hospital. As Thomas and the others arrive, Bancho Leomon explains that his body supports the life force of two beings. Spencer continues to speak with them through Bancho Leomon and tells them how he went to find King Drazel as he agreed with Marukimon. Along the way, as though destiny had intended it, he and Bancho Leomon crossed paths. Bancho Leomon refused to let him pass without a fight. Their battle ended in a stalemate, and so a friendship bound by mutual respect was birthed. Bancho Leomon then joined Spencer on his journey to find King Drazel. He tells the Data Squad that searching for the king felt like they were chasing shadows. After a long time of searching had passed, Craniumon appeared before them, saying he knows that they're looking for King Drazel. When Craniumon announces himself as one of King Drazel's royal knights, the pair burst out laughing. They clarify they aren't laughing at him but are laughing in relief, as he's all but confirmed to them that they've not been chasing a ghost this whole time. Spencer asks for an audience with the king. Craniumon says that a lowly being like him cannot meet the king. Bancho Leomon stands up for Spencer by telling Craniumon not to insult or underestimate humans, as they have the power of emotions inside them, something which Digimon lack. He piques Craniumon's interest when he adds that when a Digimon combines itself with human emotion, unlimited potential is born. Spencer activates Bancho Leomon's burst mode, who is then easily able to overpower Craniumon. King Drazel speaks directly to them, saying that he's impressed, as he had no idea human emotion can boost the power of Digimon to such a high level. Through Bancho Leomon, Spencer tells Marcus and the others that the meeting between him and the digital world's ruler should have marked the beginning of a flourishing relationship between the two worlds, but disaster soon struck when Kurata inflicted upon the digital world its darkest day. This resulted in Spencer being imprisoned. Craniumon explained to Spencer that the king has called for a retaliatory attack upon the human world. Spencer pleads with Craniumon to reconsider, as the king is going to collectively punish the entire human race for the actions of one man. Craniumon says it's too late, as the pain and sorrow inflicted upon the digital world was far too great. Bancho Leomon tries to talk Craniumon around. Spencer asks Craniumon to place his trust in him, promising to never allow such atrocities from ever happening again, and even going as far as to stake his life on it. King Drazel, who has been listening in, accepts Spencer's pleas and halts his plans to destroy the humans. However, after Kurata killed Marukimon, news quickly travelled to the king. Craniumon briefs Spencer, who has remained imprisoned this whole time. He tells Spencer of Marukimon's death. Spencer becomes clearly frustrated with Samson and Yushima for not keeping things under control. Furthermore, Craniumon informs him that his son Marcus is also in the digital world and in search of a man named Kurata. As Spencer demands to be let out upon hearing that his son is in the digital world, regrettably, Bancho Leomon, who'd vouched for Spencer to the king, reminds him that he must keep his word and tells him that he's sorry he can't do more for him. Spencer knows he's right, but knowing that his son is in danger and there's nothing he can do about it, he drops to the floor. The Royal Knights gather and prepare to execute Spencer. They ask if he has any final words. Spencer begs them not to execute him, citing he has a son and wishes to be around so that he can mold him into a fine young man. Craniumon voices his disgust that Spencer would use his last moments to beg for his life. Bancho Leomon comes between the knights and Spencer. Craniumon asks if he's betraying them to side with the humans. Bancho Leomon explains that his deep friendship with Spencer prevents him from allowing his friend to meet his demise at the hands of the Royal Knights. Bancho Leomon asks Spencer to forgive him and then lands what appears to be a fatal blow. Bancho Leomon speaks directly to the king. He highlights how Spencer devoted his entire life to finding a peaceful solution so that both worlds can coexist in peace. He asks the king to honour Spencer's dedication by sparing the humans. King Drazel does indeed honour Bancho Leomon's request. As Spencer's life force begins to slip away, Bancho Leomon apologises to him and cites that this was the only way to save him. He asks Spencer to become one with him, that way he can watch Marcus grow up, albeit from afar within Bancho Leomon's heart. Spencer agrees to trust his life in Bancho Leomon's hands. In present day, the Data Squad has finally come around to the fact that Spencer and Bancho Leomon have become one, and Marcus even addresses Bancho Leomon / Spencer as his dad. Through Bancho Leomon, Spencer tells Marcus that he's proud of the man he grew up to become. Marcus asks him why he didn't say anything sooner. He explains that he couldn't, because if King Drazel found out he told Marcus the truth, he would have never allowed him to see Marcus again. After Spencer became one with Bancho Leomon, the omnipresent king was watching the whole time and heard everything. The king calls them fools for believing they could deceive an all-knowing being like himself. As their punishment, he took Spencer's body hostage, adding that should they ever tell anyone that Bancho Leomon holds Spencer's soul, he'll destroy Spencer's body. The others wonder why King Drazel took over Spencer's body in the first place. Thomas believes he did so as a test to see if the humans were worth saving. Maybe he thought by seeing things through the mind of a human would change his mind, but it turns out it wasn't enough. King Drazel emerges from the rubble. He calls them all worthless, highlighting how humans have created nothing but violence and suffering without stopping to realise that they are the cause of all their trouble. When Keenan pushes back and cites that there are many humans and Digimon working together to end violence, the king attacks them all. He then decrees that all humans are to be eliminated. Marcus cites that he may be the ruler of the digital world, but he's not theirs. Angered by their defiance, King Drazel attacks them once again. Agumon even cites that he's no king, as a king would consider what other Digimon want, adding that what they want is to live side by side with their human partners. Marcus cites there's no use fighting him as he's way too strong. Spencer speaks directly to Marcus. He tells him there comes a time that a man must risk his life to keep the promise he made to his friends, and now is that time. He asks Marcus to take care of Sarah and Christy. Bancho Leomon / Spencer then proceed to walk toward King Drazel. They successfully manage to walk through the king's attack and grab hold of him. Through Bancho Leomon, Spencer asks Marcus to use his DNA shard and destroy the three of them. After his father pleads with him, Marcus, for the first time in the series, activates his DNA charge without making contact with a Digimon.
Destroy the two of us now!
Huh? What are you asking me to do? I can't!
Do it! It's the only way! You have to!
But...
No buts! Do it! Hurry, Marcus! Please! Now!
But Dad!
Marcus!
King Drazel starts to panic as he's unable to escape Bancho Leomon's grasp. He asks Bancho Leomon why he's choosing to side with the humans. Bancho Leomon reminds the king of the threat he made that he'll destroy Spencer's body if the truth came out, so in that case both he and Spencer are making sure he keeps his word. Marcus initially hesitates, but eventually follows through with his father's request. Shine Greymon proceeds to destroy King Drazel, Bancho Leomon and Spencer using his Glorious Burst attack. Sensing the surge of energy, the Royal Knights realize that King Drazel has fallen. Still trapped within the ice prison he created, Kintorosmon asks Gallantmon if he feels it too. Gallantmon says he does, that King Drazel has indeed fallen, and he now realizes that the king's word was never absolute. Gallantmon voices his regret that he failed to come to this realization sooner, as the pair continue to fall deeper into the depths of the ocean. The Data Squad decide to make their way home, but none other than King Drazel emerges, but this time in his true form. When King Drazel launches an attack toward them, Shine Greymon rushes over to shield everyone. King Drazel tells them that this is what they get for defying the ruler of the digital world. Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan have their partners digivolve to Mega. The four Megas engage in what will mark their final battle. King Drazel sends out several vines using his crystals. Thomas highlights how they're fighting a being with the perfect offense and defense that has 0 holes. Marcus states if that's the case they'll make some holes as he calls out the Geo Greysword. The Geo Greysword immediately shatters upon making contact with King Drazel's body. Furious at the humans for opposing him, King Drazel generates a huge crystal and launches it directly at them. The partner Digimon are severely injured, yet Marcus, refusing to back down, stands up to the king and cites they'll never quit. Gotsumon pleads with Marcus to stop egging the king on because if he launches one more attack, they're all done for. Marcus tells Gotsumon that if he's scared he should just go and hide because to win they'll need to be willing to risk their lives. He remembers his father's final words about keeping the promise he made to his friends. Marcus declares that this is no longer a schoolyard fight, but a fight to protect everyone. Yoshi, Thomas and Keenan all agree to fight alongside Marcus to the very end, stating that if they go down, they'll go down together as a team. King Drazel says in that case he'll destroy the very thing they're fighting so desperately to save. Thomas realizes that King Drazel now means to finish the job he started by destroying the human world. They all follow King Drazel as he makes his way to the human world. As Craniumon continues to put his all into holding up the digital world, Garudamon tells Christy that they need to leave as it's not safe for her to be there. She refuses to, citing how Craniumon has put his life on the line to save both worlds, so they can't just abandon him now. King Drazel arrives and calls Craniumon a fool. He tells his Royal Knight to stand by and watch as he destroys the human world. Garudamon attempts to stop King Drazel but is simply one-shotted from the sky. King Drazel then launches a projectile toward Christy and Biomon, but luckily Shine Greymon arrives in the nick of time to protect them. Marcus, Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan waste no time in activating the burst mode. All 4 Megas combine their attack into one, which manages to cause some major damage. An impressed King Drazel for the first time acknowledges their strength. Unfortunately, things take a dire turn when King Drazel displays the ability to regenerate. King Drazel grabs hold of Shine Greymon and starts to electrocute him. The other partner Digimon attempt to help their friend, but King Drazel one-shots all of them, causing them to revert back to their rookie levels. The partner Digimon are in really bad shape, unable to wake up. Marcus tells King Drazel that he'll make him pay. King Drazel tells Marcus that he understands how he feels, as many Digimon have felt the same feeling when they were permanently deleted, and adds that he's now avenging those Digimon. Keenan tells the king that he's wrong for wanting to eradicate all humans, citing that there are many humans who love Digimon and vice versa. King Drazel asks where these Digimon-loving humans were when the digital world was attacked unprovoked twice, which led to tens of thousands of Digimon being brutally slaughtered. Unable to hold out for much longer, Craniumon falls to his knees. Marcus tells him he needs to dig down deeper if he has to. When Craniumon tells Marcus that he'll try, Marcus responds by telling him that trying is not enough, he just has to do it. He adds that even though their Digimon are out of energy, he'll still never give up. Marcus tells King Drazel he's wrong, that Digimon and humans can live peacefully, and he'll prove it as he aims his DNA charge at the sky, using it to help hold up the digital world. King Drazel tells Marcus no matter how powerful he is, the strength of one lone human cannot make a bit of a difference against an all-powerful being. Thomas reminds King Drazel that Marcus isn't alone. Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan all activate their DNA charge too. Kamemon, Mickey and Megumi's Ponchesmon along with the infant Digimon at Marcus' home, plus Gotsumon and Biomon all make their way to the battlefield. Seeing loads of Digimon making their way toward Marcus and the others, Kevin tells Michelle that the Digimon must be reacting to a strong human emotion from over in that area. Given how many Digimon are being drawn in, he believes that the emotion drawing them in is the strongest human emotion of all, the will to survive. Yushima explains to Relena and her father that mankind's will to survive has taken precedence over all else, which is why it's the strongest human emotion. Craniumon senses that Digimon are coming to save both worlds. Through combining their DNA charge, they're able to hold up the weight of the digital world, successfully stopping the collision. However, King Drazel still refuses to back down. He's pleased to see his royal knights have arrived, but they stand there idly staring at him. King Drazel asks them what they're waiting for. The leader of the royal knights, Omnimon, asks his king what it means to actually be a king. Omnimon questions the decision-making process of a king and why he is attempting to destroy something their friends are risking their lives to protect. King Drazel chastises Omnimon for daring to question him, citing that since the beginning of time, his word has been absolute. A voice is heard shouting out that he's wrong. It's none other than Gallantmon, who informs his comrades that Kentorusmon has shown him the truth, that King Drazel's word is not absolute, as he too can make mistakes. Gallantmon reveals that Kudamon is still alive, albeit unconscious. He defiantly tells the king that both Digimon and humans share the desire to live side by side, and if he calls himself a king, he will grant them the opportunity to live together in peace. Realizing his knights have turned against him, King Drazel decides to kill them all. Omnimon protects the Data Squad from his attack. When Gallantmon declares that the king has turned against them, King Drazel decides to reveal his true nature. Everyone is shocked to find out that King Drazel is in fact a personal computer, also known as 2900WZ, which was created to observe the evolution of Digimon. The sentient AI computer states that due to an error code, its experiments on Digimon and human interaction have failed. It cites its software will now be reinstalled after rebooting the system. The program will then restart in a new virtual universe. After that, it will delete everything to start anew. 2900WZ goes on to massacre the nearby infant Digimon. Gallantmon attempts to stop it, to no avail. The machine then attacks everything around it, including Craniumon, who continues to act as a stone foundation holding up the digital world. His comrades all rush to his aid and help him hold up the digital world. The machine cites they have essentially a 0% chance to save both worlds. Omnimon and Craniumon both state that it's wrong and their will to coexist with the humans will prevail. Unable to compute, the machine attacks the knights. Marcus calls out the machine for trying to wipe out everything just because things didn't go its way. Despite knowing the truth, it still wants to destroy everything rather than admit it's wrong. Marcus takes a stand, while the rest of the squad backs him up. He and Agumon attempt to bomb rush the machine, while Thomas and the others lend them a hand. Together, Marcus and Agumon climb atop the genocidal computer, which sets its targets on Thomas, Yoshi and Keenan. Gaomon, Lalamon and Falcomon rush in to save their partners. From the smoke, they emerge carrying their partners in their champion forms. Thomas asks how they were able to digivolve. None of them can say exactly how, but they all cite their overwhelming desire to save the three of them as the driving force behind their digivolution. Keenan realizes that the Digimon were able to digivolve by channeling their own emotions. As 2900WZ continues to malfunction, it launches more attacks at them. Thomas and the others protect Marcus and Agumon as they attempt to get into range. King Drazel grabs hold of both Marcus and Agumon and starts electrocuting them. Witnessing Marcus's suffering, Christy, who's holding Kudamon, calls out to her brother. Kudamon starts waking up as she begins to emit her DNA charge. Relena, watching from afar with her father and Yushima, begins to also emit her DNA charge, and so too does Keenan's little sister. Soon, every living person's DNA charge begins to erupt to the surface as their shared will to survive brings them all together to stop the maniacal machine. Marcus tells King Drazel that humans may not be perfect, but just because something is not perfect does not mean it should be destroyed. Agumon adds that human emotion makes Digimon stronger, and Marcus states that Digimon give humans hope that anything is possible. They grab each other's hand and reaffirm their belief that together they make the ultimate team. Agumon then undergoes a unique burst evolution. In this new form, he's able to break free and carries Marcus on his back. With his newfound strength, Agumon burst mode blasts straight through King Drazel, leaving its core exposed. From the core emerges a crystalline figure with a female appearance. Marcus wastes no time and promptly punches it in the face, causing it to shatter. Recognizing its defeat, King Drazel finally acknowledges the power of the combined efforts of humans and Digimon, citing it turned out to be far greater than what he had anticipated. King Drazel sincerely asks the two why humans and Digimon wish to coexist, as it stands to reason that more conflicts shall arise. Agumon cites that although he and Marcus may fight from time to time, they'll always remain friends. Marcus adds that even though humans don't always see eye to eye with each other, they can still wind up being friends if they're willing to work for it. King Drazel accepts their answer and cites it shall lay itself to rest and protect them from afar without any further meddling. As it leaves, it says that it's not sure if humans and Digimon will be able to coexist in harmony, but if it's to become a reality, then it's up to Marcus and Agumon. Yoshi tells Marcus to wake up. His friends and family surround him, and Agumon is safe too. The Royal Knights tell Marcus that their DNA charge created a miracle by fixing the barrier between the two worlds. Before the Knights return to their world, they thank Marcus, and Omnimon calls him a true legend of the digital world. Megumi and Mickey arrive on a chopper to retrieve the squad. Upon seeing his parents, Keenan rushes over to embrace them. Glad to see her brother safe, Relena runs over and hugs Thomas, whilst his father thanks him. Yushima is glad to see Keimamon again, while Samson and Kudamon are reunited. Kudamon highlights to Samson how recruiting Marcus worked out after all. Marcus, with great sorrow, tells his mom that he was unable to bring his father back. She cites that she had a feeling he would say that and tells him it's okay, as she still has faith that his father will return to them. She does add that she can't help but feel a little sad that Spencer didn't get to see Marcus grow up to become such a great person, and tells him that his father will be proud of him just as she is. A familiar voice calls out to them from afar. It's none other than Spencer, who explains that as a gift to Marcus, King Drazel has brought him back to life. Spencer apologizes to Sarah, who makes him promise to never leave them again. Samson explains to the Data Squad that he's closing the digital gate as the digital barrier remains fragile. Thomas asks how long it will remain closed for. Yushima says they don't know yet. Maybe it will be a year, 10 years, or forever. Marcus is not happy hearing this and asks how they will be able to create a world that both Digimon and humans can share if they close off the gate. The partner Digimon approach with a request that they too would like to return to the digital world. Kudamon explains how since they defeated King Drazel, the now leaderless digital world has fallen into disarray. Falcomon adds that they'd like to go back to help rebuild the digital world. Marcus refuses to let Agumon leave. He tells Agumon that he's not just his best friend but also like a brother to him. Agumon says he feels the same way and doesn't want to leave. However, he explains that once the gate is closed, there won't be any Digimon around for him to fight, so he'd be a waste of space for Marcus and his family splitting his time between sleeping all day and eating Sarah's food. He begins to tear up, citing he'll never forget Marcus and all the memories they shared. Marcus cannot bring himself to watch his best friend go and wishes to go with Agumon. Thomas and Gaomon share their final moments together. Gaomon brings him some tea and Thomas compliments his partner, citing that the tea is good. Gaomon is pleased to hear this as he made it himself using his own special recipe. He tells Thomas that he's his best friend and promises that they'll meet again. Yoshi and Lalamon spend their last moments together at the arcade. After Yoshi breaks the machine, Lalamon tells her how relieved she is to see how strong Yoshi has become. When Yoshi tells Lalamon it's because of her, Lalamon reminds Yoshi of her growth, that she's no longer that girl who was scared to play the piano. To remember her by, Lalamon promises to continue playing Yoshi's song in the digital world. The pair embrace and cite how much they'll miss each other. Mickey and Megumi thank their Ponchesmon for everything. They realise they never took them once to the onsen, so they decide to take them as they have some time left. Samson and Kudamon spend some time together. They discuss their decade-long journey which is drawing to a close. Yushima, Keimamon and Gotsumon enjoy some sake while observing the full moon. Hina tells Falcomon that he's decided to go with him to help rebuild the digital world. Falcomon tells him he can't, as he needs to stay to get to know his family who finally have him back. When Keenan says he doesn't care as Falcomon is family too, both of them begin to cry. The following morning, everyone but Marcus is at HQ ready to see off their partner Digimon as Mickey and Megumi boot up the digital dive. Marcus arrives but with a backpack. He tells the Digimon to stop right there. Marcus tells Agumon that he's going with him. Yoshi says he can't, given there's no guarantee they'll be able to reopen the gate. Spencer arrives with Sarah and Christy and gives Marcus his full blessing. He tells Marcus to go to the digital world and keep the peace. Flash forward 5 years, Keenan and Christy are seen making their way to school, while Spencer and Sarah, who are at home, watch the latest news which announces Thomas as the youngest medical prize winner in history. The anchor explains that at age 19, Thomas was able to cure Relena, who was thought to have an incurable illness. Yoshi, Megumi, Mickey and Samson have all found jobs at the police department. On patrol, Yoshi says hi to Keenan and Christy. When Koki speeds past her, she goes after him. whilst in the digital world, both Marcus and Agumon are seen breaking up, fighting between rival Digimon factions as they continue to work together to maintain peace within the digital world. And that marks the end of Digimon Data Squad. This was a super long one, so for those of you who are still here, I just wanted to say thank you. Now before I let you go, I just wanted to share some of my overall thoughts about this season. Digimon has always delved into topics that most kids shows wouldn't dare explore. It's what makes the franchise so compelling to watch even as an adult. However, historically, prior seasons never fully crossed those metaphorical boundaries in exploring and fleshing out these story beats. One example that comes to mind is Kari and Ken's link to the Dark Ocean from Adventure 02, or the fact that Izzy from Adventure was adopted, or how Kari and Ty's father was a drunk. None of this is helped by the fact that the English dub for Digimon is notorious for censoring parts out which were deemed too intense or complicated for children in the West. This season's dub does a far better job following through with its themes and its more difficult subject matter. Each member of the Data Squad was defined by their childhood trauma. Marcus struggled to fill the role of the protector with his father Gun, and lacking his guidance, the pressure that came with assuming this role made it difficult for Marcus to control his emotions. The impact of Spencer Damon's disappearance extends out to his daughter too. Christy was a child clearly suffering from a fear of abandonment. That's why she struggled so much with letting Biyomon go, especially after he assumed the role of her protector. Yoshi's backstory is one I view through a critical lens. I don't take issue with the actual backstory itself, but more so with how it was sort of thrown at us suddenly in the Metal Phantomon episode. Unlike Marcus and even Thomas, where we got a sense that all was not well for them growing up, Yoshi never gave off any signals which would indicate that was also the case for her too. In any case, if they were there, I clearly missed them. Thomas's backstory was super interesting and very well done in my opinion. Marcus's backstory was universal, which was important to tell as many children grew up without a father, while Yoshi's backstory is one that especially resonates with many of us growing up in an Asian household. The pressures of excelling in all aspects of life with a particular emphasis on artistic and professional pursuits is something that many kids can relate to. Thomas, on the other hand, has a very unique story, whereby he must come to terms with the death of his mother as he tries to find his place in the world. Being born into an aristocratic family posed huge challenges for Thomas, due to the fact that the elder of the family would not accept his mother, which meant she would never truly accept Thomas either. Yet, Thomas, knowing this, was still burdened by the responsibility of becoming the eventual successor in leading the Norstein family. His sister Relena is what kept him anchored to the family. Keenan was definitely the character that grew on me the most. At first, I found him super annoying and didn't care much for his Tarzan origin story. It was obvious from the beginning that he would eventually join the team. What was interesting about Keenan's growth was seeing it happen gradually, with the bulk of his development occurring during smaller, intimate moments where he and the other characters, mostly Marcus, spent time getting to know one another. I love how eventually Keenan became another younger sibling for Marcus who wholeheartedly took him under his wing. There's a lot I really like about this season and also some things not so much. The way emotions are the driving force behind the DNA charge is interesting, because even in new anime like Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man for example, human emotions act as a backdrop or direct catalyst to the way those worlds operate. Digimon by no means invented this concept, but it's nice to see older anime like Digimon had actually implemented similar ideas to what anime are implementing in today's age. On a side note, I love that in this season Gallantmon actually sounds like a knight. In the Tamer's dub, Gallantmon retained his rookie level voice, which was voiced by Steve Blum. It wasn't a deal breaker for me in Tamers because you get used to hearing Gilmon's voice in every Digivolution level, but Gallantmon's deep partial voice in Data Squad just suits much better. I also commend the writer for not deciding to fuse Mirage Gargamon and Shine Greymon together, because by doing so, they would have completely sidelined Rosemon and Ravemon. That's another strength of this season. It balanced everyone's screen time and usefulness. Yes, Shine Greymon does get extra perks like the Geo Greysword, but that just acts as a plot device to get around Koki. Considering the fact that they all got their burst modes, all 4 of the partner Digimon remained on equal footing for the most part. Having Marcus punch Digimon to activate his DNA charge took some getting used to, but considering his personality, I grew to like it because it also opened the door for him to actually join in the battles, even though it's ludicrous at times, like when he's able to knock down Mega level Digimon. Thomas was also able to join in fights too, albeit more passively, by coming up with attack formations for his partner and the others to use. Yoshi on the other hand had little input in the battles, which is quite a shame, but she more than makes up for it in her ability to rally everyone together. Typical anime tropes still apply here, especially toward the end where the main character gets favourable treatment. Shine Greymon getting the Geo Grey Sword, being the first one to activate the burst mode, and Agumon getting a special burst mode of his own are examples of this. I can give the season a pass for all this because, as I said, by and large, the writer did a great job fleshing out the other characters and giving them equal screen time to grow and come into their own. I love the design of Mirage Gargumon. I'm a Greymon elitist, but even I got to give it to the artist because they knocked it out of the park with Mirage Gargumon's design, and his burst mode looks sick too. Alright, referring to Kurata as interesting may not be the right adjective, but he's just such a god-awful little weasel of a man. He was so bad that he made King Drazel seem tame in comparison. I know many people nowadays love nuanced villains with compelling backstories, and so do I, but Kurata is a classic old-time villain, one that really speaks to the atrocities that man can inflict upon the world when consumed by fear and insecurity. Many may think that Kurata had a god complex, but that all came much later. His motivations were actually grounded in pure fear of Digimon. His encounter with Lynxmon reminded him of how vulnerable he indeed is, and if it weren't for Spencer that day, his fragile life would have been erased then and there. This event also struck Kurata deeply with insecurity about being weak, and the fact that Spencer was the one to save him made it all the worse, given that he envies Spencer the most. Meeting Saber Leomon was what caused Kurata to snap and spend the next decade working toward his goal to eradicate all Digimon who he believes pose a threat to his safety. Yoshi's arc in particular felt very last minute, because we only learned about her trauma after they entered the digital world, which was about halfway through the season, and her arc seemed to have been resolved over a mere couple of episodes. It felt to me that Keenan was sidelined once he returned to the human world. His speech leading up to Falcomon digivolving to his mega level was memorable, but after that it's hard to remember what he was doing unless you rewatch the show. The same can be said for Yoshi now that I think about it. The story focused so heavily on Marcus during the last arc that it sort of became the Marcus show. I didn't mention Thomas here because even though he was sort of sidelined right toward the end, we still got another great moment for him during the final arc with him reconciling with his father. I'm gonna be honest, Relena felt like a retcon. There was no build up to her. Thomas gets in the chopper and the next thing we know he's got a younger half sister. Relena did add some complexity and context to Thomas's story and helped us see more of his softer side, but they did have a chance to imply he had a sister when he spent all that time with Christy and Sarah earlier on in the season. This season also suffered from the same issue as Adventure and Adventure 02 in that the villain prior to the final arc is far more interesting. In Adventure's case we had Myotismon, who was way more intriguing than Apocalypse. The concept of the Dark Masters was interesting, but it didn't land for me because they were introduced far too late into the season. For Apocalypse to land effectively, it was crucial for the Dark Masters to really establish themselves before his introduction. Then there's Adventure 02. The villain introduced right before the final one had a minor amount of screen time, yet he was super memorable. Daemon for me was far more interesting compared to Malo Myotismon, who was a simple rehash of what we got in the prior season. Daemon proved to be as, if not more powerful than Malo Myotismon. The fact the kids had to resort to sealing him away in the Dark Ocean only made things more intriguing. I really wish they kept Daemon as the final villain and used him as a way to conclude the Dark Ocean storyline, where we finally find out what Dragomon had planned for Ken and Kari. In Data Squad's case, Kurata was a far better villain. He was just plain awful. Every time you see him on screen, you just want to punch him in the face. Sometimes a good villain is one that is vile with little to no redeeming qualities, a villain that we can all universally agree is just the worst. Spencer's body being taken hostage by King Drazel is interesting, and it makes sense that the story went this route, but the more compelling narrative beat for me was the revelation that King Drazel was in fact a computer. It's a shame that this was only revealed toward the end. They left us with so many unanswered questions, like who created King Drazel, when was he created, and why. The Digimon X Evolution movie does a far better job in its depiction of King Drazel, and I highly recommend you watch that movie if you haven't. By the time I reached the end of the season, I was left scratching my head over a few unanswered questions that the show left hanging. How did Spencer know to make a Digivice before visiting the digital world, and how did he have one ready for Keenan when it was only his first expedition there and they had limited to no knowledge of Digimon? Also, did they actually go ahead and give Spencer a happy ending whilst Bancho Leomon got blown to bits? That's insane. How was Spencer brought back to life when his body was blown up? That's another question. And if King Drazel is a computer, how the heck did he perform such a godly feat? When Yoshi was infected with a virus native to the digital world, I gathered that maybe their bodies somehow digitized when they entered the digital world, so maybe it was Spencer's digital body that was destroyed, not his actual body. But the issue is they didn't explain any of this, hence the questions I'm left with. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, despite these minor critiques, I really enjoyed this season. This season holds a special place for me because it was the last season of Digimon I watched. I've heard some great things about Digimon Ghost Game, so that's next on my list to watch. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more content like this, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Which Digimon season would you like me to cover next? Feel free to let me know in the comments below. On that note, that's it for this one. This is Ray, signing off. Peace.